They need to do a little bit more than 1% of this boss's HP. Will they be able to make this happen? Oh, I don't think so. We'll see. We gotta get to the milliseconds.
Don't know.
The clock won't stop until the boss and that Fleshcrafter are both dead, but it is about to stop here.
Mandatory are going to just barely be able to eke out a victory over Holy Moly and take Cup B.
Sevi saving it for a little bit. Oh no, but the Toothbreaker! And that's going to be a full wipe for sure. They're in boss combat now. They can't even release until they're all dead here.
Another zero-death run coming in from Polish Mountain, upsetting this count and giving themselves a berth into the finals.
无论是作为他的减伤版，哎呦，一车撞死2个
！3-0取胜，恭喜5只小须获得史诗钥匙地下城全球总决赛。
Also have a full life. Team name still alive though. They can maybe finish off the boss.
Today, we narrow down the best of the best and say goodbye to those who don't make the cut. It's time for day 2 of the Mythic Dungeon International. I'm your host, Rook, and I'm here with Tettles, Makes, and Zyronic to kick things off today. I mean, we are deep into finals weekend now, and today things really heat up. We have eliminations on the line and some champions to crown tomorrow. But it's day 2, and it's been quite a journey. Let's take a look at everything that's happened in the MDI so far. You know, we started everything off here with the time trials, and our top 16 teams moved on from those into our group stages with Group A and B weekends, as well as the Chinese teams getting back into the fight and joining all of us here. The top 8 teams have moved on to the Global Finals, and $200,000 are on the line alongside all of the prestige of being the fastest speedrunners here in the MDI. Now, this has been a really exciting season. We've seen a lot of newcomers. We've seen old veterans come in to smash world records. Tettles, has the season panned out the way that you thought it might so far, or have there been some surprises for you?
I think probably the biggest surprise is like the affix system. Going from Dragonflight to War Within, we retired some fan favorites such as Sanguine and Bolstering, and now we have some new Xal'atath's bargain affixes. I actually think the Xal'atath's bargain affixes have been pretty cool. They allow some pretty interesting play in terms of like the stats that you're gaining, and I think that the boon that you end up gaining from dealing with the Xal'atath's bargain affixes are a pretty big deal. On top of that, I think the Challenger's Peril, that's something that I didn't necessarily have on my radar as positively impacting the MDI, but I think that the difference between like a 1-death run and like a 3-death run is actually a huge impact moment, and it kind of promotes being more consistent long term with having just fewer deaths in a way that we hadn't seen in the MDI in the past. And now by having plus 12s, you know, we're seeing that Xal'atath's Guile and how that has an extra added variable in terms of just, again, making sure that you don't die. That's like the most important thing in this season, and I think that that's something that was pretty unexpected, at least for me, coming into this season of MDI.
Totally agree. I think it's really changed things and put that extra element, that extra pressure onto that perfection of run. Not just, you know, can we get through it as fast as possible, but also can we execute it as fast as possible, which is incredible. It's been awesome to see, and all the affixes have definitely brought a lot. But we had a ton of action even just this weekend, and I'm curious, you know, Makes, have there been any teams that have sort of stood out for you in their performance, be it for right or wrong reasons?
Oh, absolutely. I think especially yesterday, we saw some really cool action out of Perplex. We were talking about this in the group stages, finally seeing it here, grouping up these double dragons and then having only 4 flyers to deal with this pack is something that then other teams were doing as well. They were going up against Ducks Can Fly and took that map off of them due to what you just saw and what you're going to see in the next clip, which is utilizing that Warlock very smartly to path through the dungeon faster. It wasn't the fastest time we've seen in that dungeon. Mandatory was even a little bit faster in a run they did later that day with the skip, but we were still really excited to see that Warlock shine. You know, we've had such a great class of Orions this time around, so it's just cool to see the different possibilities that classes bring. Speaking of, the Prot Paladin coming to show in the Dawnbreaker, we saw that from multiple teams as well. Also, some different lust timings and some new cool skips. So this was a skip we talked about in the group stages that cost teams a lot of time. Mandatory figured it out, they got it down pat, and now it's very fast, very efficient, and something I would assume teams are at least trying to adapt to overnight. Did see a bunch of course, our Shroud skips here, and both Polish teams actually still in the grand finals from 3-2. Hello, Ari, as she's yelling at me. And we are going to be seeing Polish Mountain here as well, with one very big pull towards the tail end of that Arakara, which solidified Deer 2-0. And it was actually 2-0s all throughout today, so all throughout yesterday. So I'm curious for today.
Yeah, Makes, thank you so much for the info, and a special thank you to Ari, your cat, who I think really brought up some points that honestly I found to be really relevant. So thank you both so much for the recap of yesterday.
Great insights.
Brilliant commentary. No, thank you so much for the recap. And I mean, honestly, like we've been talking about, we got to see some cool plays yesterday. 2-0 across the board was pretty wild. But, you know, today I think things are really going to heat up. And these teams, they have to get in the fight. They've got to get some maps on the board, because it's not just bragging rights that they are fighting for. It's also our prize pool. We have $200,000 on the line here that will be divided up between our top 8 teams. Now, everybody that made it to this point takes home a little something. But of course, first, second, and third place are a lot more prestigious. You get that $80,000 prize at first, $40,000 at second, and $30,000 at third. And those top 3 will also be taking home these custom War Within Season 1 medals that they can, you know, just wear to maybe the next BlizzCon, or, you know, around their house in their pajamas, or, you know, put in a nice frame and put up on the wall. But honestly, they're beautiful pieces and a really cool thing you get to take home that nobody else will have claimed from this season. So with all of that on the line, I mean, there's a lot of pressure between the dungeons, the strats, the teams that are all in here, as well as the prizes that, you know, you want to win. So Zyro, I mean, some of our teams yesterday were able to kind of harness, I think, that pressure a little better than others. What were some of your thoughts about how they handled it?
Yeah, of course, in the heat of competition, everyone's under pressure, right? But the motivation for the pressure differs based off of what side of the bracket you're on or what your expectations are. So, you know, at the top side of the bracket with teams like Mandatory and Perplexed, you've got the pressure of trying to meet expectations, right? For Perplexed, they've been a top team for 6 years, and they haven't met those expectations recently. They look like they're in good form to do it. Remember during Group B, we had the chance to interview Mandatory after they won, and Hopeful specifically said he felt like he was under a ton of pressure because, you know, he wasn't part of the team when they won the MDI last time around, and if they weren't to win this time, you know, he might feel like he was part of the problem. So, you know, there's different motivations. Go to the lower bracket, you're under pressure to perform just to stay in the competition. And that's something that can really just forge champions in the fire if you're able to make it through that lower bracket. So, yeah, we'll have to see at the end of the day which of the teams are able to deal with that pressure.
Yeah, I mean, you think about just trying to nail your route, trying to nail your class, trying to get everything just down, but that pressure itself and how you manage it is such an important part. So totally agree with you. And, you know, while we have you, Zyro, I'm not going to let you go yet. Something that we really only got to briefly touch on yesterday were a little bit of additional discussion kind of about the specs and a lot of the kind of interesting or unique niche picks that we've seen. I'm curious, can you give us a few more details about some of the specs that we've seen on display?
Yeah, sure. So we were talking about this yesterday briefly, but to go more in depth on it, we've seen a lot of spec representation over the course of the MD, right? Almost half the specs were played in the first group stage, in the first weekend, and when we went to Group B plus China, we added in 6 more specs, so I think the total is something like 23 out of 39 specs played. Obviously, most of the teams have stuck with this sort of meta comp of Frosty K, Assassination Rogue, and Enhanced Shaman as their ideal pick, like the sort of default comp. But we've seen teams spec into Destrolock for particularly high AoE dungeons. We've seen things like Fire Mage just as a comfort pick. We've seen things like Arms Warrior. Holy Moly has loved the Arms Warrior in dungeons where there's lots of small pulls where they need to have damage for every single pack. I think the variability based on the dungeon pool is pretty interesting, and the fact that we added extra levels to the dungeon pool this time around is pretty interesting. So one of the reasons I think that's interesting is because, you know, casters might get a little more of a look this time around when you can really make use of Spymaster's Web, which is one of the strongest trinkets we've ever seen added into the game. It acts as a sort of a pseudo cooldown, and we saw that in Mandatory's Necrotic Wake from Group B, where they finished that in a world record time of 7 minutes and 40 seconds. The Warlock, already good on its own on AoE, and this is just AoE damage without the Spymaster's Web, but they really made use of it later on in the key, where they popped that trinket with no other cooldowns, and were able to kill every single mob in the Necropolis. Now, this was only done on a 9, but I think they could have scaled this up to a higher key level. That is on a 12 this week, so I'm not sure if that on its own would be enough to deal with this particular pack. And, you know, we were talking about these particular caster comps maybe being good yesterday, but we did see a lot of caster comps yesterday, and for most of the caster comps we saw, it didn't really work out that well. And I'm not sure if that's just, you know, execution in the moment, if caster comps are particularly worse. We'll have to see today if they can potentially do a little bit better. I think we'll see a few more Warlocks, potentially a few more Mage plays today. We'll see if they're able to play a little bit better today.
Fingers crossed, you know, I love some casters and I'd love to see them get to shine. And, you know, all of these elite specs, or all of these specs that we've had have been just amazing in the way that they've kind of opened things up for our gameplay this time around as the meta has solidified here in MDI, which has been amazing to see. But, you know, we have not just our teams, not just their picks, but also who they're going to be going up against, which is going to change a lot of how they approach these matches. So, Makes, can you take us through the bracket?
Oh, absolutely. Let's be real for like a split second. I think looking at the teams in these global finals, there is 2 clear favorites in Mandatory and Perplexed, but I feel like it is open. Like there could be a team that breaks into those top 2, and Holy Moly is just one of these teams. We're going to be seeing them go up against Perplexed right at the start of the day, a great series to look forward to. And then Mandatory is going to go up against Polish Mountain, or lower bracket winners from their group stage, fought tooth and nail to get here and continue to do so. In the lower bracket, we're going to be having our first eliminations between Ducks Can Fly and Worms and Mistcount and FTBZM. Unfortunately, both of our CN teams have landed in that lower bracket, but they're going to be fighting to try and stay in there and claw their way through it. And then, of course, after those series, we'll have the winners of the lower bracket and the losers of the upper bracket go up against each other, and 2 more eliminations coming in. So it's going to be an action-packed day for everybody.
It is. I mean, when eliminations start coming out, that's when you know the pressure is really on. And of course, these teams to have made it this far don't want to go home here if they can. They want to keep pushing up and try to get the biggest prize and take home the most glory possible. So all these teams are going to be fighting hard, no doubt. Thank you so much for the recap there on the bracket. And, you know, the dungeons they're going to be in is also going to be a big part of how they're tackling this weekend, especially with +12s entering the mix for our global finals. So we've seen 6 out of 8 maps as of yesterday. And the other thing, the other 2 that we're going to see today, for sure, are going to be City of Threads and Necrotic Wake, because they can't be banned out. But, Tettles, what do you think has kind of made these teams want to stay away from these or pick certain dungeons over others?
I think historically, maybe looking at higher key levels, in general, you probably want to tend to stay away from 12s, which is maybe one of the reasons that they're staying away from the Necrotic Wake. For City of Threads, I think it's maybe just like variants where that map is going to be showing up. You know, it's a +10. I think that a lot of teams actually have a decent amount of practice, especially from Group A and Group B. In addition to that, it was a time trial map for the Group A and Group B teams, and so it should be something that pretty much all of these teams have a large amount of practice on, even at that +10 key level. So I think that the City of Threads will show up. For the Necrotic Wake, I feel like that is probably the highest variance dungeon that we have at the highest key level as well. And so these top level MDI teams aren't going to love the possibility of maybe coin flipping a couple of trash pulls inside of a dungeon. So they're going to kind of tend to stay away from that. Ultimately, at the end of the day, though, if you want to win an MDI, you're going to have to be able to play all of the maps at a world-class level. And you're probably going to have the fastest time in a majority of the maps, if not all of the maps, just in particular. And so that's something that, like, while we haven't necessarily seen the Necrotic Wake and the City of Threads until today, we are going to be seeing them as they are some of those starting maps. But I think that all of the teams are going to have very extensive practice in all of these maps. So I don't think it's something as simple as like, oh, this was a landmine map that a lot of the teams are going to try to avoid all the time. You know, every team is going to kind of pick and choose what map and what ban strategy that fits them and suits them the best.
For sure. For sure. And it'll be interesting to see how as they continue to ramp things up here in the global finals, approach these maps, or what new tech or strats we might see coming out as well. So looking forward to it. And while we've talked a lot about some of our thoughts, our predictions, our, guesses for today, if you will, I mean, we can actually look at what we all decided. Now, we reset things for the global finals here. We have a fresh prediction slate that was formed yesterday. We'll take a look at it now. Chat, you are continuing to just, reign supreme
Let's
here.
relax.
Where you at, bro?
Oh, it's so weird. Tuddles, it's so
Ramping.
weird because I feel like you're right down here at the bottom with me. Welcome. How's it feel?
He doesn't even want to talk.
He's like, I'm done.
I think it should have been season-long predictions, but for some reason we just had to reset them.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. Okay, all right. And Makes, you were mentioning that you and Zyronic, you were kind of trusting his opinion here. How are you feeling about where he steered you this weekend?
So this is the predictions from before.
No,
for Group B, where I wasn't, I told production to just match me to Zyro's predictions, and Zyro let me down. But we're back at the top, Zyro. We got it figured out now.
Listen, I made the mistake of voting for who I wanted to win rather than who I thought would win back in Group B, so apologies.
It's okay. It happens to the best of us. I've been there too this weekend. I've been doing that myself. And yeah, you know what, chat? You've destroyed Tettles both weekends. Even when it looked like a tie, you still absolutely...
What do you mean you destroyed him? It's still tied!
Great job, chat, destroying Tettles. We're really, really proud of you. But, we'll see what happens with all of our predictions this weekend as we continue to go through. We've got a lot of series today, and we're going to be kicking things off with our first one here, which will be Perplexed versus Holy Moly. So, chat, get your predictions in. Don't give Tettles any room to say it was a tie. Just completely defeat him today. Get those predictions in now. We're going to talk a little bit about these two, but Perplexed and Holy Moly, right? These are two very strong teams. And I mean, Tettles, as we've come in, we've seen them kind of min-max some things with their plays. We've seen some comps. What do you think is really making them both such powerhouses right now?
I mean, I think that both of these teams absolutely have looked phenomenal. And I think that the common sentiment between these two teams is that their consistency is at an all-time high. I'm really interested in seeing what's going to go on with the maps, and particularly that Arakara matchup, as it is our first map in this pool. So just for context, Perplexed ended up banning out that Arakara yesterday, but they knew that they were going to be forced to play it as the first map today, and then they looked so dominant in their maps yesterday, it kind of makes me wonder, what are they going to show in that Arakara that they didn't want to show off yesterday? Is that going to be a curveball for a team like Holy Moly? For Holy Moly, their game plan is kind of simple. They really just need to kind of recreate what they showed off in Group B, where they had very few deaths, where they looked like probably the most consistent team that we've seen in the MDI so far. And by continuing to have that level of consistency, it should propel them forward. I think that Holy Moly is absolutely set up to go on a Cinderella run, where they weren't exactly the favorites by any stretch of the imagination here, but I think if they can have a couple of things break their way, they absolutely can show up, and I honestly think that they could take down Perplexed in this series. They ended up playing that Arms Warrior yesterday. That's not a specialization that was on a ton of people's radar. Maybe for something like Mists and Dawnbreaker, it was on a few teams' radar, but the fact that Holy Moly is willing to play more game plans than what we're necessarily seeing just be super common is a positive thing. And I mean, Perplexed was actually scared of that Arms Warrior and ended up banning out the Dawnbreaker. They don't want anything to do with that dungeon.
But they left the Mists in. And the
We don't
Mist
get
is
two
an Arms
bans.
Warrior. Yeah.
You don't get two bans.
Interesting.
Okay. I mean, so we have one of the 12s. I mean, obviously they can't ban out Arakara. They did take out Dawnbreaker, but yeah, Mists. I mean, what do you think in looking at what they've kind of selected here?
I think banning the 12 for Perplexed to me makes sense, because notably those dungeons are harder, they're a bit longer, you cannot pull as much in these dungeons as everything just starts to kill you off very quickly. And we've seen the secret warrior tech already in that dungeon, so I'm not too surprised by that. I think it's interesting that the City of Threats was taken out by Holy Moly specifically, because that's a +10, and I don't think it's that crazy of a dungeon, so I'm a bit curious about why that was the choice here.
Yeah, I mean, interesting to leave that one in the mix when it's a bit lower, or to remove that one from the mix while it's a bit lower, and you would think it might be okay. You have an idea?
I have a speculation, yeah. Okay. So whenever you went back and looked at Perplexed time trial times in the City of Threads, they were blowing everybody out of the water by like 45 to a minute 15, depending on kind of like the team that we're seeing. And I think that whenever you see that, it was on a 10 level. And I think whenever you see that, you kind of wonder, did Perplexed do something in the City of Threads that we haven't seen, like, tech-wise yet? And so I think that Holy Moly looking to ban that out, it really does kind of make sense.
Yeah, strategic. You're right. Yeah, go ahead.
To counter that argument, City of Threats was the dungeon that Holy Moly beat mandatory in. So I would have thought that this is a dungeon that favors them, that they're really good at if they can beat mandatory. So, like, that to me is a bit bonkers.
I mean, you can hear us all. Oh, go ahead, Zara, really quick. I'm going to draw our attention as well down below to the prediction, so feel free to work this in. But we're obviously all pretty divided on this, so please go ahead.
We are, yeah. It was also the only Void Bound key this weekend, right? And that's the ethics that we saw them have the most issue with. But these predictions are interesting. We're split. Wow. Didn't expect that.
Yeah. I mean, it's tough on these two because I think we've seen Holy Moly surprise us to such a degree that I keep expecting them to just be like, yeah, here's another world record run or something, Oh?
That's not what I said. I'm being pranked. I said 2-1 production?
Makes us being pranked?
Huh?
Makes it okay if you thought Perplexed was going to take it. I mean...
Nagura's being pranked too. Nagura also said 2-1.
Nagura sneaking in. Wow, okay, well, apparently production has a couple folks that are really, really cheering for Perplexed. Okay, now we got it.
What is happening?
Oh, I see.
Dratnos was in there twice, I see.
Dratnos is taking over. But we are going to have this first map taking over here. This is going to be game one. Arakara in City of Echoes here with Perplexed versus Holy Moly. We're kicking things off with a bang makes.
We are, and I am so curious to see, Tells, whether or not these teams are going to be splitting up in a plus 12. We've seen it before in the lower levels, but it is definitely much harder here, and I'm curious on whether or not that is going to be an option on the left side. It looks like Perplexed for now is grouped up, and on the right side, same story, so no crazy splitting, at least for now.
Yeah, I mean, it's a plus 12. I mean, both of the teams actually electing to press their bloodlust. Whenever we saw this dungeon being ran yesterday, it seemed like a good time, and this queue is probably going to be around the 12-ish minute mark on the plus 12. So being able to get the second bloodlust makes sense. You end up wanting to kind of focus down these mini bosses. I think that with that guile on that plus 12, it actually adds a lot of difficulty to the point where you're not able to split up. What we saw during group play was that the Resto Druid and that Rogue would like run off to the side and kind of solo off one of the mini bosses, but the Rogues were notably proccing their cheat death, and I think a 12 is just a little bit off the table. But right now, Perplexed in that first exchange are able to kill off the first mini boss just a hair faster than Holy Moly. Holy Moly are a little bit hot on their heels though, as they are able to pull into the second mini boss, and it looks like they're going to be about 50-ish% behind just on that mob itself.
And you can also see that the tailoring stun is once again being used here on those massive poles. Just a nice little tech for that dungeon that allows you to stop these guys from spamming their spells for a little bit of time while they usually cannot be interrupted. So something that just happened for Holy Moly on the right hand side. I'm not sure if Perplexed used theirs already, if they're going to use it on this mini boss. We'll probably see that in a couple of seconds if it is deployed here. But yeah, definitely Perplexed taking a tiny bit of a lead here.
I mean, I think that this composition that both of these teams are running is phenomenal for this dungeon. The general damage profile that you're looking for this dungeon is good priority or funnel damage in particular. There's a couple of mobs that are notably important for that kind of damage profile. All these mini bosses that are in this first area are the very obvious ones. You also have the hulking blood guards that are in the second area. Again, priority or funnel damage is just like a huge variable for those, and to the point where that's the most important damage profile that you're seeing in this dungeon. And it looks like Divine on the left side of your screen there for Perplex was gathering a lot of trash that they're going to be looking to take into the first boss. I wonder what Teef on the side of Holy Moly is going to be doing, as it looks like it might be a little bit of a smaller trash pull into the boss.
Yeah, so there's definitely an extra caster in there on the side of Perplexed, and I think it does make sense. Coming back to the conversation we had going into the series, the plus 12, these bosses have a lot of HP. You're going to be here for a little while longer, so having these extra targets there to allow your funnel to ramp up, but also spend some time doing valuable count, I think is super, super smart, and I think teams will always try to do this whenever they can to avoid single mob gaming, even if it is the boss, but you need to be careful with these ruptures here, especially with running as many melees as these teams are. Nice, beautiful stack on the left side from Perplexed, and Holy Moly now doing the same thing, just walking around the boss, making sure none of that onslaught will hit.
Divine is insane. Divine was actually able to get the perfect sigil of chains on that entire pack of trash to allow his melee DPS to have 100% uptime on the boss. Now it looks like both of the teams are trying to all-in Avanax, basically running the boss away from the starved crawlers. In theory, you want to drag the boss towards the exit as well to have that boss being able to be killed off like right as you make it to the exit. Generally speaking, the cutoff to be able to beat this boss's HP is somewhere around the 200 to 250 million HP threshold for when you can comfortably all-in the boss without any problems. But you need to make sure that you're CCing those starved crawlers. And look at this on the left side of your screen. This is a very subtle difference, but it's actually very notable. Perplexed is positioned right at the exit, where Holy Moly has a pretty large move that they're going to need to be able to do if they want the boss to be killed off at the exit. Also, kind of looking at count differences, Perplexed did a much bigger trash pull into the boss, and that's going to yield them 7% enemy forces coming out of the first boss. It is a very close split. Holy Moly is only 5 seconds behind, but being 7% enemy forces behind, you have to favor Perplexed in this exchange.
Well, it depends on whether or not Holy Moly can find a better way to grab that 7%. And I think it's going to be very difficult, but both of the teams using a Shroud skip here to try and set up this pack, and Holy Moly actually opting to go to the right side. Look at how big Tifa is going. We have a 1, 2, 3 Blood Guards stacked up together on the side of Holy Moly. That's an insane pull.
I think that what Perplexed was doing on the left side of the screen is absolutely insane as well. They ended up shrouding by, like you called out, and then Divine was tanking one of the hulking Bloodguard packs, and then he let his team pass it, and then he leapt and then melded it off. And now this is enabling Perplexed to do a route that the reason that a lot of teams aren't going to the left side is because you end up having to do this in 2 pulls, and I think Perplexed is going to be able to do what most teams are doing in 2 pulls in 1, and if they are, this is going to allow them to accelerate much faster than Holy Moly.
I'm actually so curious on the final trash count once these packs die, because I assume that we will see a very close number here, but you can see Perplex already finished a little bit faster, but they also had one less of the big guys in there, trying to sneak by the Pat right now. They're working out for Perplexed.
Dude, they were too fast. The Blood Guard wasn't even in position yet, so they ended up having to stand there and wait a little bit. That's honestly a good problem to have if Perplexed strategy is so well crafted and so consistent that they were a little bit too fast on killing off that hulking Blood Guard. And now look at this. Divine is getting ready to go into the boss arena and pull the boss. What happens here as Anub Zaket, he ends up snapping all of the players to him. So that's why Divine is solo running into this boss arena. Notably, any of the mobs that you have up top, they won't snap, but that's why they kind of left that 4-player squad up top to kind of kill off that trash. And look at this. Perplexed are able to get the second boss of this dungeon pulled probably somewhere in the order of 20 seconds ahead of where Holy Moly are. But Holy Moly have equalized the count.
Yeah, so that's kind of what I was hinting at while we saw this crazy triple pack pull from Holy Moly. They were able to find that extra trash count that they lost during the Avanox pull. They took a little bit longer there towards the tail end of the pull, so I'm not sure if that was the fastest way to deal with it, but they equalized and count and are even a little bit ahead now with 1% and trying to catch up on the boss as well. It comes back to kind of boss damage that you can conjure up, and I think Perplexed might be a little bit ahead on this one, but there is one more part of the dungeon to go to, and I don't think it's decided just yet.
Yeah, I think that single target damage and trying to just, like you called it, conjure up more single target is actually a very difficult proposition. Single target damage is something that the MDI teams time and time again really like to focus on having, because it's difficult to just get more single target damage. Most of the specializations are really well balanced on single target, typically being somewhere between 8 to 10%. The AoE damage profile is the one that is the most difficult, but holy moly, I think with just slightly better offensive cooldown optimization on this boss fight, we're able to turn a 25% HP lead on a Noob Zaket into about a 10% HP lead on a Noob Zaket. But you have to be looking at Perplexed offensive CD situation. They're going to be having that Breath of Cindergosa come up a little bit earlier. They're going to be having that Ascendance coming up about the same time. And so I think that Perplexed here, coming off of this boss a little bit faster, this sets them up in a position to be able to win, assuming that their sequencing towards this back into the dungeon is perfect. But what you have to be aware of is any death here can tip the scale in either team's favor. I don't think that either team is over 15 seconds ahead of one another, as we see an incredible holy moly split here and allowing themselves within 10 seconds of Perplex moving into this last area.
They even had a little bit of an unfortunate cast timing during a Noob Zaket, where they got another Eyes of the Swarm cast, leading them back to the middle of the arena of the boss. But here is where it all comes down to. How big can you go to catch up the last percent of trash on the left-hand side? Perplexed opting to use that tailoring stun on the hauler with everything on top of it to try and chew through the left percentages that they have. We saw this from teams like Polish Mountain before. This is a very dangerous pull. You can see just why Swagstep just proccing that cheat death there, and there's going to be more AoE casts coming from that hauler.
I think that Perplexed strategy of running down mid is just noticeably faster than the holy moly strategy of running down that left side. Now that left side is a lot safer, but I think that Perplexed is able to do in a very aggressive chain once they start feeling comfortable with the hauler HP and the overseer's HP, and they should be able to, in theory, get the boss pulled first. Now this is just a travel time difference is the big thing, but holy moly, look at this. They have their trash killed off and they're getting ready to pull the boss, but Perplexed just where they were in the dungeon, just positionally, it's going to allow them to get the boss pulled, and it's only 2 or 3 seconds ahead, and a Shine immediately gets meleeed by the boss. Your enhancement shaman getting meleeed to death is actually the worst thing that can possibly happen. Their Tempest, their Lightning Wolves, their Maelstrom generation, they are a very streaky specialization, kind of similar to what you've seen in the past from Fire Mage with Sun King's Blessing level of damage loss. Whenever you have your enhancement shaman go down, they lose damage for the next minute plus. And for holy moly, is this the opportunity they need? Because now Perplexed have to finish off the final boss and be 15 seconds ahead of holy moly.
But there is still so much that could go wrong for either side of the teams right now. There's still the carriers in the poll for holy moly that they want to finish off to make actual 100% count here. I think it's not enough. I think at the end we might see them tag the overseers in once the boss is a little bit lower. We'll have to see whether or not that is the case. Both teams do have that bloodlust available, but they were waiting on cooldowns to actually press it and get the maximum efficiency out of it. So in that regard, a Shine's death actually wasn't as painful as, because we hadn't used that bloodlust yet, we hadn't used that cooldown yet. We're still gonna get that window hopefully back up together, but it definitely hurts on the timer and a little bit of that damage loss there.
I think for holy moly on the right side of the screen here, they're going to be looking to pull those double overseers with the bloodlust here in just a couple of seconds. It's probably right after this cosmic singularity, or maybe even the next cosmic singularity. They're just kind of waiting. Yeah, look at this. They're posturing right now to actually grab those with the sigil flame. And so now they're going to be pressing all of their offensive cooldowns. The bloodlust has actually been engaged by both sides here. So we're watching a race. What you see on the left side of your screen is Perplex needs to kill this boss first. But not only do they need to kill it first, they need to kill it 15 seconds first. And on the right side, you see holy moly. They just need to make sure that they stay alive. They need to make sure that they get both of these trash mobs killed off in time, and then they need to make sure that they kill this boss off within the 15-second window that I alluded to earlier. And Perplexed here on the left side of your screen, they are going to be killing off this last boss first. The boss is at 3% HP. They're going to all in this cosmic singularity, and I
don't think it's enough.
12 minutes and 4 seconds. And so now holy moly has, oh my gosh, this is going to be so tight. Look at this. The trash, the
1%. They got it.
Holy moly won. This is so good for my predictions. Oh my god, I'm bad.
Wow.
I'm so bad.
Victory goes to holy moly, and congratulations, Tettles. It was well earned on their part. Incredibly close here. These are the kinds of matchups we want to see in the global finals. Absolutely phenomenal. Now, holy moly took it there by a slim margin, but we got to see some really phenomenal players. Divine was one of our players to watch this MDI. And, I'm curious, Makes, what were some of the plays or players on the team that you really got to see on either side that you thought made a big difference this go around?
Honestly, I think it basically comes back to the routing of the team. So we were kind of talking about this during the series, and I'm curious what Zyra has to say about this once he starts his replays. But there were some differences in how these teams decided to pull, and at the very beginning, Perplexed opting to drag more into the boss, but holy moly, doing that triple Bloodguard pull is just insane to me. And then I think if it weren't for that death, probably Perplexed route was better in my opinion, but just it's so close between these two teams.
I mean, incredibly close and incredibly well played by all the players involved as they work through that route. I mean, phenomenal from both of them. Now, Zyronic, take us into what you saw.
I saw the type of gameplay that makes the MDI one of the best events to watch for just WoW in general, man. Seeing two teams playing almost perfectly, having different ideas on how to do the dungeon efficiently, and having it come all to a head in the last couple of seconds of the dungeon is such an insane... This is a first great match to start off the day, and if we see matches like this for the rest of the day, it's going to be insane. But the differences really started off when we got to Avanox, right? They each dealt with the three lieutenants at the start here. Pretty much exactly the same here. When we got to Avanox, Perplexed opted to pull just a little bit more count on top of the boss. Couple extra crawlers, couple extra attendants, couple casters. Dealt with a little bit more trash percentage, right? They had 8% extra trash count at the first boss, and that let them go to this pull, only having to deal with just the one Bloodguard, which meant once they dealt with that Bloodguard, the trash was very easy to cleave down. Whereas, holy moly, they went for what we saw during group stages, triple Bloodguard. Took them a ton of time to get through this. And Perplexed really solidified a lead here. I think that they were pretty significantly ahead through the middle of the dungeon here, but one of the things that Holy Moly kept doing on every single boss in the key was just they had better boss damage on every key, and we were trying to look at the differences, right? They were doing a little bit more boss damage on every single boss, gained themselves like 10 to 15 seconds on each boss, and not going for the beetle in this section of the dungeon saved them a ton of time. Not having to worry about that AoE stun and just being able to AoE for the trash count instead of focus single target really saved them a lot of time. And unfortunately on the pull here, as is so typical for anybody who's been playing keys, the Enhanced Shaman just getting meleeed at the start of a boss, too much burst at the start, if it's just a regular Tempest, one more key claimed by that Challenger's Peril affix. It was a 5-second, actually I think a 4-second differential between the two teams. If that death didn't occur, Perplexed would have easily taken this map.
Dude.
But it's not to be the case, and holy moly, get away with one here. I mean, both of the strats were insane, and a little RNG either way could have made one strat better, but what a banger of a first map. Oh, give me more of this.
I loved
was incredible.
First boss sequencing. I thought it was so good. Like I felt like they were in position to win with that first boss sequencing. I thought it was just so good. That kind of just proves that the Challenger's Peril is by far the most important thing, and you can't afford deaths.
Some of the other things that Holy Moly was doing as well, the difference in trash pulls on top of Kikatal, things like pulling the Winged Carriers in and not actually focusing AoEing them on them, just letting the rogue get all that extra funnel for more boss damage, things like that. You know, it might gain you maybe just a few seconds, but the dungeon was decided by a few seconds. So, you know, little extra increases like that, man, those are the differences. Those are the difference makers. It's great to see them pull those out.
Yeah, absolutely incredible. I mean, holy moly, they can be such powerhouses when it comes to that focus damage, that burn, when they're just really laying into, you know, exactly what they want to take down. But Perplexed, as we saw, they have such finesse in a lot of their, you know, routing, their strategies, their positioning, and it's just amazing. I mean, this is going to be a really good one. I think we can already tell. And we're looking ahead now to Mists, right? So Mists is going to be up next for both of these teams. And Tettles, with the approaches we've seen them both take to this, what do you think they're going to be trying to achieve here in this next one?
I'm so interested in seeing what's up with the Arms Warrior. Like, are we going to be seeing the Arms Warrior again? Because this was something that looked really good in Group B whenever we saw the Arms Warrior, and we saw Holy Moly play Arms yesterday. And so, and just in general, I don't think that Frosty K is exceptionally good in Mists of Tyranid Scythe. It just kind of comes down to like how their Breath of Cindergosa ends up working. They kind of want to chain, and so it's like a situation where is that Frosty K droppable for an Arms Warrior? But I think a lot of this dungeon is going to kind of come down to making sure that you don't over pull in the maze, making sure that your first pull of the dungeon is really critical, and making sure that you get a perfect 100-0 burn during that damage amp on Ingram Malloc, because you can lose 15 to 20 seconds there.
Yeah, I agree. I think the one phase is going to be so important, and then also the end of Mistcaller, where we've seen some teams lose a lot of time to getting another puzzle game. So those are the things I will definitely look out for. And like you usually say, Tiddles, no double mini bosses in the maze.
What? Froggers or poggers?
Tiddles does
Everyone knows
not
that.
allow them.
Okay, rule
Here's a
number one.
rule.
Rule number one.
The one rule.
No double frog. That is rule number one.
I was
Well,
hinting
you know,
at this. You brought this upon yourself, Zyro.
Tuddles, you're gonna have to see if they break the rule, but I think we're in good standing. This will be Perplexed and Holy Moly. This is match point to Holy Moly, so Tuddles, take us in.
Yeah, I mean, right off the bat here, we see a little bit of a difference in composition. Wolf Disco playing that Frosty K, where Wally on the side of Holy Moly actually electing to hop on that Arms Warrior, kind of like I was talking about earlier. In addition to that, we see the underrepresented for the MDI this season so far, Protection Paladin. This is an incredibly good specialization. I think a lot of times we were seeing a decent amount of like Warriors in this dungeon. I think that Warrior is actually phenomenal in this key with just all the spell reflex you can do. But the Prot Paladin, look at both Divine and Teef doing over 5 million DPS apiece and making them instead look like a tank, look like a real DPS.
Yeah, it's great. Then we are going to be seeing both teams skip, of course, that pack and walk towards the mushrooms. I really like how fast Igloo was here, really kind of going for that speed, opening the door so everybody could catch up. It might be just like 2 seconds, but in the end, that could be what matters. So both teams opting to get that buff and now go into the double breaker pull before we're going to be going into boss. And now we were talking about this as we were going into this dungeon. We did see two teams in this dungeon yesterday where one was not able to get that one phase onto Ingra. So this is going to be really, really important to have all of your cooldowns available when that damage amp comes in.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the one phase is like a critical moment that we see for some teams. There is a little bit of a damage variance in between the enhancement shamans, to the point where if you end up messing up a couple of globals, you can actually miss that one phase. But this is the point where you kind of have to put up or shut up. You can't be affording to miss those globals there. I do think the DK composition is slightly better for this boss just in general than the warrior, but I do think the warrior is better off throughout the rest of the dungeon. Now, if the warrior composition on the side of Holy Moly ends up missing the one phase, I think I would maybe prefer the DK composition just a bit. But this is a really tight race here, as we have both Holy Moly and Perplex pulling the boss at virtually the same time.
Yeah, you can see that Holy Moly is a bit further on Ulfarin already, but of course we know that the race on this boss at least is decided in the damage amp specifically, and both teams are going to reach that. Now Holy Moly has activated it. Can they burn Ingram Malok all down to 0 as long as this cast is active? I don't see the cast bar, so I'm just going to go by my feelings and say this is looking very good for Holy Moly. Can Perplex do the same thing?
Yeah, and Perplex there, they have that Breath of Syndragosa coming up like right as the boss has engaged into the damage burn. And Wolf Disco was below Divine prior to that, and then after that, looking at him top in the damage meter, looks absolutely spectacular. But Holy Moly, something that I hadn't factored in whenever I was talking about the composition on killing that boss was the fact that Holy Moly was able to push Droman noticeably faster.
Yeah, that's really important, but what's also really important is getting the maze right. For anybody that doesn't know how this maze works, it's randomized, but it's the same for both teams on the MDI servers, so they will need to figure out the path in real time, and we did see a team unfortunately have problems with that yesterday. I saw both of the teams mark the little butterfly, so we're hopefully going to be able to follow that. Perplexed through the first door, despite being behind on that first boss, is definitely a good point for them as they are catching up.
Did you catch that on the left side of your screen? Perplexed elected to not pull the pack of trash through the wall, where Holy Moly were able to grab a little bit more count through the wall. Conventional wisdom says that the maze is actually slightly superior if you do pull that front pack. It really kind of depends on which path you get through the maze. So there are 12 paths through the maze, and 2 of them are faster if you don't pull that pack on the right, but the other 10 are a little bit faster if you actually grab that pack on the right. However, we've seen this time and time again during the MDI Cup play, is that pulling through the wall is notoriously pretty slow, but Perplexed actually get an incredibly good route here. They get this Night Blossom here, and this room, it's actually really easy to grab bonus trash on top of this mob. And look at Perplexed here. Instead of grabbing that pack to the right that I talked about earlier, instead, they know what route they have. They immediately recognize where they're going to be going, and they grab more trash on top of this Night Blossom, allowing them to accelerate a little bit and equalize in terms of how much count they have. However, Holy Moly on the right side side of the screen, by single targeting this Night Blossom, they do so much more damage and are able to move into the next door even faster than Perplexed.
Well, they were ahead on that first boss split, so I think we're now back in even. I think even if Perplexed has caught up a little bit more since that boss split on the overall dungeon progression timer, but that's a really, really good point you're making, that Perplexed apparently has figured out what kind of pathing they're in and what's the best for that. I think that's incredible, and I'm really curious how it's going to be playing out as soon as we do reach Mistcaller, which...
double Night Blossom.
Wow.
This is probably one of the fastest sequences you could get. For like a live key or like a TGP level key, this would be an incredibly fast situation, just because this is the easiest of the mini bosses just to deal with. And so you're pretty happy whenever you see this. I wonder if either of these teams are going to be looking to pull additional trash. I don't know. I think the answer is probably going to be no. I mean, looking at how fast Holy Moly is just dispatching of this Night Blossom, there's no real reason that you would be looking to pull more trash on top of this mob.
Yeah, I think specifically because the last part of the dungeon is rather easy to still pull something into Tredova to go a little bit bigger there. I think this is something I prefer here as well, but you can see Holy Moly still in the lead after having taken that first map, as they are, I think, at the penultimate pack now before we're going to be going into Mistcaller. And then for Mistcaller, the big point is, can they push the boss before the final puzzle cast?
So I did a little bit of research while you were talking during the first boss, and both of the teams, they are running 2 of the Mad Queen's Mandate Queen and Surrect trinkets. Mad Queen's Mandate is a trinket that does between 5.5 to 11 million damage to Mistcaller at the whenever it has 0 HP, depending on whether or not you crit. And both the Prot Paladin and the Restoration Druid on both Perplexed and Holy Moly side are running that Mad Queen's Mandate. We've seen teams time and time again either kill the boss, barely kill the boss, or they miss that push. And by running 2 Mad Queen's Mandates, you kind of open yourself up for that variance. That crit variance is actually a pretty big deal. But I do think that having things such as the Heart of the Wild on those Restoration Druids, you see both Sesevi and Igloo are going to be having those Heart of the Wilds up. If they have access to that Convoke the Spirits, that will allow for a little bit more single target damage as well from the Resto Druid. Having the Protection Paladin just by itself does a lot of damage just as a whole, and making sure that you then just line up your burst with that bottom 10%, that's a really big deal, because if you end up getting that final guessing game at the 10% window, that's like a minus 45 second time penalty. So that's not something that you can come back from, especially if you're playing a match that is this close.
I will also say Holy Moly on that first Mind Games looked much faster at dealing with the clones here. I'm going to be keeping my eyes open for the next set. Holy Moly is on their second one, and once again that clone is dead before the dodgeball cast even comes in, but Perplex catching up on boss HP. It's 33 to 37 now as they're back into the Mind Games.
I cannot overstate how much I love this warrior pickup by Holy Moly. I feel like this warrior has actually been doing a lot of work. In addition to that, it gives Battle Shout to 4 out of your 5 members that really enjoy that attack power gain. And I think that it is a specialization that we saw really accelerate the maze. Now, Holy Moly's into that final guessing game cast, and they absolutely destroy that cast. It wasn't even halfway finished before Holy Moly were able to kill it off with a double Mad Queen's Mandate. And Holy Moly have finished off Mistcaller. Now, looking at the left side of your screen, Perplexed, the only situation in which they can continue to come back is if they also get this guessing game and beat this guessing game. It is a huge deal for them.
Focus running. They got it.
Yeah.
Now, I will say, you saw Holy Moly wait at the very top of the plateau after Mistcaller to wait for the door to open. I feel like most teams in recent days we've been seeing do what Perplex is doing. It's just a tiny bit faster if you can run and if you can leap and if you can get ahead on this pathing here. But let's see how the next pull out for these teams. 0 death on both sides, but this part of the dungeon is arguably a little bit lethal. Let's see how big Perplexed is going to be going, as Holy Moly already has their pull and route.
Yeah, so running to the left side, like you saw from Perplexed, is about a 2-second time save. Now, the reason that it's normally a downside is that you no longer have access to that checkpoint. So if anybody dies, you won't be able to res realistically. So that's why you don't see teams doing it a lot on live. But yeah, like you said, a nice 2-second time save, and Perplexed are going to need it, as they were about 10 seconds slower coming off the boss. And even in that split that you can see on the bottom. And look at the right side of your screen here. Holy Moly are gearing up to pull the boss. It looked like they had their affix spawning right now as well. So yeah, they're getting that Devour spawning, and I actually think this is a pretty good time to get that Devour buff. They're delaying it as long as possible to finally get that 5th stack of that Devour dispelled off right as they engage the boss, and their Bloodlust is rolling in 25-ish seconds here. They do have Ascendance available. They're going to have the Death Mark available as well. The Warrior's kind of always in cooldowns, and actually they're pressing the Ascendance prior to the Bloodlust, making me question when they're going to press this Lust. Is it going to be on the second set of 2s, or is it just going to kind of be this, we're a little bit too fast, we're just going to press the Lust, and you're going to get half of it during Ascendance?
So I was actually wondering about that because Perplexed Lust came up like 5 seconds earlier compared to Holy Moly. They just pressed it a little bit earlier, and you can see Holy Moly is now using it as well. So not the perfect overlap of cooldowns and that Bloodlust, and that might actually matter. Look at how close these teams are, neck and neck, 40% on both sides. It comes down to how quickly they can melt this boss. All trash count has already been dealt with for both of these teams, and it's only the percentage as Perplexed pull ahead here.
I think that Lust is actually a huge deal as well. Like, this is the part where the DK actually goes giga compared to the Warrior. And now look at this. Holy Moly and Perplexed are in an even heat, and Perplexed is actually overtaken by a couple of percent. It's going to be a photo finish here. As both of the teams are even HP, we're now in execute for that Arms Warrior. The Arms Warrior actually starting to do a little bit more damage to the boss.
Wow!
Whoa! First. Oh my god!
Taking us to the 3rd map. Incredible.
Wow. We had all 2-0s yesterday, but not today. Perplexed bringing it 1-1 here with an incredible mist. This is the kind of performance that we have expected from these teams, and Perplexed has delivered incredible. I mean, this was maybe one of the closest matches that we've seen. Tettles, you all can't see, but Tettles is still standing at his desk.
He does that.
Tettles, I mean, this one made you stand up. What do you think was so stand out about it?
Dude, I wonder, like, I saw Soda pop his Ascendance early, like 15 seconds prior to the Bloodlust coming out. I do wonder if that actually ended up making the difference in the end, because there was only a 5-second difference between both Perplexed and Holy Moly. And the Warrior, it looked so good in the maze. It was so fast in the maze. And then Perplexed showed us why they brought that DK for that very end sequence. Wolf Disco just popped off on top of all of that trash and just murdered the boss in that end sequence. And I felt like those were the 2 moments where you're talking about the compositional differences. The DK looked really, really bad in the maze and really good at the end.
Yeah, huge on that. And I mean, amazing to see how those picks can influence it. But Zyronic, you've got your analyst perspective to provide us as well, so take us into the details of this one.
What did I say at the end of last map? More matches like that, please. And what do we get? Another photo finish. And dude, this was really just a story of comp differences, and also the Xalatath's Bargain Affix made some huge plays for the team here. One of the big things for Holy Moly here, they got an entire 5-stack of that affix here, that Devour affix, giving them 20% crit to burn through the first phase of Ingram Malik here, and it got them to the intermission so much quicker than we saw from Perplexed. They burned through this boss with about an 11-second advantage just in the first section of the dungeon, which was insane. And then, of course, going into the maze with that Arms Warrior tech that we knew was going to be good here, it allowed them to pull things through the wall in places where they would have otherwise had to wait on Frost DK cooldowns to go for it. And Perplexed ended up just pulling the 2 defenders, which is almost always incorrect, right? We hate to see just 2 mobs pulled, but as you can see, the Breath wasn't up for that pull, so why not instead pull the trash on top of Night Blossom when the Breath of Syndragosa is about to be off cooldown, so you can make more efficient usage of those cooldowns and pulling things through the wall. The trash count was dead even after the maze, right? It was just a question of pulling the first trash through the wall or one of these trash packs later off in the key. But the fact of the matter is, after the maze, Holy Moly had about a 30-second advantage. You know, that Arms Warrior did its job. It gave them the advantage they needed coming out of the second boss. And of course, we always love seeing the Mad Queen's mandates come out, executing the boss. But dude, this last section of the dungeon for Perplexed, absolute perfection. Going for the triple pull here. Only finishing off the Staghorns. Those Staghorns doing AoE damage from Acid Nova. You just want to eliminate those mobs from the pull, and that's all they do here. They single target the Staghorns down, and then they chain all of the trash into the boss with a 5-stack Devour buff, with the Breath of Syndragosa, with the Bloodlust. They're able to find the damage and surpass Holy Moly at the last second and just barely eke out a win in another neck-and-neck dungeon. That was absolutely
so crazy.
Insane. This is what we watch the MDI for. These matches where they just have different ideas, and it all comes down to just a few seconds of gameplay. Just a couple decisions made the difference in that dungeon. It's so fun to watch.
It was amazing. I mean, I think we are all still just like on the edge of our seats with that, and I can't wait to see what is coming up as well here, as this will be our deciding match in Stone Vault. This is the +11 Stone Vault that they'll be heading into next. And I mean, Makes. These teams, they have some strong, powerful strategies, right? We've seen them execute it. And this is, I mean, honestly, I think Perplexed playing the way they've wanted to for so long. But, you know, routing in this one, we've seen some minor differences. What do you think these teams are going to be strategizing? Is there any chance we see something new in Stone Vault?
Oh man, dude, I would never count anything out with both of these teams. I think coming back to picks like the Warlock in Grim Battle, or even the Warrior just now in Mists, I would never be fine with just expecting them to do the average. I think those are extraordinary teams, and they have shown up to do just that. Having said that, though, I think there's going to be a few very important pivotal moments in this Stone Vault. Looking at the Skarmorak poll that we've been seeing, looking at stuff like the skips, the very first split on Edna, I'm just very curious who's going to be taking it. This is so close between the two of them.
Yeah, I mean, it's incredible here. I mean, between these two teams, Tuttles, they both have their strengths, but what do you think is going to make, what's going to be the deciding sort of factor between them?
Who is more clutch? I don't think it's actually anything that has to do with like anything that their gameplay is going to show. I think that these are teams that put in a ton of time and a ton of effort just practicing, and I think this is really going to come down to who is more clutch. If either of these teams end up making a mistake, we've seen it in 2 maps in a row where one death can absolutely be a huge differentiator. And if either team has any deaths in the Stone Vault, I think that that can make a big difference. And we've seen teams time and time again rack up a bunch of deaths in Stone Vault. It's really about a couple of key points. The first pull of the dungeon is like a huge one, making sure that you don't have deaths there. The Skarmorak pull is like a really big difference as well. And if both of these teams are able to play their own game plan, I think that we're going to see a photo finish again, probably another sub 10 to 15 second finish between these two teams.
Listen, chat, all I know is we're aligned against Tettles right now. We're pulling for a Perplexed win.
Yeah.
Deal. Handshake.
I'm just here for good games. I'm just here for good games.
Now it's
We've
just
been
good games.
having
Yeah.
those.
I don't have a bias, actually. I unlike Zyronic, am impartial.
Says the person that after the last map yelled, "This is so good for my predictions."
For my
Come on,
predictions.
Pebbles.
Be professional.
This is going to be match point for Perplexed or Holy Moly. Whoever takes it continues on. Makes. Let's see what they put on the table.
Yeah, let's. We have both teams, of course, pulling everything before Edna here on the team sides. We're going to be seeing that pack in the back for Holy Moly, probably going to be tacked in a couple of seconds. But I'm curious who can finish this one faster. Looking at the classes, we are seeing some differences. Perplexed bringing back that Warlock over the Unholy DK. I am now a Holy Moly believer.
I'm actually looking at the differences between their offensive CD management as well. It looks about the same. I mean, look at Wexy and Swag both not popping that Kingsbane or that Death Mark on that first pack of trash, and both of these teams are able to get this boss pulled up at virtually the same time. I feel like the difference between the Warlock and the DK, they kind of do functionally the same thing. That Warlock and then Unholy Death Knight, they're just like AoE specialists. They're there to do a large AoE on the very large trash pulls, and I think that this isn't like a large difference in terms of the composition. I think that in general you're going to be feeding your power infusion to your enhancement shaman. There's a lot of single target and priority damage that matters, but you want a good balance between that priority damage and just pure AoE, and that's why they're bringing that Warlock and that DK for that pure AoE element. Both teams also as well did not pop their Bloodlust on that first pull. I think that means that both of these teams are going to be looking to pop that Lustnary Skarmorak at some point, hopefully skipping some of the shields with that Bloodlust.
Yeah, hopefully. Now, the reason I'm saying I'm Team Holy Moly is because, of course, they're running a DK over a caster class, and as a resident melee person, that's just who I have to root for. But let's talk about the facts, and those are that they're currently basically exactly the same. 2% ahead on Perplexed, which is so slim of a difference between these two teams that everything is still wide open. I'm assuming we're going to be seeing them go to the right side first, and you can see that Perplexed is already posturing to go that way, whereas Holy Moly still has a little bit longer to walk, and even if it's just like a couple of yards, that can matter.
I mean, we saw it for the first boss of the Arakara as well, just a little bit better posturing as well. Helped them save, a couple of seconds here and there. But, I mean, Holy Moly are going to be able to kill off Edna at virtually the same time as Perplexed. And now it's going to kind of come down to who is able to do more damage on these larger pulls like you were talking about here. Most teams are actually going to this Master Machinist wing first for one reason and one reason only, and that is actually to gain the 10% versatility buff. That 10% versatility buff is a huge damage spike here. And look at how big Perplexed and Holy Moly are both pulling. They're grabbing actually kind of the same mobs, but Perplexed is even going bigger.
Hold
oh my god,
on.
It's everything.
Divine Field grabbing the entire dungeon, it seems like. So what you're seeing right now is that they're going to be line of sighting to make sure everything comes running, make sure you're not getting hit by that Forge Loader's frontal.
I mean, this is so scary for Perplexed here. I mean, this is... I don't know if Divine's going to be able to live.
Wow.
This is so many of those Forge Hands, and they're just stacking up that increased damage taken on him. He's kind of on a timer. I think he's going to have to kite here in just a couple of seconds if he's not careful. He might just get one shot by some of these mobs, again, if he's not careful. And they're trying to deploy all of their AoE CC, and Divine
loader goes down.
21 stacks, and the loader goes down.
Wolf Disco
ends up getting hit. Oh, the loader ends up taking Wolf Disco with him, with that cast, and Wolf Disco is their battle res, and Swag is dropping low. A Shine is dropping really low as well, and Zasevi's going to be able to top everybody up, but now they're going to have to break combat. Oh, they actually get the jumper cables to res Wolf Disco up. I think this is still a time save on the side of Perplexed, but you hate to see that 15 seconds worth of deaths.
See, I'm not sure if it actually is a time save seeing that death there. I think if this had gone smooth, absolutely yes. Now, I'm not so sure anymore, but they don't have time to think about this. They're into the next boss, they have the pack running, and Holy Moly looking to do exactly the same. They're going a little bit bigger with this one right now to try and equalize that count, but it's definitely a scary situation for both teams, and Perplexed are going to be looking to beat, once again, a 15-second delay timer.
There's a big strategic difference between both Holy Moly and Perplexed. Holy Moly on the right-hand side of the screen there, while we were kind of caught up in the heat of it with Perplexed having the death, Holy Moly ended up grabbing that double Forge Loader pack. I mean, look at their count. There's going to be a pretty large count disparity between Holy Moly and Perplexed. I think what this is going to allow Holy Moly to do is then skip that Despoiler that is going into the Skarmorak wing. We see that kind of skipped a couple of times. If you're instead able to skip that Despoiler and then pull all of that trash into Skarmorak, like right on pull, that's actually a really big deal. Whereas Perplexed, I wonder if they're going to have to pull that Skarmorak wing. In addition to that, whenever Wolf Disco ended up going down, he lost that 10% versatility from that damage buff. So, again, 10% damage lost for Wolf Disco for the remainder of this dungeon, pretty much.
We are gonna get a little bit of a timer check here after this boss, but do keep in mind Holy Moly is a little bit ahead in percentages of trash count in this dungeon. As the speakers do go down for Perplexed, you're gonna be clocking in a boss split of 3-7. Let's see what Holy Moly can do as Perplexed are on their way back to the next area.
It looks like they're going to be about 15-ish seconds behind. They're 14 seconds behind, so they're effectively even whenever you factor in the death here. And look at Holy Moly. They actually, by pulling those double Forge Loaders, they have slightly faster pathing now to actually be able to walk up to this minecart. And so this is one of the very small things that you have to factor in, but it's going to be pretty big in terms of like time save. Now Perplexed on the left side of the screen here. I'm really interested in seeing how they gather their Skarmorak trash. It looked like they shrouded past that first Voidbound Despoiler. They ended up melting and then utilizing the shroud to be able to make it through this wing. And on the right side of your screen there, you saw Teef on the side of Holy Moly doing something similar to what we saw from Divine. And Perplexed have engaged Skarmorak here. As Bloodlust has been engaged, you really need to avoid deaths here. We've seen deaths time and time again in both Group A and Group B to this pull and to this boss. There's a lot of ground effects that that are very difficult to see, a lot of purple on purple. And in addition to that, holy moly, on the right side of your screen, it's same situation here. Have also engaged Skarmorak as they are getting those Ascendant Orbs spawning right on top of that Bloodlust. And that's actually going to allow holy moly to have even more damage whenever you're factoring in double haste amps. But Perplexed on the left side of the screen have nuked Skarmorak. Skarmorak's almost dead.
Yeah, the pool is already finished before the other team has even begun, but the shell does come in.
It's the Wolf Disco. It's the Wolf Disco damage diff. It was the shell 10% versatility buff. However, some dots actually end up ticking through the shell if the dots were applied prior to the shield being applied.
Same thing for Holy Moly though. They still need to deal with this, and they have much more HP on this boss to get through. And I think this might be the decider here. They don't have the benefit of dots actually taking down this boss. They need to go through the shield, and that is going to cost them so much time. They still have the benefit of 4 extra count, but I'm not sure if that's going to be equating to this much of a delay on this boss.
I saw what Perplexed ended up grabbing an additional trash pack with this pull right here. There was a pull that was in the very beginning of the Master Machinist wing that they apparently had skipped prior to walking into that wing. And so it looked like they ended up grabbing that straight into this pack as well. And so I think that that's something that is going to allow them to equalize in terms of count. And so that's a big deal for Perplexed here. Again, they just need to make sure that they avoid death, and I think that they should be able to close this one out. But ultimately, it's going to kind of come down to this closing sequence between these two teams. This is going to be so close.
I'm actually a little bit upset at these shells that we just saw on both sides. They're fortunately working out for Perplexed, but like you're saying, there's still some danger in the back end of this dungeon. Perplexed finishing out this pull here, and then I assume we're just going to be taking everything else into Eirik, whereas Holy Moly are looking to do exactly the same thing, just finished out the Rock Smasher, but still have the Honor Guards to deal with, and these guys are a little bit nasty to drag into the boss, so they will take some longer time here, as Perplexed, as you're calling out, are now on to the boss. Keep in mind though, they have 15 seconds against them.
Okay, he's alive. Dude, I thought he was about to die.
Are you good?
No, dude, he got knocked back by the double Rock Smasher into the frontal by Eirik. He was actually barely able to get out of it. His port was in the circle.
Both Rock Smashers are still alive for Perplexed, but looking to kill them off as soon as they are halfway through. Void Speaker Eirik already. Holy Moly are now in fight with the same boss as well. Still need to deal with all of this trash and need to be only 15 seconds within the timer that Perplexed put up. So we'll have to see and wait whether or not that works out. But if I were to offer an inclination, I think Perplexed probably able to take this one.
I mean, look at this. Holy Moly is actually able to accelerate in terms of boss damage. Perplexed, I think, are not realistically going to have too many more offensive CDs available for them on this boss. They were over 30 seconds ahead in terms of their Skarmorak split, so they were really, really fast. But Holy Moly, Zyro brought it up whenever we were talking about the Arakara. Holy Moly just had a little bit more boss damage. I also think that the 45s... Oh, actually, the DK on the side of Holy Moly on Wally ends up having his Unholy Assault and his Dark Transformation up again. Is that going to be a difference maker? As Perplexed has the boss down sub 10%, but they have to kill this boss 15 seconds ahead of where Holy Moly are for them to be able to win this one.
Yeah, and the boss does go down for Perplexed right now. You can see no more moving, making sure every inch of HP is going to be squeezed, but it is a 15-second timer that we're looking at. 7 more to go, and 10% of boss's HP for Holy Moly to deal with. I don't think this one is going to be in favor of Holy Moly, as Perplexed take a 2-1 and the series.
This is so good.
Perplexed. Yeah, this is so good for my predictions as well, Zyro. It's so good for many of our predictions. Perplexed, thank you for delivering this unforgettable 2-1 here. This was Perplexed playing at their best. We got to see them absolutely shine. And I mean, this was a wild one. From that huge pull all the way through those burns, that Skarmorak moment, it was amazing. I mean, Tettles, what were some of the big standouts? What were you thinking as we went through this one?
Dude, okay, so Wolf Disco ended up going down during that pull where they end up getting the 10% versatility buff in the Master Machine swing, and then they actually got bailed out so hard by the fact that Skarmorak can still take damage by dots whenever he shielded, and so they were able to actually not have to deal with that fortified shell. Because the boss was at 1%, I thought that the death was actually going to come back to bite them. And it's a situation where if they actually end up getting that fortified shell, I'm pretty sure Perplexed is losing the map. I'm pretty sure they end up losing the series because of that fortified shell cast. But they were able to be clutch. Like I talked about in the beginning, they were able to clutch up there and beat that fortified shell cast.
So let's talk about this Warlock pick. So it was really a story of the Warlock versus the Unholy DK, right? And the thing that I think really makes the Warlock a solidified, insanely good pick in this key is the Warlock Infernal cooldown is really enough to carry AoE on its own. You can see Holy Moly ended up committing both the Ascendants plus the Unholy DK cooldowns to deal with his first pull, whereas for Perplexed, they only needed the Infernal. They were able to save the Ascendants for the boss, so it was pretty cool to see. Now, obviously, the big plays are just the mass AoE pulls. This pull from Perplexed was insane. Normally we see them stop right here. This is all you do. But continuing to move forward, that 3 packs of mobs isn't enough. Let's pull a 4th and a 5th and just chain them into a 6th, because why not? Look at the versatility buff from the Dwarf, and your Warlock is the engine here. And you know what the insane thing is? We were talking about Spy Masters. He does not use it here. The plan is to save a 40 stack for Skarmrock. He's got like 30 stacks of Spy Masters here from the start of the key. And if he didn't go down here, he would have had the 40 stack for Skarmrock, and they would have killed it way before the shield would even come up. But you can see, I mean, the cooldowns were there, right? It was just the Warlock doing the AoE engine. And of course, again, the Warlock here. The Rogue is contesting for sure. A lot of that is big funnel single target on the boss. But the fact that they can let a Shine just burst single target as much as possible here, this is what the Warlock is for. The Warlock is doing way more than the Unholy would do on this pull. The trash is all dead. The boss is at 20%. And yeah, like you mentioned, Tettles, the dots ticking through the shield.
Oh,
that was also pretty nice for them. But getting the boss low enough to let that happen here, it's pretty nice. Of course, the shield does go up, but it dies from the dots. Boss goes down, and that was the advantage they needed to finish them off. I could have sworn he got hit here,
dude.
But maybe that's a little Warlock voodoo magic there.
Good.
Are you sorry?
Okay? I'm like, dude,
You good?
This almost died. No, I'm not okay. Like that guy was
the presence of mind. Dude, the presence of mind as a Warlock main to have a port down because you know you're going to get knocked there, and be able to port and move to dodge that was the difference. If he dies there, Holy Moly takes this map and takes this series. Those extra 15 seconds would have been what they needed. So I really think this is just kind of the difference of just a player flexing into Warlock for the MDI versus a Warlock main getting on that class. Because Wolf Disco's been playing Warlock for years. The guy's an absolute demon on that class. And it pays off for them here. Perplexed have locked up a top 3 finish here. And that's a pretty nice payday, too. They guaranteed themselves $30,000 with the chance to go for more. For this team, that's insane. I'm really happy for them. They've struggled in previous global finals, so it's good to see them have some success once again.
Yeah, phenomenal from them. And I mean, really living up to what I think they wanted to have performed and to have done consistently, especially here in the finals. And of course, Holy Moly will be moving down to the lower bracket, but they are going to be huge contenders for whoever has to face off with them down there. And as we look ahead to Mandatory versus Polish Mountain, Makes, what are you making of this matchup?
Honestly, if any of these series are as good as this one, I think we're in one of the best grand finals ever, and I have high hopes for that. I'm actually so looking forward to all of the other series we have today, with a start as great as this one. And I said it before, Mandatory has had problems in their group weekend. There's a chance that Polish Mountain takes a map off of them.
There's a chance. I mean, Zyronic, you had a bit of a doubtful look on your face there. Do you feel differently?
No, I mean, yeah, Mandatory, they looked like they struggled a little bit, right? But they're a team that ramps. They get better as the weekend goes on. I fully expect them to win this map, but it is a question of whether or not the nerves will get to them. We talked at the start of the day of pressure. They're definitely a team that has a lot of pressure on them. So does Polish Mountain, though. So we'll have to see. It's going to be a good map. It's going to be a good series.
Absolutely. I mean, we've had an incredible start to the day, and things are only going to get more intense as we go. Eliminations on the line, and many of these top contending teams really bringing their all here as they show off and secure their prizes in the global finals. We will be taking a short break so that everybody can catch their breath. You can get your heart rate down to a normal level so we can do it all again here in just a second. Yeah. But take your time. We'll be back in just a few minutes. You definitely don't want to miss the rest of the day, so be sure to be here. We are back, and we are getting set up for Mandatory versus Polish Mountain. So chat, get your predictions in as well. And I mean, oh man, we just had an unbelievable series at the start. I mean, Dratnos, Nagura, were you two watching? Nagura, did you catch any of it?
I caught all of it. I mean, that was incredible. I usually cast the first game, right? I'm almost always casting the first game, just not today. And now I'm very upset that I didn't get to cast this one because it was incredible.
Thank you for your sacrifice.
Yes, thank you. We were all glad we could be there, although I would have been there regardless. But still, it was an amazing one to get to see. And hopefully we'll have just as good of a one here with these two amazing teams, Mandatory and Polish Mountain. And I mean, Dratnos, Polish Mountain kind of came up, they surprised us, right? They're new to the MDI, but they have been so strong. They're coming head to head, though, with one of the strongest teams and reigning champions that we have, Mandatory. So looking at these two, I mean, do you think the Polish Mountain is going to be able to stand up to them?
They are certainly the underdogs in this series, right? Mandatory are defending MDI champions. They're arguably the favorites to win this weekend. They looked good in their group weekend, although not invincible, but very good. And they looked really good yesterday. So I would say Polish Mountain, if they play their absolute best, they can maybe compete with Mandatory here, but it's going to be hard. Mandatory are so good.
Yeah, I mean, and we're going into some footage here now where we can take a look a little bit at some of their plays. I mean, as you look at this, Dratnos, what are some things that stand out to you?
Yeah, so this is some of Mandatory pulling, right? This is some of their, I mean, incredibly fast strategies. Interesting thing in the Stone Vault as well, where they're playing that Unholy Death Knight. I wonder if teams are going to adapt more of the Destro lock in here after we saw that out of Perplexed, but I mean, Mandatory have they've been dominant in the MDI. People think of MDI as something that Echo won for a bunch of years before this is the first MDI they're not playing in. But actually, Mandatory were the team that won the most recent MDI. Even they beat Echo in the finals of that one. So this is our defending MDI champions. They are definitely the favorites in this series. They've looked really good, and they have demonstrated the capacity to adapt to pretty much anything that they need to in a very short amount of time.
Yeah, and I mean, Polish Mountain, they've had a lot to tackle themselves as they've come into this first MDI, but Mandatory is a powerhouse, so they're going to have to really try to climb the biggest mountain yet, honestly. And we've had some of our own predictions, so we'll take a look as these are revealed here in chat. You know, we'll get a little feeler as well on what you all thought, but let's see if we were leaning more towards Mandatory. Oh, yes, okay. Maybe there's a 2-1 that we haven't seen yet. That's makes maybe. Oh yes,
Makes us a believer. All right.
All right. You know, I genuinely did not even remember that Makes had put that on there, but I know that she likes to believe in the underdogs as well. So, you know, I mean, this is going to be, I think, a fierce one, and we'll see what they've banned out. Dawnbreaker for both here, interestingly enough, Zyronic. How do you feel about that ban?
It's not surprising. The 12s definitely are a level of difficulty higher than the other keys, obviously. We've talked about Zaldat's Guile being a problem in that it essentially adds an extra key level on top of the keys, so it's a 13 essentially, instead of the 10s and 11s in the other key. We've already seen Dawnbreaker done. It took 15 minutes, and there were no zero-death runs that we've seen of that so far, so definitely a level of volatility there. But the thing that's really exciting to me is we're getting a run back of the dungeon that Mandatory set the world record for fastest key ever in, except this time it's 3 levels higher. How much do those 3 levels do? It's not going to be 740. Is it going to be sub 10? Is it going to be more like 12 minutes? How fast can they actually go with that much extra health and damage in the key? It's going to be really fun to see. It's almost
50% more health and damage, right? Going up 3 levels and adding Zalatat's Guile, it's slightly less than 50% more health and damage, which is a lot in this dungeon. You do have a lot of effects, right? You have the throw cleavers, those are scaling up too. Of course, your spear is a multiplier in your damage as well, so, and a multiplier on the throw cleaver damage potentially if you line it up perfectly. But I still think, we're looking at maybe 1130 or something. Although, I mean, you could do some really big pulls and do a lot of damage in here.
They're going to have to, and Necrotic Wake is one where we've seen a lot of wipes, but we've also seen some of our world records set this weekend. Now, Polish Mountain, they have a big feat ahead of them to take down the reigning champs Mandatory, but Mandatory, you know, they shouldn't get too comfortable because Polish Mountain has taken down others we never expected them to. This is going to be Mandatory versus Polish Mountain. Nagura, let's see what they do.
All right, let's take a look at how big they're going to be going here at the very start. We do see Blightbone already engaged for both of the teams. Mace team picking up that shield on the left before joining the rest of the team and using all of their cooldowns. Of course, Bloodlust also being used by either of the teams. And look at this. I mean, we talked about the 12 and how maybe they're not going to go as big, but they are, at least here initially, as the boss is melting for both the teams. We again see that Warlock by Mandatory, while Polish Mountain, though, deciding to stick to the more standard comp, picking up that Rogue.
I'm not at all surprised to see the Warlock pick once again. Remember, this is the comp that they ran for that super fast +9 Necrotic Wake, the world record 7-minute 40 key. Keep saying because it's such a ridiculous time, but yeah, it's such a massive AoE engine, and that helps so much in the difficulty of these pulls. Being able to clean out that trash is extremely useful, and it lets people like your Enhanced Shaman just blast single target damage. At the very start of the pull there, you would have thought that the Power Infusion might go to the Unholy DK blasting AoE damage, the Warlock blasting AoE damage, but no, they gave it to the Enhanced Shaman so they could do as much single target damage to this boss as possible. They knew the AoE damage would be dealt with by the other two classes, so they just needed to get through Blightbone quicker, and look at how much time that's gained them on the boss here. Their boss is dead, where Polish Mountain's boss is still at 20%, and they actually have more trash count too, so Mandatory making quick work of this first section of the key. This Gatekeeper is pretty high, but it's going to go down very quickly to a Throw Cleaver there.
Yeah, definitely utilizing that Flash Crafter even in this first area to be able to get that extra damage onto the mobs and onto the bosses as well. Very nicely done by Mandatory. But it took them a little while to finish off that Gatekeeper. So even though they had finished off the boss quite a lot earlier, it still took them a little while to finish up this pull. So I wonder if something didn't go quite as planned there for Mandatory. We'll see. As Polish Mountain now also managed to finish off the boss quite a bit slower than Mandatory. Also 5% less enemy forces as well on their side. So they pulled a little bit less as well. We can see Mode now on Mandatory moving ahead, pulling back those two Marauders to the rest of the pool, to the mini-bosses, and the other Marauder that is there. So another big pull coming up here. We'll see when Mode is leaving. We do know that for the, that 7-minute run, we had Mode already run ahead at this point. This around, not necessarily happening.
Oh, we were thinking the exact same thing. Is like, okay, is Mode gonna leave at half HP on this pull again? Probably not, but I wouldn't be surprised to see him leave any second now. Yeah, he thinks Skylark is fine pretty soon here. The idea is that he wants to run ahead and set up the Amarth pull. In the meantime, though, we have a death for Jura on the side of Polish Mountain. Tankier's dropping low, still has the last resort available, though, so as long as they're able to clean it up here and stabilize, they should be okay. But look at what Mandatory has to do at the end of this pull to make sure Skylark doesn't go down. They've got 3 Marauders still left alive here, just kiting these out. The problem here is that these gruesome cleaves can still go off and could potentially one-shot one of your melee, so they have to be very careful with their positioning. In the meantime, Tankier's has gone down for Polish Mountain. They quickly get the battle res off, but oh no, this is just going to be a full wipe for Polish Mountain. I think Nagura, that was actually a release, that was not a battle res. Oh, this is just more pain for Polish Mountain.
Just a chain of events happening there, with Jura going down to a frontal cleave, then not being able to get the rest up immediately because they don't have a class that has a battle rest. Jura is the DK with the rest, right? Then once they get the rest up, they did have a fear go through, and because of that, we did see the Rogue go down because Necrotic Bolts were not being able to interrupt it. And at that point, the Rogue not having a battle rest for them, having to release, not having enough interrupts, tank going down to Necrotic Bolts going through, just a disaster for them, unfortunately. But Mandatory, on the other hand, they already are on Amarth. 4 minutes into the dungeon on a +12, and they pulled all of this trash here into Amarth already.
There was a very deliberate setup there. They were a lot more concise with how they pulled the boss there. They waited until the trash got all the way around the corner before they worried about tagging the boss. I wonder if there was an overlap with the Skeletal Monstrosity that they were worried about not hitting there. Either way, all of the trash pulled together on top of the boss, and once again, the Unholy DK plus Warlock combo making quick work of not only the trash, but the mobs spawned by the Land of the Dead cast from Amarth, making sure they don't have to worry about any of those corpses exploding from the Final Harvest cast here. And again, the major difficulty of this pull now is to make sure the positioning is good for your melee classes, right? Those gruesome cleaves from the Marauders will quickly one-shot anybody not the tank. Also need to make sure they get the interrupts on the fears as well from those Marauders, and it looks like Mandatory have done it. They've gotten through the difficulty of the pull. Second Land of the Dead now coming out from Amarth, but with nothing else to interrupt now, they should make quick work of this trash pack.
Yeah, definitely looking very good, as they do have another grip coming in on. So one cast actually going through on Mode there. You see how much damage it does on that plus 12 tyrannical key here, as Mandatory is getting lower and lower on the boss, and 79% trash. They're definitely going to have enough to be able to go up to the Necropolis without missing any count. Polish Mountain, on the other hand, they did have to go slower on their side because of that full wipe they had at this point. They have to go a little bit slower, of course, and still they have to catch up so much. The Necrotic Wake is such a volatile dungeon, and I think in total, Mandatory is doing, like, obviously in the Necropolis you have to do more pulls because of the event, but outside of the Necropolis, you do this whole dungeon in 3 pulls.
Yeah. Now, also, we can make some comparisons to that +9 key. At this point in the key, Mandatory was 2 minutes and 30 seconds into the dungeon in the +9. A little bit of a difference on the +12. We're almost 6 minutes in. But still, the execution is there, still sitting on 0 deaths. And as we make our way up to the Necropolis now, they will have the 2-minute cooldowns available quite soon here, which means Maystein should be available to just completely destroy everything in the Necropolis. And they're still going for everything. This is every single mob in the Necropolis. The Infernal's coming out. They should have the 40 stack Spymasters here as well. I expect to see the Warlock ascend.
Yeah, look at that. Every single mob in this Necropolis. This is an absolute crazy pull. We did see defenses being popped preemptively. The PI is also on Maystein here from Mode, as they're just absolutely destroying this pack. As you said, Maystein going up to 18 million DPS almost here, as they pop that disc bubble as well once they're running out of those defensives to be able to survive just the residual damage that is happening throughout here. And that's what a great execute by Mandatory. I mean, that was incredible on a +12.
Just insane. And also look at the little Warlock utility as well. Got the personal porter down from the for the hook from the boss. Got the gateway down to help with cleaver positionings. Just all sorts of utility set up from the Warlock here. Maystein not just doing damage, just making sure the team can do whatever they need for movement as well. The separation assistance, they do this so cleanly as well. The positioning to get them both in on top of each other so you don't have to worry too much about your positionings for the throw cleavers is really nice. And yeah, great execution here from Mandatory. More issues from Polish Mountain, though, as the Rogue goes down right on the pole of the boss. They're going to have to reset the boss, unfortunately. But still, I mean, with no way of getting that Rogue back alive for the next 3 minutes, I wonder if they're just going to have to release. This is still just more issues for them.
Yeah, they did manage to reset the boss. Oh, there we go. The Rogue is going to be releasing. Because, yeah, they have to finish off this Marauder before they can even get the rest out. Looks like Yitte, the Priest, tried to Shadow Meld to get an out-of-combat rest off, but didn't quite manage to drop combat. So we did have to have the Rogue release, unfortunately. But yeah, just issues for Polish Mountains. Now, this is, of course, as we talked about, Polish Mountains. This is like a hard task for them against Mandatory. Mandatory, of course, the number 1 seed from Group B is going to be incredibly hard for Polish Mountains here. And they're also, like, this is the first time that they're competing in the MDI as well. So being able to make it to the global final here as a 2nd seed, no less, is absolutely incredible. But yeah, Mandatory, a little bit on another level. So Polish Mountain does have to maybe, for the 2nd dungeon, unless Mandatory has some major mistakes here, has to put it together, have to get their head back into the game. Of course, these deaths cannot affect them for the rest of this run and also for the next runs as well. And we'll see if they manage to stay cool.
Well, there's also, you know, there's thoughts about potential ideas whether or not Polish Mountain even plan to practice for this series, because they had a similar story in their group stage, right? In Group A, Polish Mountain lost in the first round, and then they made an entire run of the bracket through the lower round, through the lower side of the bracket, all the way into the grand finals. So they could potentially have been looking at this matchup against Mandatory and thought, well, our chances of winning this are significantly lower than they would be against most other teams in the bracket. Maybe we should spend our time practicing for those as well. You know, obviously, we're just, you know, spitballing right now, but this is definitely a team that's been known to rise to the occasion, right? They took out Miscount in a series that I think every single one of us casters plus chat predicted that Miscount would win. They're definitely able to raise their level if they need to. So even though it looks like they're going to be losing in this first map, the series is not over yet.
Yeah, I do wonder one thing as well. As we were talking about Polish Mountain, Mandatory did finish off that last trash pack that then spawned the boss. And they were already on 99.4%, I believe, of their enemy forces as they were finishing off this last patchwork mob, which means it definitely went a little bit over count, and they still have this Flashcrafter there as well. Now, we did see in the past that sometimes teams ended up just never killing the Fleshcrafter, because if you have to finish it off, then you have to release it at the end, you have to kill it off, you might lose out on one of the cleavers for the boss damage, right? So some teams decide to do 100% enemy forces without the Fleshcrafter, but Mandatory didn't do that, if I remember correctly, on their fastest run. So I wonder if they maybe actually did pull something on accident at the very start of the dungeon, as I was talking about, because it took them so long to finish off this trash after the boss was already dead.
Yep, that's definitely the case. It could be. They could definitely potentially pulled extra trash as well. They also did say in their pre-match survey that Necrotic Wake was probably their hardest, most difficult dungeon for them to do consistently. So it might also just be a case of this is not a great dungeon for them, and the fact that it's the one dungeon that's unbannable in this series is just really unlucky for them. Remains to be said. Mandatory, though, now on to Nalthor the Rhymebiter, the final boss of the dungeon. They have their count, like you've mentioned, which means they can just keep the Fleshcrafter imprisoned off in the corner and only break it out for the throw cleavers. This boss is not long for this world. The Bloodlust has popped. The cooldowns are available. Mode is doing a ridiculous amount of damage. What is going on?
Was it just... Did he throw a spear? But... Oh, what is Mode doing? That's absolutely...
Is that just a spear?
Insane. Maybe? It's probably a spear, right?
Can you mind control cast the throw cleaver too? Okay, if it's that makes a little more sense. Maybe he just wants to show off for the broadcast. You could do it either way. Still, Nalthor going down incredibly quickly from Mandatory. Yeah, you're right. Sub 10% now. This is going to be a sub 12 key. This is insane for Mandatory. A zero-death dungeon, showing us that, you know, they might be a team that's had some issues, but they are the defending MDI champions, and they're starting their campaign to get to the upper finals here very convincingly.
Mandatory want to hold on to that crown, and they are absolutely putting down the runs to do so. This first map will go to Mandatory, and I mean, this was a really good Necrotic Wake. Honestly, even over on the side of Polish Mountain, we have to give them some props, because this was the first plus 12, or this weekend was the first time we got to see plus 12s added into the mix, and this Necrotic Wake was one that I think a lot of teams were worried about. But as we looked at this, the difference between, you know, the plus 9s we'd seen versus this one, I mean, Zyronic, how do you feel the two teams handled the plus 12 as they went through it?
Well, Mandatory obviously had the good bones in a run of Necrotic Wake, and all they had to do was scale it up. They still went for pretty much the exact same pulls in the plus 9. They were just a little bit more meticulous about it, making sure the setup was perfect rather than just kind of letting everything trickle in like they did in the 9. And everything worked out great for them. The cooldown lineups were pretty nice for the 12 as well. The fact that they had their 2 minutes available for the Necropolis pull was pretty nice. And again, I mean, in these 12s, we talked about this yesterday, these 12s add an extra level of difficulty past what most MDI keys, even in the past, have been. And if you're able to keep your deaths extremely low, that's all you need to make these keys go well.
Dratnos, take us into your perspective on the analyst desk.
Yeah, so, I mean, this is the Mandatory Necrotic Wake execution show, right? They just did such a great job. They had 0 deaths in this run. We saw, again, this Warlock being used in here, which I think is a really phenomenal choice. It scales up really nicely into that higher level key. As Zyro has been mentioning, you know, you have that Spymaster's Web trinket that in a 12-minute dungeon, you have a much higher percentage of that dungeon at full stacks, or you got another good use, versus in, say, an 8-minute dungeon. So that is a nice thing. One interesting thing about Mandatory's route that I thought was a kind of a cool change is they actually got to 100% count without needing to kill that Fleshcrafter at the very end. They just had it still MC. They didn't need it for count at the end of the dungeon, which is kind of cool. I wonder what I was trying to look and see what extra got pulled to make that happen. Of course, the thing on the side of Polish Mountain, right? We had deaths in this area. This is a very dangerous area for your tank. You have a DPS player die, so probably kicks get missed then as you're landing the res. And then extra necrotic bolts are going off. Those necrotic bolts are extremely lethal. They do a bunch of damage, and they leave a nasty healing absorb. Vengeance Demon Hunters in particular, they're going to die very quickly if you get a bunch of those on them, because they're taking a bunch of damage, and then when they try to self-heal it, they just self-heal into that healing absorb. So it's an understandable way for that pull to go bad. I think for Polish Mountain, this dungeon has looked shaky for them before. They actually beat, I believe it was missed count in this dungeon, but they had a run that was quite sketchy. It was just miscounts was worse. I think this is definitely some of the most favorable terrain you can have for mandatory as far as our 8 maps go. So I would say that, Polish Mountain's certainly not out of this series just yet. The other maps in the series probably aren't going to be quite as bad for them, just in terms of like how good the fundamentals were for this map for mandatory. But of course, mandatory definitely, they showed us in that map why they are the dominant favorite of potentially our whole tournament and definitely this series.
Yeah, I mean, even at this plus 12, like you said, it barely slowed them down. Those same strats executing it so well and having that deathless run, it just beautiful from them. And Polish Mountain, they still have a chance to come back here. We have the Siege of Borealis, which is one that has had a little bit of volatility in the past for other teams. But, Zyronic, looking at this, what do you think the Borealis is going to throw at them?
So, take this information with a grain of salt, but I went back and looked at some information from our Group A and Group B coverage, and I'm looking at the dungeon runs from both of these teams in Siege of Borealis. Polish Mountain in Group A had a plus 9 Siege of Borealis, in which they completed it in 11 minutes and 26 seconds. That was a 3-death run, excuse me. Mandatory, on the other hand, in Group B, they did a plus 11 in 11 minutes and 40 seconds. So it's a pretty stark difference. Now, that being said, there's been plenty of weeks since between then and now. Plenty of time to practice the dungeons, plenty of time to update your strategies with what we saw from the two groups. And, this is certainly a lot better of a dungeon for Polish Mountain than going up against what I would consider to be Mandatory's best dungeon in the Necrotic Wake. So if there's ever a time to come back, Siege of Borealis is a good place to do it.
This has to be the one. I mean, otherwise they're going to be heading down to the lower bracket, and while many of us predicted that might be the case, we love to be proven wrong. Honestly, it's great. It's a good time. And I mean, Nagura, Polish Mountain, right? So they've got Borealis on the table, right? How do you think that they can try to make this something that would secure a victory? Are they going to be banking on mistakes, or is there something you think that they could sort of tailor their strat to get more success in this dungeon?
Well, the good news for them, I guess, is that they saw Perplexed play this dungeon yesterday, and they declared in 12 minutes and 26, so that's a really clean run. And that means that Polish Mountain, whatever their strategy was before, they could have looked at Perplexed and be like, okay, we have a similar time, we have a faster time, we can, copy maybe some things that Perplexed was doing. Now, the bad news for them is Mandatory also saw what Perplexed was doing. So that's not necessarily a positive thing only for them, so we'll see.
That's true. I mean, Borealis is an interesting one. I mean, Dratnos, with this particular dungeon, what do you think have been some of the biggest challenges for groups in tackling it?
Yeah, I mean, Siege of Borealis is an interesting one because so much of the dungeon as well is how quickly you can kind of move through the dungeon, how you're going to start the dungeon. It's a lot of it, you look at these pulls and you can look at the damage number on a pull, but if you can group the pull 5 seconds faster, or if you can skip that pull and then move through the dungeon a little bit more quickly instead, those are the sorts of things we've seen, I think, make the most, or make a huge difference in this dungeon in particular, because of just how much movement time there is in there. Now that becomes a little bit less true as we're in this plus 11 key level compared to, say, the plus 9 that Polish Mountain had in their group stage. So that's going to be a little bit of a different texture than what they were used to, what they played in that dungeon. But I think that is still true for Siege in particular, is that you want a route that is optimized for not spending a lot of time out of combat and doing as much movement while you're fighting stuff as possible, ending boss fights towards the edge of the room so that you can be already going to the next pack. These little things, they save 5 seconds here or there. They don't show up on the damage meter, but I think they're a huge thing for this map in particular.
Yeah, I mean, we even saw Perplexed doing that with great success earlier, right? That pre-positioning out of the boss arenas and everything else, really just trying to shave down every second. So I think that keeping a good kind of focus on that, especially in a dungeon like this where you have a lot of ground to cover, is something that these teams need to figure out and have been refining over the course of this Mythic Dungeon International. It does look like we're going to be heading into it. So Mandatory here, reigning champs. They're sitting comfortable, but Polish Mountain have a lot to prove. Let's hop into it here, Nagura.
All right, let's take a look how those teams are going to be doing on that first pool. The first pool here, one of the most volatile in this dungeon, as they're pulling almost everything from this first trash area here into the first boss. We've seen lots of things go wrong here. Tanks going down as Skylark already jumps really low on that gather there at the very start. We'll see if he can recover here on that pool. Polish Mountain actually engaging the boss a little bit earlier, as Bloodless is now rolling for both teams.
Big thing to look at here. Positioning of the Iron Tires Raiders. Everyone's going to get pulled in from those with that Iron Hook ability. The boss is also going to be spawning bombs in the meantime. If you get hooked into one of those bombs, you could instantly go down. We saw that happen to a Shine yesterday, I believe, for Perplexed. Looks like no early deaths from the team yesterday, and Mandatory get a fantastic bomb positioning. Polish Mountain as well, instantly stunning Chopper Red Hook, making him take increased damage, pulling everyone in after the fact. But look at the boss damage from Mandatory. They really maximized their cooldown usage on the boss, and they've already got most of their trash dead. Polish Mountain not far behind, though, as they've got most of their trash dead as well. But look at how far both of the teams have to go to get to their second bomb. I actually don't think they're going to be able to get to a third bomb. They need to kill off the boss in this damage amp here for both of the teams. Mandatory doing a good job. They've got Chopper Red Hook sub 10%. But I'm not sure they're going to be able to finish it off before this third bomb. Someone's probably going to have to go sacrifice themselves on that bomb. Mode's in position.
It looks like
they'll kill it off. Ooh, that was close.
Not sure if Polish Mountain can do it on their side, though, as we can see. I think somebody already has gotten that bomb detonated. So, yeah, Polish Mountain, unfortunately not getting as much boss damage in as Mandatory does. Now, we do have a little bit of difference in comp here, as Polish Mountain is sticking to that Disc Priest still that we've seen in Necrotic Wake as well, while Mandatory is going back to that Raster Druid, like we've seen from most teams here in this Siege of Rallis. Interesting choice here to stick to the Disc Priest.
Yeah, and look at the pull here from Mandatory, and I think we're going to see Polish Mountain doing it as well. As they gather up this pull, the healer actually runs ahead and tries to tag that spotter as early as possible so they can get it into this trash pack and AoE it all down as one pack. This is one of the reasons our Siege of Rallis yesterday had such a stark differential. Unfortunately, Tankiers has gone down while Yete went off to pull that trash pack. Mode goes down for Mandatory as well, so both teams trading off deaths. The battle res does come out for Polish Mountain. Our Mandatory going to use theirs, but in the meantime, with the tank down, it has cost all three of their melee players their lives.
Yeah, this is a disaster for Polish Mountain, as the tank death just causing a chain reaction again for Polish Mountain. This is exactly what happened to them in the Necrotic Wake earlier, as Yete does go down to another ambush here. Same thing that happened to Mode earlier, having that Azerite debuff and top of an ambush in combination, just finishing off both the healers, as Polish Mountain loses their Shaman again, just chain dying at this moment to the mobs, to not being able to gather up the rest of the group, right? We just have people coming back, walking back in, releasing. At this point, it's only Tankiers alive, and he goes down too, and now they're still in combat, as they almost managed to get to the tank before he went down, but didn't quite manage to, and now they're ramping up 10 deaths on Polish Mountain side. It's just a disaster for them.
10 deaths. That's 2.5 minutes of death timers. They are going to need Mandatory to have a catastrophic wipe. They need Mandatory to get like 3/4 into a trash pull or a boss and wipe. That is the only thing Polish Mountain can hope for. Mandatory, though, have dealt with the second most difficult pull of the dungeon. A ton of trash on top of Dread Captain Lockwood. All they have left is just the Commander and one Cannoneer. And now those have gone down. It's just the spotter left alive, and they're using that for funnel to get more single target damage out on the boss. And look at this, they've got the curse blades off on the side that they can also choose to pull in if Hopeful wants to get a little bit of extra funnel damage. And there they go. This is just a little bit of extra free single target cleave for that rogue. And he's going to love that. Look at Hopeful just topping the meters, showing why Assassination Rogue is really, really strong in the meta right now. Able to really take advantage of those extra targets to gain funnel single target damage.
Yeah, very well executed here by Mandatory. I mean, they did have this one mistake on the death on Mode earlier, and I wonder why they didn't actually use the battle rest. So either they think they do something super scary later on, and they need a battle rest for safety there, or they were just thinking, you know what, we can rest afterwards. Not really sure what happened there, as Polish Mountain did have, unfortunately, another tank death on their side. Just mistakes after mistakes for them at this point. I mean, at this point, if you lose so many players, if you ramp up 12 deaths, all of your whole strategy for this dungeon is going to be out of whack, right? They don't have the cooldowns that they want anymore for each pull. They don't have other things. Maybe even don't have the count or different kind of amounts of count that they need at this point. So Polish Mountain does have to reset, has to get back into this game, because of course they still have a chance of winning if Mandatory has major mistakes on their side, which we'll might see if they do some crazy pulls coming up here in this area.
And they are going for a crazy pull. Look at the damage numbers. Every single one of those crushing slams from a Demolisher doing at least half of every single player's HP. Unavoidable damage. You can line aside it, but they're a melee comp. They don't really want to line aside it. Stove also just eats the Fearcast. No big deal, not on the cooldowns just yet. There's the Ascendants. They get a third Demolisher in as well. This could be an issue for them to deal with, but it looks like they should be okay. Mode does have that Heart of the Wild popped. Very lucky timing on the Devour affix spawn as well, able to quickly dispel all of those so those healing absorbs aren't an issue, and Mode can keep everyone topped. But look at the trash pack. It's just already dead. The burst damage from the 2-minute cooldowns just shreds through everything, and Mandatory make a difficult pull look quite easy.
Yeah, that actually looked incredibly nice for Mandatory. They're going to be gathering up another big pool, though. As they're pulling 2 packs together, there's going to be so many casters they have to deal with. And again, an insane amount of bananas they have to dodge. They do still have the affix buff, which is going to be helping them out to be able to finish off this pool here. Polish Mountain did now manage to get to Captain Lockwood in the meantime, so they did manage to get there. I think they have now recovered. They can continue their strategy and move on from here, hopefully without any more mistakes. Obviously, it's going to be incredibly hard to catch up to Mandatory unless they have some major mistakes on their side. But I'm not sure if that's going to happen because Mandatory has been looking so good, except this one death on Mode earlier. We do see the Shroud coming through, skipping those snipers because, of course, those mobs are incredibly difficult to deal with, and we haven't seen a single team pull them just yet in that MDI. And now we'll see if they engage the boss with this trash, because that's something we've been talking about, right? Is any of the teams going to be able to pull Dark Fathom onto this trash pack? Looks like Mandatory is not going to be risking it, knowing that they're so far ahead at this point as well.
It's also a question of whether or not they're waiting for something, right? They pulled this trash with 40 seconds left on their 2-minute cooldowns. When we watched Perplex yesterday, they only had like 20 seconds left on their cooldowns, and the second those were available, they tagged everything else and pulled it in. Perplex also pulled a lot more trash in their initial pull, though. Looks like Mandatory have opted to just play it a little bit safe and imprison one of the wave shapers off on the side so they don't have to worry about an extra interrupt. They can just make sure they keep their interrupts on the bolstering shouts from the commanders. But with that trash dead, all they have to do is just tag in Hadal in here. They have one trash pack on the side that they're going to need to pull in to get the rest of their trash count. You can see they're still on 94.3%, and I don't think this one wave shaper is going to be enough. The 2-minute cooldowns are active, though, so what are we going to do about that extra trash count? I think we're going to be getting that extra trash in just a bit here.
Yeah, I think so as well. That's going to be pulled in just a moment. Maybe they're just waiting for the wave dodge coming in here.
Yeah, that makes
first.
sense.
Yeah, so the waves are coming in. They are moving closer to the trash. It looks like Skylark might be engaging that trash in just a moment as the AoE is coming through as well. And yeah, this boss doing a lot of damage to their group, though. I mean... maybe they're also just playing it safe. We do see an Imprison come through, so okay, yeah, I think they are approaching that trash in just a moment.
Dude, it's kind of like they're waiting for an opening potentially to go for it, but then things keep happening, right? They have the Breakwater doing AoE damage, and they had the Crushing Slam pointing directly at the trash pack, making it harder to tag the trash. Then they had a Devour affix spawn, then there was another Breakwater, and then it's like, well... The other team has 13 deaths. Maybe we should just play it safe. There's no reason to risk anything. Let's get the win here. Let's lock in a top 3 position. Let's lock in $30,000. Let's make sure we don't do anything stupid here. And I like that play. That is a veteran move from a veteran team from Mandatory. They know they don't have to go for it. You love to see teams just thinking in the moment about what the best thing for them is. Not just necessarily the fastest thing, but the thing that gives them the best chance to win the series. We are finally on top of the trash now.
What if this was planned? What if they won? Because there's gonna... So as soon as this boss dies, there's RP before the door opens, right?
Oh, that's true.
Maybe they want to be able to fight this trash while the RP is happening, right? So maybe this is their planned strategy to be able to stack up their resources, keep their stacks, right? I think that would make sense.
Also, the other thing as well is the way the Xalatath bargain affixes actually work is they work off of time in combat, right? So theoretically, if you are, 30 seconds away from the first potential spawn of an affix, and then you want to stay in combat during the RP to give yourself a chance of proccing it earlier on in the boss, that's something else you could do in practice. Now, it didn't work out for them here. They got the Devour proc during the trash. But they're actually getting some of that crit buff in here on the pull on the boss, and there are a couple of 2-minute cooldowns they could pop to take advantage of it. Stove is going to get most of his Ascendants inside that bargain buff as well, so it's going to be really good for the enhanced shaman damage here.
Yeah, definitely looking very strong. They do have their Bloodlust coming up in just a moment. We've seen some teams, notably Perplexed actually, that has the fastest time so far, in this global final here with that 12 minute and 26 clear on their side, and Perplexed did use it on that second platform, so we'll see what Mandatory is going to be using their last on. It does make sense on the second platform in my opinion, depending on cooldown usages for them as well, and maybe also when the affix is going to come up. But there we go, they are done with that first platform. We do see Stove very likely again move to that gripping tentacle, while the rest of the team is sticking to that demo.
Certainly our first platform dealt with here.
Oh, never mind.
We're good to go, yeah. I mean, just taking it easy. Another Devour Affix spawn going to help them out on this platform. Really nice to get that here. It's just going to be the Death Mark from Hopeful to deal with this set of tentacles. They do have the Bloodlust available. I wonder when they're going to be planning on popping that. Since it's not popped now, I'm assuming they're just going to save it for the last platform. But something that we can start to do here, actually, is we can compare, you know, do a little bit of preview of our next round, because it was actually... We did see Perplexed do a Siege of Borealis yesterday. Their overall time in this key was a 12:26 with 1 death. Can Mandatory come close? Can they compete? Can they go faster? They'd have to deal with this last platform in the next 30 seconds or so. Can they get it done with the 2-minute burst from the Enhanced Shaman with the Bloodlust? They early popped the Bloodlust, and they're going to be going for it. Just how quickly can you deal with this platform, Mandatory?
Yeah, we'll see. Can they? Are they able to beat Perplexed time? Bloodlust already running. They do need to finish off that demo, and they're gripping. So I think it's not going to be quite as fast as Perplexed, actually. Now, we don't not necessarily know if Mandatory could have went faster, considering that they, of course, knew how far ahead they were against Polish Mountain here. So maybe they would have pulled the boss a bit faster otherwise. But all of a sudden, that demo is dying super quick. You do see Mold also using that Convoke onto that gripping tentacle as well. So it's going to die very soon. But yeah, 12:29. That's
going to be another 10
beat,
seconds or so for the cannon.
Quite managed to do so, yes.
Yeah. Either way, it is going to be Mandatory securing the Series 2-0 and giving themselves a guaranteed top 3 position, putting them up against Perplexed tomorrow, setting us up for that matchup. Polish Mountain will be heading down to the lower bracket, where we'll see them once again later today, fighting for their lives to stay alive.
Congratulations to Mandatory, again reigning supreme. They had clean, good runs, even minus that little death there in that one, and really showed again that they have such good strategies and such good throughput. But, you know, Polish Mountain, they were up against a real competitor this time around. And while things didn't go as well as they'd hoped, they will have another chance. And, you know, we talked a bit about the pressure of finals affecting players, and I can only imagine it may have been that, especially for newcomers like Polish Mountain. But here in this one, I mean, Nagura, looking back on this matchup, I mean, Mandatory, were they playing up to what you kind of consider to be their peak?
I mean, they obviously played really well, but I do think that there's a possibility that they can do this dungeon a little bit faster, right? Obviously, the new Polish Mountain had issues at the very early in the dungeon, so it's possible that Mandatory went a little bit slower. I don't necessarily think they can do this dungeon like 2 minutes faster, right? But, you know, maybe waiting for a cooldown here and there, moving a little bit slower, engaging the boss a little bit later into a trash bag, stuff like that is something that I think that maybe they have done, and that they maybe could have been a little bit faster.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see them really push this in like a matchup like that opening series we saw, right? Where they're really trying to risk it and see if they can get every second. So, you know, we'll still keep an eye on that in the future. But I think we also will have a perspective here from Dratnos, if you want to take us into your replays.
Yeah, so, I mean, of course, Mandatory, like Nagura was saying, they looked really good in here. Not perfect, right? We did have that 1 death coming out from them, but pretty good. The comparison with Perplexed, I think, is maybe a little bit worrying for Mandatory, because it does seem like they are maybe a hair slower, but it is very close. I mean, when we do get that series tomorrow between these two teams, I think it's going to be extremely close, extremely exciting. But yeah, I mean, the Iron Ambush from the Shredder, a common cause of death in this area, a bit of a very dangerous way. In this pool, in this area in particular, you can get 100-0'd very quickly if you're not careful. So they made the interesting decision to out-of-combat res there as well, preserving their B-res and a little bit more kind of safety. And then, yeah, for Polish Mountain here, I mean, this is the area where you could just see, right, these 15 seconds per death. Something that you used to be able to kind of do if you had a pull start going wrong is you just kind of release Spirit, run back, and you win eventually. and you've lost, 6 deaths or whatever. That's 30 seconds of death timer. Now 6 deaths is a minute 30 seconds of death timer. So doing this sort of thing where you don't reset the pull, you release, you run back, you die again. I mean, it is absolutely devastating. It's something that I think there's a little bit of a muscle memory relearn that, I mean, the thing is you always think, okay, this will be the last one. I'll just release, I'll run back in, nobody's going to die again. But then you end up putting 10 more deaths into that pack, and it's so brutal. I mean, it didn't end up mattering, right? Polish Mountain, with the run that Mandatory put together, they couldn't afford even a single death, even a single mistake, to be able to stay competitive with it. So as soon as that pull went wrong, it kind of didn't matter how much more wrong they let it go. But I think it's a useful lesson that we can all learn from for our keys is, when something starts going wrong with this Challenger's Peril affix, you really don't want to allow it to take more than 5 deaths off your party. It's so brutal to lose all that extra time.
Yeah, and you hate to see it, especially when Polish Mountain, at their best, we've seen them take down missed count in that huge upset. We've seen them have those clean, good runs. So when they just start piling on like that, it is a mountain that you cannot scale, right? It's just so much time that unless your competitor also has such a huge wipe, you're probably just not going to be able to make it. But they are not out of the running yet. Like we've been saying, they have been knocked down to the lower bracket. And while Mandatory will continue on and face Perplexed, Polish Mountain will be waiting to see through the matches we'll have today who they're going to be facing. But we will, coming up next, have our series Ducks Can Fly versus Worms, which is ironic. This is an interesting one because Worms, of course, is one of our Chinese region teams. But, Ducks Can Fly, they've been making steady progress. What do you think about these two going head-to-head?
Of the 2 Chinese teams that we've seen, Worms did look quite good. Obviously, they played Holy Moly, who has been a team that is looking fantastic this weekend. But I think Worms has a chance to potentially make a run in the lower bracket here. I think their cap, they could definitely be a top 4 team. But there is a big problem. And I think it's that Ducks eat Worms? So I'm going to go with Ducks Can Fly winning this series.
Point.
Yeah, you know what? I had thought of it from that perspective, but yeah, honestly. All right. Well, we'll have to see if Ducks are going to have a feast after the break, but before that, we're going to have a quick game here for all of us to play. So, chat, you can get in on this too, but I think it's Zyro's personal favorite. Whose spell is it anyways?
Ooh.
We're going to be...
Yes.
Woo! We're going to try to decipher the spell based only on the information available from this tooltip. So we've had some fake outs, we've had some, questionable spaces, but we've had a lot of good guesses, and this can be from any abilities, talents, or items in the dungeon. So let's see what this one has in store. Spell power.
Okay. So it's a surge of some kind of energy, and it does a lot of damage, right? 489.6% of spell power is a lot of damage.
Is this just Arcane Surge?
Arcane Surge?
Oh, that would be the simplest.
Arcane Surge does a thing where it expends all your mana, and it gives you increased mana regen for a while.
Yeah, that's
true. I don't think there's enough blurred out text for it to be that.
Could it be Star
what's the energy?
Surge?
Like search of what energy?
Something energy.
Arcane,
Probably
nature.
some type of energy.
Yeah.
It looks like it could be nature. It's long enough.
What's the
They
10
only
up at
gave
the top
us
for?
the 10, which means it uses
It was
either
a
10
10
of something or 100% of something.
Yeah.
It could be yards?
Vivify, Wellspring, Healing Surge, Surge of Light, Star Surge.
Oh.
Okay.
How much Astral Power does a Star Surge cost?
It's like 30,
around
right? Or 40?
It's definitely not 10.
So it's not 10. The problem is all of those other abilities are healing buttons,
heals.
and I don't know any of those.
The problem with
So-
heal would be the text would be longer, no? If it sort of...
Well, maybe.
Well, it could be like 10,000 mana for
It could be.
up there for one of these things. I'm kind of leaning
gonna
towards
go Healing
Wellspring.
Yeah, maybe.
Okay.
But it does have
I
Surge.
like Healing Surge. I see
Yeah.
Surge, I see Surge. It's 1-to-1.
Yeah, I'm gonna go Healing Surge.
I feel like it needs to be a simple spell, right? So
Yeah.
Healing Surge?
I'm going to
Sounds
stick
good
with
to me.
Wellspring. I think the coefficient on this is too big for Healing Surge.
Okay.
Yeah, okay,
I think it's Healing
maybe.
Surge.
That's a big coefficient. Yeah.
Final guess.
I'm
Final
locking
guess.
in a personal.
I'm locking in Wellspring, YOLO.
Okay, all right. I'm with Zyra. I'm going Healing Surge. Figura?
I'm going Surge of Light.
Surge of Light.
I think we've covered all the bases.
Oh.
We're gonna look really
Okay.
silly if it's Vivify or Star Surge.
Yeah.
Surge.
No. Okay, let's see.
Okay.
Oh,
Healing
nice.
Surge.
Okay.
Nicely
Okay,
done.
okay. Now we'll take a look
It's
at
a
the
10%
icon.
base mana. Mm.
Oh.
10% of base mana. Oh.
Okay. All right, icons. Let's see.
Good.
It's one of the
Okay,
right
so-
two.
It's not B.
Yeah.
Yeah, B is not it. I like on B that you can literally see like where some of the yellow glow was around the finger.
Dude, this is one of those things where it's like, if you've never actually like zoomed in and looked at the icon, you probably would have never known that Healing Surge was like a hand holding.
I didn't know.
A little spell
I
like
absolutely
that?
did not know.
So,
I thought it was like an egg or something. I don't know why.
what is the
Healing
difference here between
egg.
C and D? It's like that middle finger is looking a little different. It's like greener
left
in C.
finger
It's the radiance, yeah. It's like the
Left-
light, I think.
left
is
finger's
dimmer.
Yeah, the light,
darker.
the shadow. I'm gonna go with C.
Wait, what is the difference between
I think
A,
I'm
B,
going
and
with-
C? They're all the same. No. C is a little darker green. What is the difference between
I
A,
think
B,
I'm going
and
with-
C? They're all the same. No. C is a little darker green. I'm blocking out B right now. You can't see it.
Zara, I
has
think
the,
you might,
like,
you might have some color differentiation issues there.
I might. Yeah, okay.
I've
there's
got
a
good
little
news for you.
difference.
WoW has great colorblind settings now.
So I think they're trying to trick us here because D, B, and A are the same on the hand, right?
Yeah.
Well, there's a bit of extra
and only
highlight.
C is different.
C is a little darker green.
So I think
C
I'm going
looks
with
better.
C.
C looks
Yeah,
better,
I'm
so
going
I'm
with
going to
C.
go with C, and if it's not C, they should change it to...
Yeah, C
I
looks
agree,
better.
Actually, I agree.
So I'm gonna go with D. Because these
Okay.
are really
I'm
old
doing D
icons.
too.
They're like 20 years old. There's no way it looks that
That's
good.
Ooh, that is a good comm.
I was also thinking D because of that, but I'm still going with C.
I'm locking in C.
All right, D for me.
What is it gonna be?
It's not A. It's not B.
Oh wow.
Ah!
C.
Zyra, you and I, we were on it.
All right.
Well done. All right, everybody, chat. Hopefully you were also there with us. But we are going to be leaving you for just a little bit. We'll be back very soon, and we will have our next matchup with Ducks Can Fly and Worms. Until then, you know, watch the ads, have a little chill sesh, play a little game of something in between, and we'll be back in just a few minutes. We are back, and our next matchup is not actually a nature documentary, although it does feature two teams that are various aspects of nature, ducks and worms. I mean, it's going to be an interesting one here with these two. I think, while maybe not our forerunners, we have had a lot of interesting moments with them both, and of course, the Chinese team's coming back in. So, chat, get your predictions in, who you think is going to take this one, and we'll talk a little bit in the meanwhile about what we have sort of seen from both of these teams over the MDI so far. Now, Nagura, Ducks, in the past, you've encouraged them in, shall we say, a sort of critical way to do better. And you know them. And do you feel like this MDI, they have done just that? Have they done better?
Yeah, so there's a slight danger that I'm gonna be jinxing them now, but I do want to talk them up a little bit here, because as you mentioned, I was being critical and about their performance in the past, but they've been competing for so long now, and they performed so well in the group stage, and also yesterday as well. When they played against Perplexed, they, in my opinion, did incredibly well. Perplexed, of course, a little bit faster than them, but even so, they were so close behind Perplexed, in my opinion. They had such good strategies as well coming in. They barely had any mistakes as well on their side. We did see a few deaths here and there, but outside of that, they did do a good job. So Luca here as well, accidentally pulling the trash, being able to immediately Shadow Melt off the aggro there, really well done. I do think that they have the potential to go really far in this global final, and I mean, I think this is going to be a 2-0. I fully believe in the Ducks here. I'm not jinxing. I just think they got it.
I mean, honestly, I believe too. I love seeing Ducks. I've loved seeing their steady progress, how they've improved, how they haven't given up. And it's really shown how all that hard work has been paying off for them, which is amazing. And, on the other side, we have Worms, which is a team that many of us got introduced to here with the CN and the rebroadcast that we had. And Tettles, you had the pleasure of kind of watching and commentating through that. So, Worms, top contender from CN, but it seems like in some areas maybe their execution hasn't quite lined up. What have you been feeling about Worms?
I think that they're fast, but I think their composition is maybe the biggest downside of Worms just in general. But I do think they're a team that is faster than Ducks Can Fly. For Ducks Can Fly, and here's my pitch for Worms. This is a team that probably shouldn't even be in the global finals. They probably should have lost to no title in Group B, but they were very, very carefully able to squeak that out. Ducks Can Fly has been going with this slow and steady wins the race approach, where Worms, I think, has just noticeably faster strats, but they end up running a composition that I think is slightly worse on a dungeon-to-dungeon basis whenever they're playing this augmentation Evoker and Destro Warlock. I actually think that Worms is a team that probably shouldn't be overlooked, but I think that a lot of people and a lot of teams are overlooking them. But I think that this is a team that absolutely can be able to win and match up very well versus Ducks Can Fly in this series.
One thing that I'm really worried about for Worms, though, is the consistency. They have had so many runs that have gone into the double-digit death counters compared to Ducks that, I mean, if that happens down here in the lower bracket, you don't get any more, you're out of the tournament, right?
I'll concede that. That is just true. But, I think I see the path to victory here. I don't think it's as clear-cut as Ducks Can Fly are just going to win this.
Yeah, I think if the best runs from Ducks and Worms come up against each other, Worms are going to win, but Worms' average run is a lot sketchier than Ducks'. Ducks are a lot cleaner in more of their runs.
Worms didn't drop a map during the China finals, though.
That's true, but that was only because their scuffed runs ran up against even scuffeder runs from their competition.
It's been so interesting seeing how the two regions kind of line up and the different strategies or comps that have been maybe favored with CN versus the Western teams. But, we've gotten a little taste of both the teams here in the maps. And Grim Batal is one that we have seen go either very right or very wrong for a lot of teams. So, Nagura, as they kind of look at starting this out here, Ducks Can Fly and Worms and Grim Batal, do you think that one team or the other has more of an advantage on this map?
All right, so we did see Grim Batal already from Ducks Can Fly, as they did lose to Perplexed. They had 0 deaths though, so they did do a really clean run. And they had the time to maybe improve their route from yesterday to today, seeing at what Perplexed was doing, seeing at what kind of things they could have improved there. Now the problem is Perplexed also played a completely different comp with the Warlocks. I don't think necessarily that they adapted to that, but I do think that they can they could have looked at other teams and maybe adjusted something. Now, of course, Worms could have done the same thing, or Worms could have had like a strategy already coming into the tournament that is faster than anything that what we've seen so far. So I do think I wouldn't give any advantage to either of the teams here. I think both teams could have disasters in this dungeon because this is a very volatile dungeon. But I do think that both teams could also have improved their runs from yesterday.
What did you think about the Ducks Grim Battle yesterday?
I think it was good. Like, I definitely think it was good. It clearly wasn't as fast as PERPLEXED's run or Mandatory, but I do think it was very clean.
Yeah, I mean, it seemed to show clear improvement even from previous Grim Battles that we'd seen them in, right? Where they really seemed to have kind of honed in on some of the areas that gave them trouble with some of those big, halls with the ads and other things too. So they definitely, I think, did well. And we'll look down below and see how our predictions have been leading us as we look at this matchup between Ducks Can Fly and Worms. Oh. We've got some Ducks believer. Oh, okay. Well, still believing in the Ducks. Okay. Tuttles, why'd you give one to Worms there?
Oh, I mean, I think their best run, like Drano said earlier, I think their best run is better than Duck's best run, but I think that the consistency is a little bit lower than I would have hoped. So I think it's one of the situations that they'll probably in like a few maps at least be able to squeak one out and get one map victory. But I worry that the consistency is a little bit too low to be able to predict them to actually win the series. But I do think they could get one map.
Okay, all right.
I just feel like Grim Battle is such a good spot for Ducks because Grim Battle is that is a dungeon all about not wiping, not dying. Yeah. And I think that it's one that Ducks are much more likely to be able to avoid that than Worms, in my opinion.
I mean, I think there's a couple of huge fail points in the Grim Battle. It's like, there's like the dragon riding scenario. I think that you can actually mess that up if you have a tank death and you can completely ruin your run for like -5 minutes type of situation there. And I think the packs that are after the Throngus area, like with the lava benders and whatnot, we've seen teams time and time again just wipe to every single thing. Every single pack, every single mob has wiped a team once in this MDI so far.
We have, and these are really good and valid points, Tuttles, but I'm hearing from production that we need to go immediately to the leaderboard. So we're going to take a quick look here.
Are you sure we had to go here? Was that really necessary? Could we not have just gone into the game?
We were so close, by the way, of having Holy Moly wind right us. I don't feel
man, it would have been so sweet. It would have Look, Holy Moly was sad about the series going that way, but probably not as sad as you and I.
Dude, I put 10,000 points on Worms for this one.
Ooh. I mean, look, let's see if it pans out. Tuttles, you have a lot of faith in Worms, and I love that. Ducks might swoop down and just eat them up, but Worms, they're little guys, but they're trying their best, and honestly, I've loved seeing their energy, I've loved seeing their strats, and I'm curious to see how they'll tackle this Grim Battle, even being small little worms, or as we found out, the Chinese region kind of use it, little noobs, like with the parallel. But we're getting in right now, Ducks Can Fly versus Worms. This will be our first match here. Dratnos, take it away.
All right off the bat, we have a big pull coming out from both teams. This is to be expected. You get the entire area up through this Overseer and the second Overseer and potentially the side pack as well. Ducks Can Fly, having everything getting grouped up. Goatface popping that meta and Last Resort. Danger for Ducks Can Fly already right off the bat. Worms at least have preserved Last Resort on their tank, but this is a very scary pull still. Power Infusion, something that Worms have to help melt these high priority targets. Oh, but a death for Ducks Can Fly already. So the Earth Bolt takes out their Death Knight. That's not good. At least they've been able to finish off most of this pack. But now maybe they have to wait to start this dragon bombing section so they can have all this timing work out perfectly.
Yeah, and notably they also did use that battle rest for pure timing reason. That trash pack was already dead at that point, right? So they used that battle rest to just save time, not having to use that out of combat rest. Because, of course, they do want to do this bombing area now with their tanks gathering up the trash preemptively. So if they would have had to wait to get that rest out, that obviously would have been a bigger time loss. But for 9 minutes, they're not going to have that safety net now. So if something goes wrong, especially in a boss fight or something like that, they're not going to be able to rest anyone back up, which is going to cause disaster. On top of the 15 seconds death penalty, of course, that they've already gathered up here. Looks like both teams are now done with their bombing area here as Goldface is sitting down, getting a snack in, waiting for the team to arrive. Yeah, the pace looking similar for both teams. Worms
have a little bit less count here. So they must have had one fewer dragon during this section, as they are getting into boss. Both teams are pulling boss right around the same time. No lust, of course, available, as that was used on that very first pull. Yeah, we are on the plus 10 key level here, which is the lowest key level of our weekend as well. One thing that's nice is, we already have our death of this boss. Oh, we have 2 deaths. Okay, so Ducks Can Fly had a death there. It was on their Shaman, so Ankh was available. Worms had a death that was on their Rogue, so Ankh wasn't available, and then the Rogue died again just now. Now their healer is dying, and Worms are in trouble. Without a healer here, there's no way they can keep this going. The question is, are they going to try and finish off this trash before wiping? Because this is certainly going to be a wipe. They also do have Shadow Meld on their tank, so they may be able to, once everybody else is dead, just hit that meld. Looks like not going to happen. The pack is going to die, or the pack is going to reset before it dies. That's not great news at all for Worms. So they are already now in this run back, and this is the exact thing that I was saying that Worms were in more danger of having happen to them than Ducks Can Fly. I mean, it's a dangerous boss. There's a lot of damage going out there. It's very easy for something like that to happen, as they now have to walk the long way back. Meanwhile, Ducks Can Fly finishing off this boss, not perfectly either. That Ankh resource is something that they're going to be missing, and they also, like you said, are playing without a B-Res for the next 7 minutes, but still, they've got to be feeling way better than Worms right now.
Yeah, once Ducks Can Fly does realize that the Worms did have a full wipe here on the boss, they're definitely going to have some pressure lifted off of them, and they're going to be able to move through the rest of this dungeon maybe a little bit safer.
Yeah, I wonder if you can do one less pull, or one more pull, right? Slow things down a little bit and add a little bit of safety. Looks like right now they're still going with a pretty dangerous one.
Yeah, they are, as they are engaging this Molten Giant pull that we've seen them do yesterday as well. Notably, we've seen other teams immediately just pull the boss with the Molten Giant, while Ducks Can Fly is doing this one trash pull before they move on to pull the boss afterwards. So we'll see if they can manage to execute it now. Worms are all back, rest up, and are fighting General Umbrus again. Unfortunately, they did not manage to finish off all of that trash, so they're going to have to pull it again, which is going to cause, again, just danger for them, and possibly could cause a wipe. As Goldface does go down for Ducks Can Fly. They don't have a battle rest available. Thankfully, it was at the end of the pull that they're going to be able to rest him up, but this is not what we want to see for Ducks Can Fly.
The boss! They got to get out of the way before that boss gets to them. Okay, it looks like they're going to be able to land this res and then instantly avoid the boss and then actually pull it, as they do want to fight the boss right now. They're going to take it forward, and usually what we see with this cadence is that they're going to try and pull this onto that Molten Giant pack. The idea would be to do that once you got your 2 minutes available, but now their 2 minutes are up because that pull took longer and they had to wait to res. So you can see their Rogue and their DK are just sitting on Breath of Syndragosa, Deathmark, Kingsbane, and Ascendance as well for their Shaman. They're just waiting on all of these until they can pull into this Molten Giant and actually press all of these 2 minutes.
And this is so scary for Goldface as well. Like going down there, using some of those resources on the previous trash pack, and now having that Molten Giant on the boss as well. That can be a little bit scary for the tank here. And another tank death means that they are probably going to wipe here too, as they do not have a battle rest available still. That's going to be a long time still left for them. But the Molten Giant is definitely going lower and lower, and they can play, as we talked about, a little bit safer and maybe finish off that Molten Giant first, focusing damage on that rather than Thrungus. But they can't play too safe either anymore at this point, because now there are only 3 deaths difference between those two teams, and Worms, if they go really quickly here, they can definitely still catch up to Ducks.
Yeah, you know, if you think about Ducks Can Fly's position, right, they are ahead by probably 2 minutes, maybe 2.5 when you include the death timers, something like that. It's an advantage, but it's not insurmountable, and they need to be careful because you can definitely slow down too much if you do try and slow down. Where if you do add like 2 extra pulls, all of a sudden that time advantage is going to go away. You can see they had basically a full boss health bar plus 3 extra deaths is the advantage they have. They're going to start off with Shroud of Concealment here through these Warlocks around the side, and then they're going to be going into probably just the single Lava Bender here. Doing an extra pull in the Thrungus area means they don't have to do, say, a double Lava Bender pull right now. That's something that teams have done to kind of cut a pull, but it makes this a very dangerous section of the dungeon. So Ducks Can Fly not going to mess around with that, not going to risk it, and they're just going to fight. I mean, this is still a very scary pull. Tank damage in particular, you got to watch out for here. You have all these slashes going on your tank from the Flame Benders. and the Enforcers start stacking a huge damage increase with every successful auto attack. You can see that huge Twilight Enforcer. Luckily, it's going to shrink down as it has spent 4 seconds without attacking, so looks like Goatface is going to live to fight another day.
Yeah, and one more thing here, if you skip that trash, like we've seen Dux and Fly can just do, then the room that you have to walk around here is also very, like, little. So the tank doesn't have a lot of area to be able to kite if something does go wrong. But they did manage to execute this pull now, and Goldface is going to be engaging that dragon on top of the rest of the trash that they're going to be pulling into this corner in just a moment.
This is a nice pull. The way that it works is that dragon will basically always start casting its AoE knockback, and you can just, when it's coming, you can just all be lining it inside this little cubby, and then it'll walk in, and they can focus damage on it, and potentially even kill it before its next knockback, depending on how they set up their CDs and their prior damage here. It looks like it's probably actually going to get another knockback, because they have put more of that damage into the Lava Bender, and we have a death here to one of those frontals from the Flame Render. They're going to lose their Death Knight, 2 minutes on B-Res, so they're going to have to deal with this pull without him. Looks like they're going to be able to get through, though. They managed to beat the dragon's next cast anyways, so they actually have so much damage here. They do stabilize this pull, but now they only have 30 seconds of death timer over Worms, who are only 2 pulls behind them. But now Worms' tank is dead, so now their group is dead, so now they are further behind them.
Yes, so Worms unfortunately having more issues on their side, as they have a full wipe on this pull that we just saw Dux Can Fly execute. And we talked about how dangerous it is for a tank. Losing a tank there, just things immediately going wrong for them, and having a full wipe chaining into it as they tried to do this pull again now. I don't think they managed to finish off many mobs at all. So either they have to go slower, or I don't know. Like I said, they definitely don't have that same cooldowns available that they did the first time around they tried this. Looks like they are attempting that same pull again on Worm's side, so let's see if they can execute it this time around. But yeah, this is just so many problems for Worms in this dungeon.
Yeah, I mean, this was a tough map for them in the China region as well when they qualified. Grim Patrol was just a brutal map, and we have another death for Worms now to the Lava Benders. Shadow Lava Blast. They do manage, actually their priest is running back right now, so they're playing without a healer for a little while here. Very dangerous time for Worms. Will they be able to survive and keep this pull and at least stay within a couple of minutes here of Dux Can Fly? It looks like yes, but Dux Can Fly a huge advantage now. 8 extra deaths in their favor. That's 2 full minutes. Plus, of course, they are much farther in this dungeon. Goatface in a lot of danger, although Goatface's Last Resort is available once again, so that's a huge extra safety net that is now back for Dux Can Fly.
This pull, though, is actually the exact pull that they have wiped to in the group stage before. So let's see if they can execute it. It was a little bit scary initially. It looks like they might have recovered now as they've gathered everything up and have everything under control now with the AoE CC coming through. So it looks like they did manage to execute it. Nicely done by Dux Can Fly. But yeah, this was one of the pulls where they had a full wipe before, unfortunately. So good to see that they didn't make that same mistake again this time around. Even though they definitely have been less consistent than yesterday in this Grim Battle, where they ended up having a run with 0 deaths, already up to 4 deaths at this point. But being able to recover on all of the deaths actually also speaks well for them, not having any of those full wipes whenever people did go down. So good job by them being able to recover this, as now they're going to be moving on, pulling that destroyer into possibly some more trash. But again, they know that they're far ahead. At this point, they probably also know the Worms had a second full wipe, so they can go as slow as they want here, as long as they don't have any full wipes anymore, which could happen with these double Corruptor pulls.
Yeah, this is a dangerous section. We do have a dragon into a Corruptor right now for Dux Can Fly. We've seen a lot of teams skipping this dragon instead of pulling it into this. That Twilight Flame plus Corrupt combo on Luca there, very deadly. But it looks like Luca going to be able to survive. Ooh, more hatchlings are dying now, which means that they are ramping up even further damage taken on everybody. More bad news for Worms as they are having even more deaths on this pull. Looks like they're going to be able to stabilize it once again, but now we're up to 14, 15 deaths for them. So brutal. Dux Can Fly, no, they're Shaman. Dropping super low, another Corrupt being channeled. This time it's on a Rogue. Always good news. Cloak of Shadows instantly pressed, just negating that cast entirely from the Corruptor. A couple of stacks of the Affix on these mobs as well does make them a little bit more dangerous. But it looks like they're going to be able to get through this double Corruptor pull. And now there's just one more double Corruptor pull, and then the boss, and that's all that's left for Dux Can Fly. This is a pretty good run.
Yeah, it definitely does look good. We do we can compare it to the best run we've seen so far in Grim Battle. It was actually by mandatory an 11-15 run. So they're definitely far behind to that run, and they're also slower than their best run that they had yesterday against Perplexed, of course, with those 4 deaths that we've seen here. And again, I think it's also possible that they're going a little bit slower considering what they know with Worms. So I definitely know that Ducksandfly can do this dungeon quicker, but they're still looking as solid as they can with those 4 deaths that they had and the mistakes that they had. So looking good, as they're going to be finishing off those Corruptors completely before they engage the boss. Absolutely no reason for them to pull them into it. Absolutely no reason for them to risk anything at this point. They're just going to play that boss by itself after they got this full affix buff stacked up and they have all those cooldowns with Bloodlust ready.
Yeah, every single cooldown in the game here is available for them. It sometimes is a little bit nice to have some extra targets as you go into these bosses. Some of these specs do benefit from that, but it's really nice for safety to be able to kill everything, and it's nice to get the re-stealth on your rogue as well, so they are going to be doing absolutely incredible amounts of damage on pull here. All 3 of their DPS players above 2.5 million single target DPS right now. The Enhancement Shaman spiking without power infusion almost up to 3 million DPS. It's being sustained right now as well. None of them are below 2 million DPS. This boss is just absolutely disappearing for Ducks Can Fly. Let's see how long it takes before anybody drops below 2 million DPS. It's still not happening yet. 33% on the boss. Their healer is doing 700k.
Yeah, this is crazy. They're actually doing so much damage. Heart of the Wild was not quite ready for Luca there, so would have done even more damage if that cooldown would have lined up here for him. But yeah, that boss is just absolutely nothing. They're still above 2 million on all of their damage dealers, and it doesn't look like they're even going to be dropping as the boss is on 10% now.
Well, now there's AoE, so it doesn't count anymore, but still.
Okay.
That's not ethical damage anymore. That's now unethical, but this entire run was really nice out of Ducks Can Fly. Great adaptation, great recovery. Again, slower than our best teams in this tournament, but with 4 deaths, having a Grim Battle where you have 4 deaths is very impressive, because usually deaths in Grim Battle come in multiples of 5 in my experience, so they did a really nice job of keeping that from getting from bad to worse.
Well done to Ducks, taking the first of the maps in this series. And yes, they were able to keep it held down even after those initial stumbles. And I mean, Nagura, you had high hopes for them. You've talked about, how well they've been doing. You feel like once they got their bearings, they were really able to pick up and run with this dungeon?
Okay, so I do think that they performed well, and being able to recover from the deaths was very good. But I still think that they have to play cleaner than this moving forward, right? Because obviously they're in that lower bracket now. They have to make a run for it here. They can't lose any of those series. So I do think that they have to do a little bit better than what we've seen in this run.
All right. The bar getting raised. But I mean, like we talked about, this is where eliminations happen. So you know what, Nagura, you're just trying to keep them from, falling back into elimination. And, that motivation is going to keep guiding them straight forward, I'm sure.
And,
now,
and
Tettles,
I spoke
oh, God.
Earlier, right? Like I was praising them earlier, and now they made mistakes. So I think I have to,
You're right. You got to go back to the other one. Yeah.
Fair, of course, yes.
Yeah.
No, Tettles, what were you seeing over on the analyst desk?
Yeah, I mean, I think that Nagura was spot on. Where Ducks Can Fly looked fine. Again, we kind of talked about narratively how these two teams matched up right off the bat. There, we had a couple mistakes from Ducks Can Fly. They ended up having 4 deaths on the entire dungeon, but overall, it kind of came down to the fact that Worms had even more mistakes, and they ended up having multiple wipes. I actually thought that this was actually pretty interesting. I thought that this might be a pivotal moment in the dungeon, where we saw Ducks Can Fly was actually able to kill off the Twilight Destroyer, and that was going to be a big deal, where they were going to have more count going in or coming out of the first boss than Worms, but then it ended up not mattering, because Worms ended up wiping basically to this boss. They ended up having a second wipe as well in the dungeon, and again, if Worms have their version of a perfect run, they are going to be faster than Ducks Can Fly, but you can't have mistakes like this happening if you're Worms. You cannot be dying to the ground effect. You cannot allow the mass tremor to go off. You can't get hit by the breath on the boss whenever it's unintended. And for Ducks Can Fly, like Nagura was talking about, they need to make sure that they really avoid having these deaths, because whenever we're looking at this team, this is a team that I don't think can necessarily avoid deaths whenever you're looking at their timers. Whenever we saw them during Group B, they made it to the Global Finals off the back of having probably some of the best consistency that we've seen, and they need to continue that in the Global Finals. You guys talked about it in the last series as well, but that Challenger's Peril is just a huge point, and many of our teams in the Global Finals this weekend could absolutely exploit and take advantage of a 4-death Grim Patrol run. Fortunately enough for Ducks Can Fly, Worms weren't that team. Worms had, like Jenna said, deaths in multiples of 5, and so that was a even more catastrophic mistake, but you just kind of have to suit up for the next map, and you can't really dwell on this one too much.
For sure. I mean, it's something where, especially when you're looking at elimination and you're wanting to get up as high as you can, cleaning that up with those Challenger's Peril, changes and other sort of aspects gives you the best shot. So you want to take that. Now, our teams will be heading into Stone Vault next, where they're going to have to, again, try to clean up that play, get a good run, and see who can make it through. But Dratnos, looking at this +11, the Stone Vault for them that's coming up, are there any stumbling blocks either of these teams have shown in this, or any places that they've, particularly performed well on this one?
So, Stonevault does have some, I would say, big wipe potential pulls. In particular, I'm looking at that trash pull. As you head to the Master Machinists, there's a bunch of mobs that will just eliminate your tank if you're not careful. I think that is the most dangerous section of this dungeon, and if either team can avoid wiping there, I think that's going to be really good news for them. This is also potentially a great dungeon for Worms' Og Evoker Destrolock. There's a great Wernstone you can do. I think that it's also very good for bursting down Skarmorak. So I think this is probably Worms' best map in the series, is this Stone Vault.
So Worms actually played the Stone Vault yesterday as well. And they went up against Holy Moly. The part of the dungeon that you need to be paying attention to for Worms is that Skarmorak wing. And while, I like Janus pointed out, it's a little bit safer, they actually had a pretty slow split there because they're over-indexing on AoE and under-indexing on single target. But notably, they actually had a pretty clean run in that Stone Vault for Worms. And I'm kind of wondering, is that going to be faster than what we can necessarily see from Ducks Can Fly? Ducks Can Fly, I think, is probably going to have a more well-balanced composition for having solid priority damage and not overdoing it in terms of AoE, but I think it's kind of a question as to how are these two going to really match up. But I tend to agree. I think that this is a good map for Worms.
Yeah, I mean, if they've gone through it already, we've seen them do well in it. Again, if they can just land it, right, and getting comfortable, getting that practice, getting it in, that's going to be the big thing for just getting that clean run. But, Ducks, we had some deaths here, but we've also seen them do some really cool stuff, including things like pioneering a couple things in a couple dungeons or leading the way here or there, even if they've been pretty consistent across the MDI. So maybe we'll get to see them, get to showcase a little bit more of what they have to offer even here, a little bit more cleanly as they come into this one. If with Worms, right, we've talked a little bit about their unconventional sort of comp and how that might contribute to certain things or pull away from other things. Tails, you kind of touched on it there, but do you want to dive a little bit more into how those comps might aid in things like burning or in various parts of the speedrunning? Yeah,
so it's a situation where they're running DK, Og Evoker, Destro Warlock, and that is two specializations that prioritize really, really heavily into AoE. You're playing around the Breath of Cinder Ghoster, or if you're playing Unholy in this dungeon, you're playing around just like that Dark Transformation and that Unholy Assault, and it's just like a 10-plus target specialist. The Og Evoker is there to kind of buff up those specializations and make them do more damage in the situations of which they're strong at. For the alternative here would be like an Assassination Rogue and an Enhancement Shaman. And the Assassination Rogue and the Enhancement Shaman are specializations that they still do pretty good AoE, but while they're doing that AoE, they're able to convert a lot of that AoE damage and while doing that AoE, they're doing it into a single target mob. We call it like funnel damage or priority damage, depending on like how they're able to do it. And both of those specializations have good funnel damage, where they're converting some of the potential of AoE into larger single target damage gains than you would see in a pure single target profile. And that's just like a situation that we see very commonplace in this season's dungeons, where the priority damage is a huge deal.
All right. Well, we're getting into the match here. Thanks, Tuttles, for the insight. Ducks Can Fly versus Worms. If Ducks takes this, they'll be continuing on, and Worms will be eliminated. Dratnos, take us into it.
All right, big pull right off the start of the bat, of course, for both teams. Getting these 2 Earth-infused golems that are required to spawn the boss, and leaving 1 pull off to the side to take into the boss later, because that is not required to actually get the boss started. This should be a strong point for Worms. This kind of pull, you've got Aug Evoker, Breath of Eons buffing both an Unholy DK and a Destro Lock, but the Priest going down for Worms, actually, this is probably okay. It's towards the end of the pull, and yeah, they're able to just release. This is going to cost them, of course, those 15 seconds of death timer, but that was probably one of the best players to die and one of the best times in a pull for them to die. So Worms only going to lose basically that 15 seconds at the start of this dungeon. Ducks Can Fly still pulling the boss first, though.
And Ducks Can Fly being able to spawn the boss first as well means that they did manage to finish off those golems a little bit quicker compared to Worms. So interesting.
So the Lust situation.
I think
Worms
they did use Lust.
So their Lust, one thing that is fun is that Aug Evokers get a Lust when they press Breath of Eons, and that shows up on our Lust tracker. So I think that's what we saw, is the Worms, only their Evoker got the Lust from that Breath of Eons Lust, and they didn't actually press their real Lust. Which means, when you factor that in, I actually think Worms are doing pretty well on time. If it weren't for that death, I think they'd probably have gotten the better of the opening here, because they are going to save the Lust. Yeah, you can see their Lust lights up again right after that Breath of Eons on their Evoker, but it is just the Evoker who gets 15 seconds of Fury of the Aspects there. Ooh, their tank is dropping super low for Worms. So scary.
And that was a lot of damage onto the groups here, but yeah, as you said, I do think that Worms being able to do that pull in a very similar amount of time compared to Ducks Can Fly, definitely without using Bloodlust, is very good for them. But looking at the boss damage, they are definitely quite a lot slower on the boss here. So Ducks Can Fly, of course, not having that Bloodlust for the boss, still able to do a lot more single target damage here in comparison. One more thing to note here as well is that Ducks Can Fly is playing that Prot Warrior as well, and the Disc Priest. So that's something that we've seen from them as well, but a little bit of a difference in comp compared to some of the other teams. Not playing that Dastro role like we've seen other teams do, but still sticking to the Disc and that Prot Warrior. Worms now catching up a little bit on DPS, or Ducks Can Fly just slowing down on their side, but they're still going to be able to finish it off a little bit faster.
Yeah, Worms have committed the Infernal here to the end of this boss, as well as... So all their other CDs should be up and ready for the next pull after this, but they did use Infernal and Power Infusion to catch up and kill this boss. Meanwhile, Ducks Can Fly are definitely going to be finished here. When you factor in those 15 seconds of death timer, they're about 30 seconds or so ahead. They're starting off this next big pull, and this is a huge Prot Warrior pull. Prot Warrior is in so much less danger of dying on this pull than Vengeance Demon Hunter, but Worms' DH has saved Last Resort, so that is a big good thing here. I think there's a very good chance that Last Resort is going to proc, but this is one of those pulls where that's okay, as long as you didn't accidentally use it on that first pull of the dungeon.
Yeah, looking good again. Breath of Eons, last coming out from the Aug Evoker here. So we'll see when they use Lust. Usually, whenever a team did not Lust at the very start, we did see the team end up saving that Bloodlust for the Skarmorak pull, as we talked about. So they're probably going to be holding it for that. They're only going to get that one single Lust throughout the dungeon, while Ducks Can Fly is going to be able to get a second one at the very end of the dungeon. So already a little bit of a difference here. We'll see what Ducks Can Fly pulls now, as they're waiting for the Affix to spawn, unfortunately, here in the back. They're going to have to deal with that before they can move on, as they want to Shroud here. So the Shroud coming out from Mirage. We'll see how much trash they're pulling here. If they pull those Forge Loaders or not, there definitely has been variation between the teams, as they are also picking up that versatility buff in the corner. And they are pulling the Forge Loaders.
This is why the teams are always heading to Master Machinist before Skarmorak. Just getting that 10% versatility buff is nice. Finally, after such a great pull as well, Worms did eventually end up using this Last Resort at the start of the gather of this pull. This is now a dangerous section here. Their tank is going to be in some danger once this Fell Devastation demonic meta does expire here, so watch out for Worms' tank. If they can live through this pull and keep their tank alive, I think they're going to have a really good Skarmorak pull, but it's not the tank who goes down. An auto attack actually takes out their Warlock. That's going to be their B-Res now used. That big crate goes through the middle of the room as well, doesn't hit anybody at least. And that Sigil of Silence comes back up, combined with the Oppressive Roar, a nice combo, keeping these mobs from casting for a very long time. It's actually they're quite a bit ahead here of Ducks Can Fly, but their Warlock dies once again. The dot from the exhaust vents standing in that fire takes out Worms' Warlock. They don't have a B-Res now, and when you're playing an Aug Evoker comp, losing one of your other DPS is so bad.
Yeah, I mean, already losing the Warlock initially with all of those cooldowns up cost them so much time on these trash mobs. They're alive for so long, all of these ranged of these casters spamming alloy bolts onto the group. This is going to be so difficult for them to recover, even with all of those heals coming through as well. They are just running out of interrupts. They have to interrupt the boss, they have to interrupt the trash. We do see another death here coming through on that Aug Evoker from one of those bolts that I've been talking about. This is just going to be very difficult for them to finish off, as we also see the boss get a cast off here with no more range alive that can actually interrupt it.
You sacrificed your Death Knight, and then your other two people meld, and you res here is what you should have done, I think. But unfortunately, we saw the meld actually come out from MDD there, so now it's not going to be available, and they're not going to be able to do that to get the res. They're going to have a full wipe here for Worms, and once again, their strategy looked solid, but the execution just was not there. We had those deaths coming out. The first one claimed the B-Res, the second one heralded the beginning of the end for Worms. 7 deaths on the board for them now. That is a minute and 45 of death timer, and even though they did this area, or they were posturing to do this area in one fewer pull than Ducks Can Fly, it's Ducks Can Fly that finished that boss first, because they've been able to do this with 0 deaths so far. They're going to head over to the Skarmorak Wing now. They're not going to have Lust for the Skarmorak Wing, but they're also not playing the Unholy DK. They're not playing a comp that wants to do a big, scary Skarmorak pull with Lust. They're just going to do this a little bit more calmly, a little bit more slow, and they have a comp that does more single target damage, right? They've got the Power Infusion on an Enhancement Shaman. They've got a Frost DK instead of an Unholy DK. They should be okay here. I mean, again, their strat is probably going to be like a minute and a half slower maybe than Worms' strat would be, but they're already now probably 4 minutes ahead off of just how tough this wipe was for Worms.
Yeah, and Worms, because they didn't manage to finish off all of this trash here, so we can see them gather up all of these casters again. They are casting alloy bolts onto the range here before they manage to gather, and the boss is now being engaged. But they have to make sure that they gather the trash before they just get shot down by all of these casters in the corner. But slowly and surely they are going to be gathering them up, and they do have their cooldowns back up, of course, as well. So they should be able to execute this properly this time around, but again, still no battle res available for them in case something does go wrong. Ducks Can Fly on the other side, though, did manage to use their Shroud again to skip past some of these trash mobs, and now we're going to see a big pull coming in, as they do have the 2 Despoilers and Skarmorak engaged as well without Bloodlust, so they have to make sure that they're executing this pull nicely.
Yeah, danger indeed here. Skarmorak's going to live for a long time. Once the pull is just Skarmorak, it's okay, right? As long as that trash is alive, we are in a lot of danger. The Power Infusion has now expired for Ducks Can Fly, but it looks like the trash is mostly killed as well. 1 Despoiler is still standing here. And they also have to make sure that they don't accidentally blow up a bunch of crystal shards altogether. Looks like they actually are doing a good job here. They're actually targeting some of them as well, which is good. Oh, there's some danger here of them exploding. There it is! The crystalline explosion, or eruption rather, 3 of them. Whenever 3 of them explode, it's so much damage.
Yeah, and the Void Discharge is coming out, now the AoE is coming through, and Luca has died on a disc freeze, so not being able to prepare to heal properly. Let's see if they can manage to recover. It looks like they did, but they have to get through the shield fast. There we go. So they did manage to recover, but that was incredibly scary, having all of those deaths come through right before that AoE from that fortified shell, being able to recover and making sure that... It was actually good that the shell wasn't so big, right? The fact that they had finished off some of these shards, the shell was a lot smaller, so they didn't have that much AoE coming through.
Yeah, what happened there was they went to switch onto one, which is a good idea, but then the next set of 3 spawned, and one of them spawned right next to the one they were swapping onto, and another one spawned under all their AoE, and so all 3 of those exploded around the same time, and that is so much damage. Meanwhile, Worms having another death here on the end of the boss. It's going to be their Evoker, but they're able to just release and keep this going. So Worms are all right. They were able to at least finish that boss now, but they are so absurdly far behind at this point. Ducks Can Fly hopping in that minecart, just the end of the dungeon to go for them. No way they could lose from here. Ducks Can Fly.
So it was actually incredibly scary there for Worms at the very end of the boss fight. They did finish off Brock a little bit faster there, which means that the other boss started pulsing AoE damage. And I think if they would have gotten one more pulse through, I think the whole group would have wiped. Like, that was actually incredibly scary for them. And the fact that only their Augevoker died was pretty lucky, because otherwise they would have had to do that boss again. But either way, Daxonfly is already in that last boss area. They did pull that Rock Smasher and the Guardians, the guards that they are gathering up here. And they know at this point. Again, it's the same situation as we've seen in Grim Battle, where Daxonfly can definitely go a little bit slower because they know that Worms had those major wipes. So I do think that Daxonfly, in theory, could have a faster strategy for this dungeon. But they're still looking very solid, and they're going as big as they can, or want to, rather, considering how far ahead they are at this point.
Yeah, still actually quite an ambitious pull from Duxconfly. I like seeing this out of them. I like the fact that they're confident enough in their execution that they aren't being like, no, let's just do it half, do half. No, they're like, yeah, we're going to do this. It's going to work out. We're not going to wipe. Unfortunately, Worms are further having issues there. They've lost their Augevoker and their Warlock. Of course, you always have to res the non-evoker. If you only have one res, you have 2 DPS dead, one of them is the Augevoker. You can't res the Augevoker. It's always got to be the other DPS player. So Worms are now down 1 player for the end of this Skarmorak. They may be able to recover. The shield is starting to pulse for so much damage onto the group here. They are able to break it. But either way, it's not going to matter for Worms. If Duxconfly can avoid wiping 7 times on this boss, they are going to be able to win here. They've got that Lust rolling. One of the benefits of hitting Lust at the start of the dungeon, you get it again at the end of the dungeon, and they are now working on the last boss here. The Power Infusion landed on the Enhancement Shaman as well, doing some absolutely incredible overall there, and a lot of that to the boss itself. Already half health here. They are nearing the end of this run. 2 deaths on the board for Duxconfly, so again, not perfect, but a very good run, a fast run, a run where they were able to execute the pulls that they wanted to, even without Lust, even without an Unholy DK, even without a Destruction Warlock. They were able to do quite a large pull onto Skarmorak. I really like the Prot Warrior that they've used in here as well. I think that is, anytime you can get away with the Prot Warrior instead of the Demon Hunter, it is such a sturdy tank that I feel like you're in so much less danger of dying, and you also are hitting a Battle Shout on 3 melee DPS, so it's not like you're losing damage even compared to, say, the Chaos Brand. Worms would be losing damage to swap to a Warrior, right, because they've got 2 casters on their team that wouldn't benefit from the Battle Shout, but Duxconfly, that is one of the strengths of playing this triple melee. You can just tech in that Warrior whenever you want to, and with that, Duxconfly, it's going to be a 2-0 victory, sending Worms out of this tournament. Duxconfly surviving deeper into our lower bracket.
Well done, Ducks. You know, even with those few mistakes, they still flew and rose up, and they will be continuing on for their first time in the Global Finals. It's very exciting to see them not giving up here at the start and instead pushing on through the lower brackets. Now, of course, a huge thank you to Worms as well. It was great to have our Chinese teams back in the competition, and no doubt they've taken a lot of things away that they're thinking about, learning about, and as they look forward to Season 1 TGP, I have a feeling we'll see the Chinese teams back with a vengeance. Now, Ducks can fly, Worms, so here in the Stone Vault, not flawless, but, I mean, Nagura, Ducks can fly, right? Either side here. They made it through. Were there any places in particular that, you know, you got to see something that you thought stood out or shone a little bit?
I want to say the same thing as I said in the Grim Battle. Like, their performance was good. I definitely think it has to be better, though, if they want to win against some of the other teams that we still have in this competition, right? So I do think that they have to play a little bit cleaner. It is good to see that they can still recover from the mistakes, right? They had those 2 deaths and still were able to get back into the dungeon and to be able to adapt and play around it. But they need to play a little bit cleaner because they already play a little bit slower. We know that they don't have the fastest strategies in the tournament, but if they're going to play slower, they also need to play cleaner. So we need to see those 0 death runs because that's how they're going to be winning against the other teams and capitalize off of other teams' mistakes.
Yeah, sorry, Ducks. I tried to fish for some more compliments, but it wasn't going to happen, you know. But Tuttles, take us into your replays.
Yeah, I mean, right off the bat here, we have a kind of a difference in divergence of strategy of lusting this first pull versus lusting the Skarmorak wing that we've seen a couple of times this weekend. I think that the fastest routes in this dungeon are probably going to end up looking to lust the Skarmorak wing. But like Nagura said, there's some concessions that you can make in terms of ease, in terms of speed. What I will say for Ducks Can Fly is I think they're doing +2 pulls over some of the fastest routes in this dungeon, and I don't know if you can necessarily do +2 pulls. I think that they might want to be going back to the drawing board and kind of looking at maybe merging one of the packs together if possible. However, that didn't really matter for the series. I mean, Worms, they were able to kind of play tug of war and go back and forth. I actually thought that coming out of the Master Machinist wing, Worms was going to be noticeably ahead. However, two things happened. First off, their Warlock died to getting meleeed by the engine speaker, and then their Warlock died again, and they didn't have a battle res here. This is actually a catastrophic point for Worms, and one in which it evolved into a wipe. I think that if Worms were actually able to clear this trash off and kill this boss off, they probably were going to be able to take down Ducks Can Fly just because of the strategy differences. Again, I think that Worms was playing like -2 pulls over the course of this entire dungeon, because this pull that Ducks Can Fly is doing into the boss, it's actually just like the trash that you were skipping right before that with the howlers and whatnot. It's not actually that much. It's like a decent amount slower, and it's actually not that much safer, to the point where you can still see them have deaths to the Crystalline Eruption casts. I thought that they were actually going to wipe to this AoE, by the way. I was sitting there like, oh no. But Luca's actually able to get some orbs back, and they were able to kind of really slowly chew through the Skarmorak shield. So overall, I think that Ducks Can Fly. They're moving on to the next round. We need to continue to see better consistency from them moving on to the next stage if they want to continue to make it further on in the tournament. For Worms, unfortunate situations, unfortunate wipes are going to lead them to be going out in that 7th, 8th position. Always great to see the Chinese teams coming back and performing. I think that next time, I suspect that they'll probably have a bit of a better performance. I think it was like a little bit of unfortunate luck, a little bit of maybe a little bit too ambitious in terms of their strategy, but that moves Ducks Can Fly on to the next round.
It does indeed, and they will be facing off against Polish Mountain later tonight. I mean, Dratnos, we've seen how a lot of this has been shaking out. We have our lower bracket filling out here and our first elimination out of the way. But next up, we've got Missed Count versus FTBZM. What are you thinking about this matchup?
This is a huge... I mean, this is the big opportunity for FTBZM to show us what they're made of, because they are definitely coming into this series as underdogs. Missed Count. Also, though, a team that, you know, they have these players that want to win MDIs, and they're down in the lower bracket here. Their group weekend, things did not go perfectly for them in that weekend at all. They barely qualified here through to the global finals, so I think that both of these teams are coming into this next series with a chip on their shoulder, and the scary thing is, whichever team wins from them is going to have to go up against Holy Moly almost immediately afterwards later today, so that is going to be so scary for either of these teams.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it feels like Missed Count has the greater potential to really stand up to them. But, you know, as we've seen, there have been some stumbles, and FTBZM really didn't feel like we got to see their best yesterday. So looking forward to seeing them come back at it, hopefully have a fresh reset, and be able to tackle this matchup that we'll be watching here in just a few minutes. But before that, we're actually going to take a little break. So everybody, you know, think on it yourselves. Think about what you think is going to be the outcome of this matchup. We'll see very soon, and until then, you know, sit tight for a little bit. The lower bracket continues on, and we will be facing another elimination here as we have our next teams, Miscount and FTBZM, going head-to-head. This, seems like a little bit of a David and Goliath situation, especially given the fact that although Miscount maybe have had a little inconsistency, they're still such a powerful team. And, makes Miscount, right? Real contenders. We've talked about maybe they've underperformed a bit, but how do you think they kind of look coming into this?
So, for context, Miscount is a team that first kind of made their mark in the TGP. They're very good at hierarchies. They're very good at kind of that challenge that high keys bring with them. In the MDI, the one thing I feel they always struggle to is random deaths, and specifically, of course, with Challenger's Peril, that is something that is punished now a little bit more than it was before. So that is what kind of cost them some of their maps throughout the groups and throughout this weekend as well. However, having said that, I also still think that they are in the better position here going up against FTBZM, just due to the speed and some of the pulls that they do and their willingness to be a little bit more on the meta as well. We'll maybe talk about that in a little bit, but my bet would still be in favor of Miscount.
Yeah, it's difficult to say. Miscount, they are strong. Maybe there have been some stumbles, but when they play so well, it is incredible to see. And they've done some big things over the course of the MDI, all the ones they've participated in, right? But we touched on there makes it at least the comp choices that we've seen coming out of the Chinese region, which have been really cool to add to our spec list, but have also kind of brought in some interesting questions about how you might use those or what strategies could be done with them, right? So, Zyro, as we kind of look over the specs that we've seen them bring in and some of the flexibility yesterday, what are some of your thoughts about what we might see FTBZM play today?
So, we do know that they like to stick with a very particular comp, right? They've pretty much exclusively played this Warlock Mage DK comp in almost every single key. They did break out the Ellie Shaman for Mist yesterday, and it was kind of neat to see, but it just kind of left lacking. I know this Ellie Shaman comp is particularly good at just bursting single packs down, but the problem is Ascendance, even though it's probably the strongest actual DPS cooldown in the game. These packs don't live long enough to make full usage out of it. Even if you pull 3 max, it's just going to shred through them and make your other cooldowns worthless. So, a dungeon like Mist, where there's a lot of tiny pulls, wasn't the greatest pick for it. Now, we were talking at the top of the show about caster comps, and I feel a little vindicated today. We've seen quite a bit of Warlock, and it's been good. We saw Mandatory and Perplexed both make great usage of it, and that bodes well for FTBZM if they're going to be able to also make usage of it here, but I feel like the competition for them is just a little bit too tough. Miscount is a really rough matchup for a first round lower bracket. They're a team that has the potential to be top 3, top 4 for the weekend, and I expect them to make a lower bracket round here, so if FTBZM is able to make a dent in them, it's going to be very impressive to see.
It definitely will. And, we can only hope that maybe they've solidified a little bit more what they want to do and strategized about this. But chat, if you haven't yet, get your predictions in and we'll take a look at ours. Even though I have an idea of how I think it's going to go, of course, we always want to be proven wrong. And we would love to see FTBZM come out and just absolutely blast it and really show us what they're made of. But let's see what everybody...
Okay, listen. With how inconsistent both of these teams are, there might be a world where it's actually much closer than any of us think, just on the back ends of some surprise deaths. So it could actually come down to the wire. I'm very curious to see how it plays out, even though, like I said, I'm maybe a little bit more biased towards Miscount, but it seems like Dratnos is a believer.
Okay.
Dratnos over here believing.
We did see Miscount having 15 deaths yesterday in a stone vault, which is also part of this series. We're not going to be able to reach it because they both banned Siege of Borealis, which means the first 3 dungeons are going to be the deciders. But the point is that Miscount definitely has been a little bit inconsistent and can ramp up a lot of deaths very quickly, as Makes talked about with the Challenger's Peril, and them generally just not be, having those deaths in that MDI type of tournament. It can technically happen that they end up ramping up loads of deaths, and we do see some close matchups.
Very possible. I mean, coming in here right off the bat, City of Threads is going to be their first matchup. And with this ironic, I mean, do you think this is a pretty stable one for them to be going into, or do you think there's some volatility here that they're going to have to keep an eye out for?
Well, this is actually pretty interesting. So, we talked about this again at the top of the show, but this is the first time we're seeing City of Threads this weekend. Every other time it's showed up, it's been banned. And for good reason, right? This Voidbound Affix really wreaks havoc on the teams, and part of the problem with this affix is the longer it's alive, the more damage reduction it provides to the mobs around it. So you really need to make sure you're focusing it down. And as we've seen in the City of Threads, a lot of the strategies involve dragging mobs all over the dungeon. So if you could avoid bound spawn during either the RP after the first boss or dragging all of the trash into the coagulation, you could be in for a rough time on those pulls. So we'll have to see how they end up dealing with that Voidbound affix.
We will indeed. And you know, Missed Count, they were, up until this weekend, the first team to actually be able to get that pre-shield Skarm burn. And FTBZM coming in from the Chinese region, showing off these unconventional comps, really wanting to show that they are back and here to win or to get into the fight with the MDI again. So both of these teams have a lot on the line, and this is a dungeon where we've seen, just as Ironic was pointing out, some difficult moments, but some also really good strats, you know, whether it's those pulls coming out onto the coagulation or anything else. We'll see what these teams decide to go for, or if they just decide to play it safe. But this will be our first up match here of the lower bracket between Missed Count and FTBZM here in their series, starting with Game 1, the City of Threads. Nagura, I mean, we talked a bit about the mechs in this dungeon, but I mean, what are you hoping to see teams maybe do in this dungeon that maybe we haven't seen any teams do yet? Is there any places you think they could trim things down?
Well, okay, so this is actually the first time we see City of Threats this whole weekend, right? This is the only dungeon we haven't seen so far. So I'm very interested to see what both these teams have to offer. We'll see if there's going to be any changes from the group stage to the global finals, which we've seen in some other dungeons happen as well, where we did see some comp changes from the group stage to the global final. We've seen some strategy changes, some route changes, some different usages of Bloodlust. Now, the fastest run we've seen in the group stage, it wasn't a +9 though, so 1 key level lower than what we have in the global final here, was from Holy Moly, and it was 11:34. So even though it was a 9, it's still a pretty, like, I want to say long dungeon, right? So on a 10, we'll see how close these teams can get to that time.
Yeah, I mean, they want to try and get as close as possible. Of course, those key levels, right? That does lead to, as we've even seen today, a bit of a slower pacing, all things considered. And by slower, we mean, you know, seconds. But it does kind of affect how you're going to pace things out. And some of the big pulls in this one as well, I'm sure, are going to be all the more perilous for it. But, I mean, you know, Missed Count, as they're trying to kind of get back into the swing of it here, as they're looking to prove that, you know, there's a reason that in the last TGP they came in third, we'll have to see what they're able to put out to prove that they deserve to get back there. We'll go ahead and toss it over to Gura. What are you Owen about?
Interesting to see the Prot Paladin here from FTBCM. Like, we've talked about them being a little bit, like, they have interesting comps that they're running, right? But they mainly stuck to their very particular comp in the Chinese region. So the fact that they're actually pulling out some different comps here in the global final, pulling out the Prot Paladin, pulling out the Elemental Shaman in the Mists, having some other comps here with the Warlock as well, is very interesting to see. Now, they did unfortunately pull something on accident, and their rogue had to, or actually proc the cheat death at the very start, so a little bit of a mistake happening from them at the very start. Missed Count though, they already pulled the boss. They do have the all of this trash that they gathered onto the boss as well, and FTBCM unfortunately having their shaman go down at the very start here.
Yeah, a little bit of tragedy striking right out of the gates for FTBZM. They're trying to recover, but fate will not have it. Once again, their healer does go down, followed by the Warlock, and from here on out, I think this pull is awry enough to need a do-over, as on the left-hand side, Missed Count have made quite some path throughout this first boss. That Bloodlust is still running. It's gone for FTBZM as well, so that's going to be another pain point as they now have to redo Warlock. That part. Yeah, well, that's kind of the interesting thing about them, right? They, like you're saying, adapted to the global finals by playing some new classes, some new specs, but not necessarily the meta specs. So in the group stages, usually we saw that Prot Warrior that we're seeing on the left-hand side for Miscount. We saw Disc Priest as well as Resto Druids, but we haven't really seen Resto Shamans. So very, very interesting that they are adapting in a way that they think they can make it work, but unfortunately the dungeon doesn't want them to succeed here.
I'm actually not 100% sure if this is all like a chain reaction from the initial pull, because it is possible that the fact that the rogue ended up pulling something out of that shroud, maybe they improvised and ended up pulling something that they were not actually planning on pulling, and then it all just kind of cascaded from there. That is very possible. But yeah, we'll see if they manage to recover. Of course, they're already 2 minutes behind at this point because of those 8 deaths that have been ramping up. And we've seen other teams have very, very similar problems with this initial skip there with the Shroud. We have seen many, many teams unfortunately pull something on accident and had to adjust their route and had issues there. But Miscount, they're already in that spy area. They're trying to find all of the eyes of the Queen. We do see Yargi using that Trickster trait on Kira, on the tank, before mounting up and walking all the way to the corner to get that last eye. So they're going to be gathering all 4 eyes of the Queen, and Yargi will be stepping into the detection zone in just a moment, very likely to be able to get pulled back. Looks like he is not. It looks like Yargi is just choosing to run back. He's like, oh, I'm not going to be detected. I'm just walking. Thank you very much.
So rogue, that's what they're good at, Nagora.
Yeah.
But yeah, you can see he's making his way back to the rest of the team, and I think they should have all of the spies ready, so then after that, they're once again going to be splitting up. One player will actually trigger the RP, and then the rest of the team is probably going to be finishing off that mini-mob that's walking around, the Lord Bug, as they are now on that eye pole, and will make way towards the RP. Last one spawning in right now.
And we can see AJ having to stick around a little bit longer here with those 4 eyes. Actually does do quite a lot of damage onto the group. So not being able to immediately move to that NPC, but he's going to move as soon as he thinks the rest of the group is going to be safe. And yeah, there we go. AJ now leaving the group as that last eye is going to be finished off in just a moment by Miscount. And now they're going to be pulling that last mob there that they need for Count, while AJ is waiting for the NPC. Hopefully this time they actually move up the correct bridge. We've seen some teams stand on the wrong door as they were waiting for that NPC to open up. So hopefully that does not happen to Miscount here.
Okay, hopefully they have their map open once this bug is down and are on the right track. But at the same time, I do want to say, FTBZM, that's a team that has shown dedication, right? They've just pushed onward no matter how tough it got. They beat that mace eventually yesterday in the midst of Tyrna Scythe. So I think we're going to be seeing them try for as long as possible. And like we mentioned going into this series, Miscount is not a team that's the most reliable. So I would say even though it is a very slim chance, there's still a chance that this series could get closer again.
Yeah, definitely. We do see Miscount now did manage to get to NX and VX, and they're waiting for that boss to engage or to be able to be attacked. Now, one thing that I was wondering about is if any of the teams figures out a way between the group stage and the global final to pull any sort of trash somehow onto this boss here while the RP is going on. Looks like Miscount is not going to be that team, and I wonder if any of the teams is going to be able to do that, or if it even makes sense. Because of course we do know that after this boss, we know that almost all of the teams have done a super crazy pull onto the Venom Shell, onto that Guardian or Lieutenant type mob, and that one is something that they're gonna get a lot of percentage with. So I'm not sure if it even makes sense to do any additional trash here, because all of the other trash they're pulling on top of bosses, so not really anything that you would be saving if you don't pull. But either way, Miscount 50% down on that boss already, with that affix buff supporting them a little bit. They're doing a really good job so far. No deaths on the board yet, which is something that we've talked about as well with them. Them being a little bit inconsistent yesterday, having some deaths. I mean, when I say some, it was 15 in that Stone Vault. So definitely playing a lot cleaner in this run here today.
I will say in the Stone Vault specifically, and specifically with Demon Hunters in your group, there is that kind of interaction where if you release too fast, sometimes you are stuck in combat. So that looked like what was happening to me in the Stone Vault. So they just kept running in and kept dying, and it was kind of that chain reaction of unfortunateness, even though it was only like one bad spot in the overall dungeon progression. But we can see that FTBZM has now found some of these spies as they are trying to get them together. On the left hand side though, Miscount finished with that second boss and on the way to the big pulls of the dungeon. Right, the beginning is, yeah, you pull a little bit into the first boss, but here's where it starts to get a little bit dicey in the City of Threats. First massive pull probably going to be coming in right now, and I wouldn't be surprised if we're going to be dragging some of this towards that next boss as well, towards the end of it.
Yeah, first we're going to be seeing them finish off this Venom Shell. So all of the damage is going to be focused onto this Lieutenant Mob. And then we might see them move on immediately, even if the other mobs are still alive, even carrying on these casters. We'll see if they do that. But it looks like they definitely gathered a lot less than what we've seen other teams do before. So this is definitely a lot smaller than what we've seen. Very interesting. So I wonder if this is an adaptation. Okay, so what we've seen teams do before is they pull loads and loads of trash onto the Venom Shell. Then they finish off the Venom Shell. And then they move the rest of the trash that is still alive onto the next boss. But maybe Miscount is thinking, why should we pull everything on top of the Venom Shell and risk like dying to all of this trash when we're just going to be moving it onto the boss anyway? Or they're doing the safety pull. I think it might be the safety pull.
Yeah, so my inclination would also be, since the issues started very early for FTBZM, Miscount probably knows at this point it's taking it a little bit slower. I will say though, in the past seasons of MDI, something that, Crimps actually does go down here. We'll have to act to get back up here. That knife throw was just too much. Thanner now also dropping really low, but they are trying to get through this pack. Something that I was trying to say is, in the past, teams sometimes have said that there is not a lot of value in doing a safer route once you know that the other team has had some issues, because then your cooldowns won't line up in the way that they are from practice. So sometimes that can make the dungeon harder since you've practiced it with having certain cooldowns for certain packs. Looking at this, I'm inclined to say this was a safety pull, but I'm surprised that they're doing that.
Yeah. I mean, I would think it's very strange if they're doing a pull like this. Now, I do want to say again that in group stage this was a 9 key, and the difference between a 9 and a 10 is pretty big, considering that you're having both Tyrannical and Fortified here. But still, I don't necessarily think that this would be a pull they do. They would split up in a plus 10 here. So I do definitely think that they're going a little bit safer and slower. But either way, they did pull now the rest of the trash here, the test subjects and the naturalers into the blob area, finishing those off first to be able to spawn the boss. And then they're going to be pulling the rest of this trash on top of the boss. This is also an area where we've seen teams have issues with and mistakes. We've seen the boss heal for an insane amount of health. We've seen lots of teams wipe here, but mainly the issues have occurred for the teams because they had pulled the previous trash and the previous casters from that Venom Shell pool on top of this boss, which of course Miscount is already finished off now, so shouldn't be causing too many issues on this boss here.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. I think with no additional trash left right now for Miscount, everything is looking good. They also are going to get that Bloodlust up and ready right about now. However, I would think that we are saving this for a little bit later in the dungeon, towards that last boss perhaps. In the meantime though, FTBZM have made it to that second boss as well, and while they are still significantly behind because of the deaths that they had early, they are tracking onward. No further issues have arisen for them, and there's a chance that if they go really, really big here with the next pull, they can catch up some more time.
Yeah, definitely. And I do want to take a look at the pull that they're doing after this boss, see if they're going to be doing something similar to Miscount, or if they're going to be gathering up everything onto the Venom Shell and then possibly move it onto the Coglamation like we've talked about. If they do that, and Miscount maybe has a wipe on the last boss with trash, or to the mini bosses, then I definitely think that there's a chance for FTBZM to make it back here, but we'll see if they're even going to be attempting that pull. Miscount already moving the boss onto the exit area because the boss is about to go down, so they're saving travel time here, making sure they're as close to the stairs as possible. And I think this is going to be like the last scary moment for them coming up, as they're waiting for this MS area, making sure they're finishing it off before they move on. And then they're going to be pulling a lot of the trash onto the mini bosses, where there is some AoE damage combo that have killed players before.
Yep, that's right, but there is not much left in that dungeon as well, so all eyes on FTBZM right now. Can they do anything to maybe catch up? How big are they going to go with this next poll that they're setting up to do? If they want to have a fighting chance here, they need to go really, really big and then drag anything and everything towards that boss. Your tank is on the way to grab everything that's on the bottom floor. Is that where we're going to be stopping? It looks like that might just be the answer here.
Yeah, so they are doing that pull that we've seen Miscount do as well after the Venom Shell, though, on their side. So let's see if FTBZM can do this without any deaths. We did see Crims go down for Miscount to some of these dagger debuffs that are being thrown out. We also see the prop paladin here for FTBZM already start kiting, as there's just so much damage onto the tank coming through. The mobs have to die in just a moment. Lots of casts are about to go through as they're running out of AoE disrupts here. But looking pretty good for FTBZM. So even though they did have those initial mistakes, maybe because the skip failed, we're still not 100% sure what happened to them there. But yeah, they did play clean outside of that. So obviously Miscount, though, they're already on the last boss. They are at 100% enemy forces as well, as they pulled in the last couple of trash that they needed. And that boss is just absolutely melting for them. As you said, they did save Bloodlust for the last boss, and this boss is not going to be long for this world.
It absolutely isn't. Look at the damage that they are conjuring up right now. 25% to go, and that Bloodlust is still running. Should be ending in a couple of seconds, but it might be that the boss is over before that. One more time, that Tremor Slam, and then they are going to be finishing out this boss. Now, I will say it, this map will go towards a missed count as they are finishing out this boss, but there is another map that they need to take before they beat FTBZM for good, and I'm very curious to see the next dungeon.
The next one has a lot of potential for a lot of things to happen, good or ill, but in this one, Missed Count is feeling pretty good, coming out the victor of their first lower bracket matchup. Now, of course, they need to win one more before they are able to move forward, and FTBZM has a chance to bring it back, but there's a bit of a difference we've seen in the approaches with both of these teams to dungeons. And, you know, I think as well it worked in Missed Count's favor that they played this one fairly cleanly. So, I mean, Makes, like, looking at their performance here, do you think that they have started to kind of pull themselves up out of perhaps the calamity of some recent runs that they've had?
I think the big question to me is the route that we just saw their actual route, or did they go slower after the second boss? Because judging by what we've been seeing in the group stages, that's what I would think. They still had a death doing that. So I'm not entirely convinced Missed Count is up to par with some of the other teams we've been seeing, but they definitely look cleaner than what FTBZM has to offer right now.
Yeah, and I mean, FTBZM, great seeing them, you know, add more specs to the board. And honestly, I love it when folks try something, and I love seeing them take those risks rather than everybody just, you know, doing one thing that they think is best. But Zyro, from your perspective, what were you kind of taking away from this match?
Yeah, I think that's the big takeaway here, is that they tried something new, it didn't work out for them, and especially when something goes wrong at the very start of the key, like what happened for them, where they accidentally pulled an extra Swarm Guard. When you're already planning on pulling 2 Swarm Guards, getting a third in the pull is almost impossible to heal through. That Swarm debuff does so much damage on its own, and when you stack up 2 or 3 of them, there's like almost no way to live through that. You can maybe live through like 1 barrage of them, but the second extra casts start to go off, that pull's not going to go well. And, you know, I don't want to harp on it too much, but, you know, again, starting off the key in that way, instantly accruing 6 deaths, it's hard to keep your mentality healthy for the rest of the key. You're going to be in a bad mood. Where on the other hand, Missed Count, they had a clean dungeon. They had a very low death dungeon. They had a 0 death dungeon, if I'm not mistaken. Now, the time, we're not too sure. We don't have anything to compare it to. Both of our group stages were +9 City of Threats. Only had the Tyrannical affix on them. There was no Fortified. So, not going for the giant pulls after second boss, I'm not sure if that was actually what their fast strategy was, or if that was just an adaptation they made because they knew the other team had so many deaths and they didn't want to throw the key for no reason. We'll have to see, but this is a good step in the right direction for Miscount after their first round showing yesterday. And yeah, I mean, we'll hope to see more of this from them. Hopefully they can up the pace a little bit and show us that they've got a little more in the tank so they can compete with some of our best teams, because teams like Mandatory, Perplexed, and Holy Moly have been absolutely killing it. So if Miscount wants to try to compete with those guys, need to show more of this gameplay with a little bit more quickness. But, you know, things like this, right? Going for this big AoE pull after they already dealt with the hulking Stormguard up top, on the top of the stairs. A little bit of a questionable strategy. I mean, they did wait for their cooldowns to come down and go for this big pull, and even then Crimson ended up dying to some extra knife throws from the Agile Pursuers. Just a little bit of questions in the routing there. But again, just want to see them play clean.
I mean, I think, you know, we always want to see the teams be able to really pull off what they've been putting so much practice and so much time and energy into. And, you know, Miscount definitely was not a disaster by any means, but it is, like everybody's been saying, it's hard to get a read sometimes on just how fast or how competitive teams will be when they want to, you know, keep things in their pocket too, and they may not have to go all out on something to win it. So we'll see if we can get a better sort of guess or feel here. But we're coming next into Mists of Tyrannus Scythe, and Mix, this is one that has presented some challenges, particularly for FTBZM. What were you kind of thinking about this one?
So I am so surprised they did not ban this dungeon. Looking at what has happened yesterday for them here, not only were they unable to get the first boss one-faced, they also had some issues with the maze specifically. So to me, this would have been the dungeon that I expected a ban from FTBZM on. However, that does tell me that they are confident that this is not going to be a repeat of what we saw yesterday, and I'm actually super curious on how that mist is going to be playing out for them.
It'll be very cool to see. I mean, we talked even yesterday a little bit about whether or not some of it might have just been a snowball effect as well. You get flustered, right? Like, this is the first MDI. The Chinese teams have been back for a while, and maybe something just happens where you have that huge issue with the first boss, and then everything just kind of snowballs from there. So hopefully this will be a moment for them to kind of redeem that run and be able to get in the zone a little bit more to re-tackle the Mists of Tyrannus Scythe. But Nagura, I mean, this dungeon, it's got the maze, it's got, you know, we've seen a lot of the teams, you know, with Mistcaller even being able to sort of push those phases in a way that's really helpful. But what do you think are some of the biggest time savers in Mists?
I do think the biggest time saves can happen on Ingra, first of all. Like if you manage to get the damage onto the boss on that M phase, and you're able to finish off the boss super quickly there, that's going to be a huge time save for either of the teams. And then, of course, also skipping the last Mistcaller phase that we talked about. But I do think that the maze is something that we've seen so many differences between the teams. Like, so many teams attempted to pull stuff through the walls, to try to do as much trash there as possible. Other teams have just tried to press W and literally only do the trash that each area in the maze presented. Even if there was only one singular mob, like a Gorge Skeleton, for example, they just focused down that mob, didn't pull anything on top of that. And I do like to see the teams not agreeing on whatever is the fastest here. Not only do they not agree on the routes, but they also don't agree on the comps. We've seen lots of variation in comps here too. So yeah, definitely looking forward to see what Miscount has to offer here, because we've already seen FTBZM in this yesterday's mix talked about. But Miscount, on the other hand, we haven't seen them here, and I do wonder what kind of comp they're running and what kind of route they have in store for us.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to see what they decide to bring in. They've been, you know, shaking it up here. It's ironic, with a lot of the strats that we've seen, have there been any that you've particularly really liked or that you think would be of benefit to either of the teams?
Well, a lot of it comes down to whether or not they're able to make comp swaps. I think we all are kind of in agreement that the Arms Warrior from Holy Moly looks fantastic in this key. And, you know, it was one of the reasons that they almost were able to beat Perplexed in our first matchup of the day. It goes incredibly quickly in the maze, and if they were to eke out a little more damage, they might have been able to steal that series over Perplexed. But outside of that, I mean, you know, when you're in the lower bracket with your backs against the wall with elimination on the line, the best thing is just to play as safe as possible. So pick comfort picks, make sure you don't die, do pulls cleanly. And that's what I'd like to see from both of these teams here.
All right, we'll be hoping to see as much ourselves, and this will be Game 2 Mists of Tyrna Scythe, Mist Count versus FTBZM. If Mist Count takes it, they will be moving on, and FTBZM will be facing elimination. But this is a chance for FTBZM to show that even without those meta picks, they can still represent and do something that is a big time saver, or at least a really interesting one. Here we go, we're getting into it. Makes, I'll pass it over to you.
Yeah, please do, because there's even been a change from yesterday to today for FTBZM. It seems they have abandoned the Vengeance Demon Hunter altogether. Prot Paladin is the new deal, and they're going to be showing it off once again after that City of Threats here in the Mist, despite not having played that before. On the left-hand side, we're going to be seeing a little bit more of a traditional comp. I'm really, really curious on specifically what you called out, Nagura, the boss push for both of these teams, but even this first pull can cause trouble, and you can see how low some of these players are already dropping, as that Bloodlust is actually going to be used by Mist Count here, but not by FTBZM.
Yeah, very interesting. So FTBZM pulling off this triple villager pull without lust. That's actually very impressive that they managed to finish this one off. Now, they are, of course, quite a bit slower in comparison because they're missing that major cooldown, and they're also running a little bit of a different comp here. But still, being able to do this without lust is very impressive. Now, they do have this demonic gateway, so a little bit of an advantage, again, for them with the travel time, not having to walk around like we've seen Miscount had to do. And Miscount now on the bow breakers are ready, that they, of course, have to finish off to be able to spawn the boss. And FTBZM doing the same thing on their side, making sure they are engaging them on top of this other trash pack that is standing in front of the roots. They did pick up the mushrooms as well on both sides, so they get that stat buff throughout the rest of the dungeon here. And yeah, in this dungeon in particular, we've talked about this before. We do have the 15 seconds death penalty now with the Challenger's Peril, but in addition, in this Mist of Tyrna Scythe, if you die, you lose out on that huge stat buff, which is another downside from having any kind of mistakes in this dungeon. So any death here, very crucial.
I'm actually so curious if FTBZM after yesterday have decided to keep that lust to assure that Ingram Malik is a one phase. I wouldn't be surprised if that's the case, because they were somewhat close yesterday, but then ended up having to play another whole phase. But we're going to be keeping our eyes on whether or not that is the case. Miscount already on to the first boss, dealing with a Droman Ulfarin right now. And once that is low, we're going to be seeing whether or not they, on their end, can pull off that one phase. FTBZM lining up to get the RP on the boss started as well, and then repeat what we're going to be seeing on the left hand side. But here goes nothing for Mist Count.
Yeah, Miscount is now on that extra damage phase on Ingra. It looks like AJ has already popped that Heart of the Wild and is now using the Convoke the Spirits here as well. Healer's actually doing a lot of damage onto this boss, and it does look like Ingra did drop to 7% in the M phase, so they're going to be able to finish the boss off in just a moment. So nicely done by Miscount, having the damage to deal with this boss. I like the fact that AJ actually popped that Heart of the Wild a little bit before the Convoke there too, even before the damage M phase, to be able to get like a better timing on that cooldown, because a really long cooldown, of course, you can only get 2 or 3 in the dungeon. So nicely done, making sure he spaces it out perfectly to be able to get more usages at the end.
Well, here is that Bloodlust from FTBZM, so our expectations were actually on point, and this time around they are going to be able to get a clean slice off of that one phase. However, they're now spending a lot of time where they can't actually utilize that Bloodlust, since even with a rolling lust like this one, it's going to be ending now before they're into the next pack. So you would have preferred to use this on the first pack, I think, but if it assures you the one phase, it might still be worth here for FTBZM.
They could have also just like used it on the Droman already, right? In phase 1 of the boss.
Yeah.
To be able to like get the end of the Bloodlust into the Ingra phase, but that can be a little bit risky because if you use it slightly too early and then you don't push the boss properly and then you don't get the full Bloodlust time. Oh, Miscount actually making a mistake in a maze as they did walk through the wrong door, get ported back into the entrance. We've talked about this being a problem for FTBZM earlier, but now it's Miscount making the mistake here. We don't want to see this. Miscount, we've talked about this. They've struggled, and we want to see them more consistent. So having a mistake there with the door, definitely not something we want to see from that team.
Okay, listen. I just need to explain it once and for all, right? You look at the symbols and then you pick the one that's different. It seems this is not very clear. Of course, this is a tournament situation and there's some extra pressure for these teams. I get that, but you cannot be making these mistakes in the maze. It's just such a huge time loss for these teams. So hopefully that was the last one that we see from any of these teams in this weekend.
I hope so as well, as Viscount did manage to find the correct door now. Did find the odd one out, which of course is that game here that they have to play to be able to find the correct doorway. And we haven't seen any major changes in strategy here from Miscount as far as I could tell from pulling stuff through the maze or pulling anything differently. So they're definitely going, they're doing a little bit of a W route, as we want to call it, but maybe pulling something towards that Gorge Gullet. They don't have any of these pet classes. They don't have a priest. We've seen some teams with a priest actually mind control one of these mobs and then use that mind controlled mob to pull through the walls as well. So they don't necessarily need a pet class, but FTBCM would have both of it. They have a warlock with a pet and they have that priest as well to be able to pull stuff through the wall if they choose to do so.
Yeah, now I will say Tettles has this rule of never pulling anything else onto Gorge Gullet. Seems like Mistcount are at least abiding by it. I'm curious on whether or not FTBZM are going to be doing the same thing. Generally, you like to pull stuff on single target mobs, but apparently there's a rule in Miss. I haven't really understood it just yet. I'm just going to be repeating what Tettle said, which is not always the best idea. But Miscount on to their next pack already, whereas FTBZM still need to get through Gorge Gullet. And then the next big kicker is the Mistcaller interaction. So what we've been talking about, just to explain it a little bit, at the very end, the boss does another Mind Games cast, and you can kill it during the cast, which significantly cuts down on your boss timer. So we're going to be seeing whether or not teams are able to pull that off, because of course then they get a much better boss split here, as Mistcount have pulled Mistcaller.
Yeah, they are going to be getting that first guessing game in just a moment. That's of course not something you can skip. They definitely have to play 2 of those. After BCM having a cauterize proc on their Fire Mage here while that PI was running, but that's just good usage of your cooldowns, right? Yeah, especially if PI and your cooldowns are running, you don't want to be moving out of those swirlies if your cauterize is ready. So really nicely done by their mage there. But yeah, Miscount now in that guessing game, as you can see. Let's see if they find the correct one. Looks like they did. Did we have that already? Did we have somebody killing the wrong illusion, the wrong clone before? I feel like that's something I want to see still in the MDI.
I feel like that's not something I want to see, but okay, Nagora. What do you mean? Quick update, we do have AJ and Kira for Miscount both running that Mad Queen's Mandate, which should allow them to get that extra nuke damage onto the boss towards the tail end. I'm just checking, and I'm pretty sure that on the side of FTBZM, we're not running that. So they will need to use their Spy Masters, perhaps, of which they have a couple, to try and get that last hard nuke onto the boss's HP.
Yeah, that's not something you like to use, right? You'd rather have the mandates on your tank, your healer, whatever. But yeah, we'll see if they manage to execute this. As Miscount is approaching that last guessing game, and we'll see if they manage to beat that cast. They do obviously also want to wait with the push as well to be able to... Oh, there we go. It was a really good push. That was really nicely done by Miscount. It was during a patty cake. The patty cake, of course, being interrupted last moment there by Kira, being able to get most of that damage through. And yeah, really nicely executed by Miscount.
Yeah, I'd love to see it. Can FTBZM do the same thing? It has to be the question. They pulled a little bit of extra trash onto the boss here. They're already ahead in dungeon trash count. So enemy forces looking good for FTBZM. That means they don't need to go as big towards the end, or maybe just one. But there goes their tank and their warlock as well. Both of these have been knocked down. And with the warlock dying, that's of course your battle rest as well. Do they have any chance to maybe get this back together? But it doesn't look like it. The entire team is frozen, and it's the Disc Priest that remains as the FTBZM have a full team wipe on Mistcaller.
Very unfortunate. They're probably going down to a snowball there from the boss, and then not being able to recover with the Warlock having aggro from all of this trash that they also pulled on top of the boss. Super difficult to recover a pull like this when you have that amount of trash to miscount. On the other hand, they have gathered up a huge pull on their side after Mistcaller. Their Bloodlust is about to be ready as well, that they're going to be saving for the last boss. We'll see if they gather all of this towards Tredova. That would be an insane pull, and it would be interesting to see if they can execute this. But yeah, Miscount, they're still moving. We do have a double debuff on Yargi here. Dispel coming through from AJ, making sure those poisons get dispelled, and that's it. Tredova being engaged on top of all of this trash. This can be a little bit difficult here at the very start, as Bloodlust is running, and all of these mobs are just so slow to gather up here. That's the scariest part. Once they are gathered, they can use all of their AoE CC to interrupt, but the gathering part is the most dangerous one.
It absolutely is, and that Bloodlust is at least helping to try and get that to a safer state as Mistcount is finishing out that trash here to make 100% enemy forces probably once these Gorgers are down. 50% on Tredova to go, and they are looking to take the series 2-0. I do want to say 0-7 in the chat for FTBZM. An unfortunate wipe there towards that Mistcaller boss, but Mistcount saying don't count us out just yet. 0 deaths in this dungeon thus far, and hoping to get through it clean.
Yeah, they still need to do some trash, which it looks like they might be moving, or maybe they just play it safe. They know they're ahead at this point pretty far, so they can finish off the boss here and then get the trash afterwards. It's difficult to compare the times here. I do want to say that Miscount, of course, in that City of Threats and also in this Mists now, the fastest time we've seen so far is Perplexed with a 10:50 that we saw from that first series of today. So Miscount, definitely a little bit behind. They're going to be more than a minute behind compared to Perplexed. But again, we don't really know if Miscount can do this quicker. Are they just playing a little bit safe because they know they're far ahead? We will have to see. But I do like to see them having a 0 death run and playing it as clean as they possibly can, with that one single mistake in the maze, of course, that we do have to mention. So even though there's 0 deaths, it wasn't fully clean still.
That's true. A little bit of a mishap there, but Mistcount taking that second map and eliminating FTBZM as they move on in the lower bracket.
Mistcount did not want to be down and out for the count here, and they are absolutely showing that they can pull themselves up and continue forward. Great to see them take this here, and a huge thank you as well to FTBZM for participating. We love seeing the Chinese regions back in, and of course, as everybody learns and, pools together knowledge, we'd love to see them back again in the future, stronger than ever, and with some fun picks still for shaking up our meta. But Mistcount here, I think they did what we kind of just kept saying. You just need to have a good run. You need to have as few deaths as possible, or no deaths, and maybe one little hiccup in the maze. Okay, fine. But this was much cleaner for them. And Nagura, looking at it with them, do you feel like this was them closer to what we expect from Mistcount?
It was definitely closer, but I still think they can. I'm not sure if they are actually, I don't think this is their fastest run. I definitely think they can go a little bit quicker. They have been cleaner today. That's definitely a good point. But they still have to be faster if they want to meet, I think, our expectations from what we've known from them. And if they want to beat the rest of the teams that are gonna be coming up, they have to play against Holy Moly, right? Mm-hmm. That's gonna be a very difficult one for them. If they want to win that, they have to play a lot faster than what we've seen in Dismissed, and also what we've seen in the City of Threats as well, in my opinion.
I mean, it's true, right? When you look at some of the times that their teams are putting up, even here with this one being so clean, it's not a no-death competition, although the deaths that we've seen have been, swaying matches. It is a speedrunning comp, so they're going to have to figure out how they continue to hone in on that element. But Zyronic, from your perspective, as you observed the match, what stood out to you?
Yeah, there are a couple key takeaways from this matchup that I want to point out. And the dungeon itself wasn't too important in the context of this particular setup, but we did see this same composition coming up from FTBZM in this dungeon, and I want to say, the first 2/3 of the dungeon was probably the cleanest that we saw from either them or Worms this entire weekend, and it really shows the potential they have as teams. Unfortunately, it did fall apart for them on Mistcaller, but, one of the big key takeaways that you guys were alluding to right after the matchup is that, what does this style of play have in store for Miscount moving forward? Are they going to be fast enough to compete with Holy Moly in their next round in the lower bracket? That's going to be an incredibly tough matchup for them, because Holy Moly looks like they could be one of the teams competing to win the entire weekend if they keep playing like they played against Perplexed, and Miscount is definitely going to have to amp up their gameplay in order to compete. On the other hand, I feel like, people are going to look at this weekend and, draw some conclusions about the Chinese region that I think are a little unfair for the players, Later on this season, we have the TGP coming up, the Great Push, our key pushing competition. And if you go look at the ladder on Radar.io right now, 4 of the top 8 teams are Chinese teams. The world first 19 key was just timed 30 minutes ago by a Chinese team. It was a 19 Arakara. So for that competition,
Wow.
I expect us to see
Nice.
some fierce competition from the Chinese teams. That's going to be an incredible one to look forward to. Hopefully we get some news about that soon. But, for the purpose of the competition, unfortunately, yes, our 2 Chinese teams are going home. But we're not done yet for the day. We've got 2 more eliminations to make, and those are both going to be very interesting matchups coming up.
Oh, absolutely. We've got some big games ahead, and as we take a look at the bracket now, as we can see, our lower bracket continues to pan out here. Worms, FTBZM eliminated, but Polish Mountain and Ducks Can Fly will be going head-to-head next, with whoever comes out of it, the loser, being eliminated as well. But these are 2 teams that I think kind of excel in different areas. Makes, looking at them, what do you think this matchup is going to be like?
Oh, I'm actually very, very curious because I feel like Polish Mountain and Ducks Can Fly are somewhat even in where I would expect them to perform. So I think this might actually be a series that goes to the 2-1 again, like we only saw between Perplexed and Holy Moly thus far.
I would love to see that. And I mean, I think, right, like Polish Mountain, they tend to risk it more, and when they pull it off, it's big and dynamic and really fun to see. Ducks Can Fly, that consistency that we've talked about being a big thing. I think it does bring them right sort of neck and neck, like you were saying, and depending on how they're playing and where they are at today, we may get to see a really good match here between the 2 of them. But, Nagura, is there anything in particular with these 2? You've been cheering for Ducks, but is there anything particularly with these 2 that you think might be any unexpected elements in the matchup?
I'm not sure if we see anything really unexpected. I do want to say that I agree with Makes that I think this match can go to a 3-game series, and also I think it can really go either way, even though I am rooting for Ducks, and I also think that they could win this. But I think Polish Mountain's routes on paper are probably going to be faster, but Ducks Can Fly has the better consistency, right? So I do think if Polish Mountain makes a mistake here and there, Ducks Can Fly is going to be right behind them to capitalize off of that mistake. And it's not going to take a lot, especially with Challenges Peril, as we talked about. So if they just have like a few deaths, I do think that Ducks Can Fly can immediately capitalize and can win a dungeon very easily.
Yeah. Can I just say, it's ironic, I love watching your listening faces as you sit and thoughtfully stroke your beard. Or,
I'm confused.
Something you weren't
I'm interested
expecting
in
gets...
listening for position. The ducks did eat the worms. Are they going to eat some pierogies now, too?
I don't think you should feed ducks dough. I don't think that's very healthy for them.
Yeah, probably best to avoid, but you know what? The ducks can fly can have a little pierogi as a treat if they'd
Don't
like.
be
So
Wait a second.
He shouldn't.
Yeah, it's kinda
You
like
shouldn't
bread.
pick Doug's bread. No, don't do that.
Okay.
now we are going to be taking a quick break, but before that, we have a game for all of you. This is just like we did earlier. It's a little whose spell is it anyway? So if it's your first time catching it somehow, we're going to try to decipher the spell based only on the information available on the tooltip. So chat, you play along too. Oftentimes you get it right even faster than we do, or sometimes, you're completely off in a different direction. But we've got some competitors here, so let's see.
Oh. Roar
That's,
Explosively? It's got to be...
Impressive roar?
Yeah, right? It's got to be.
Yeah, I think so too. However, I've been tricked by production before.
Over 8 seconds?
What other roars are
That's
there?
That's the
Other roars
That's
are
the-
there?
that's the extension of CC, right? The 8 seconds.
It's the extension of CC.
Oh, it says
It
damage.
makes CC 50% longer. I was thinking it was
Okay,
kind of like
roar
an oppressing
explosively.
roar. No, it's not oppressing roar. Maybe in-cap roar?
Is it overawe? Is that what it's called? Is that
I don't
the
think it's
thing?
ink cap. What's the one thing? Okay, that's like a.
There's also is booming shout still in the
Stampeding
game?
Incapitating roar,
In-cap roar?
savage roar, thunderous, stampeding, dragon
Saucy
roar,
roar, cheerful roar.
kitty cat roar, wear my feral mane's hat.
So I don't think
Alright,
it's
Nagura, you're the
stampeding
druid.
roar, right? So not stampeding roar, because why would it do damage? And like that doesn't make any sense, right? 8 seconds damage, yeah. Then
Would that
Ink
be
Cap roar-
reducing damage done by then?
stampeding roar?
Well, no, the
No,
last... What is the last sentence reducing damage done to you?
Oh, I was thinking.
Afterwards.
Okay, so Ink Cap roar obviously doesn't do any damage. Okay, that also maybe doesn't. 8 seconds is too long for Ink Cap roar.
Maybe it doesn't actually do damage, and it does something else with damage, like scale
because it-
down damage.
Oh, yeah.
Or if it's a damage breaks it, right? If it's a CC, then
Oh, yeah,
damage
you can
would be
interrupt
breaking
it. Or like,
Because
like,
there is a
break it.
point after sec.
Guys, I'm completely clueless on this one, I'm not gonna lie.
This is so hard. I just see chat yelling out all of these, like basically all of
It's-
these equally.
Yeah,
But
see,
it's a
usually I
dragon
try
roar,
to
it's not
look at
dragon roar.
chat.
There's a
for,
lot
like,
of thunderous roar.
cheat,
I'm gonna
That's
go with
about
chat.
but you're
Thunderous
just all
roar.
saying different things.
And what's the one thing? Like usually this is a range indicator on the right.
Oh,
no?
guys, we just got a
cooldown?
great tip from production. They said, here's a clue for you all. It's got roar in the name. You're
Wow,
welcome.
thank you.
Wow,
That's
thank
so
you.
helpful.
Wow.
Insightful.
That's incredible.
Thank you for this.
Wow.
You know what? I'm gonna side with chat. We made an alliance earlier against Heddles, and now I'm gonna make an alliance against production. And I'm saying Thunderous Roar here, because we've gotta take them down here.
Yeah, chat's never
I'm
wrong. I
saying-
trust them implicitly. It's thunderous roar.
I'm saying
Okay, same.
dragon roar because dragons do roar. That makes sense to me.
They do.
Perfect.
Love that. Nagura, did you decide? Did you pick?
Thunderous roar.
Okay. All right. Let's see which one it is.
Come on, chat. Come on. Yes!
Wow.
Yes.
Let's go, chat.
Chat is always right. I believe it. Okay, let's take a look
Oh,
at
it's a
these.
bleed.
Damage
Okay.
beyond 5 targets.
Let's see.
Mm.
Okay, that makes sense. So it was sneaky. It
Did
was
I
like
say
a...
reducing damage.
Yeah, no, you were right.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that! Look
No
at that!
yards.
I don't even
Is-
know what
is
the
the icon
Thunderous roar
next?
icon looks like.
Yeah.
Yeah,
oh,
we'll
wow.
find out now.
Well, it looks like that, I guess.
Look at that.
Does it have
Oh,
a
got a little
forked tongue? Does it have no tongue?
The eye.
If I
is also
squint really
different.
hard, will one look better?
Oh, good catch. The eyes are different.
I think D. Or? I don't know. Maybe it's just
It's
C.
A, I think it's A or D. I think the one long tongue makes sense.
Really?
Huh.
Oh.
There's no way they'd Photoshop all three long
Wait,
tongues,
it's
right?
it's A.
I think it's
A.
C or B.
Yeah, I'm kind of leaning towards
What do you
C.
mean it's A? How do you
Okay,
know?
you know why? Okay, look at C. You see how
Okay.
they
Uh-huh.
photoshopped like the tongue away,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
and you see how the tongue is A.
You can
I
kind of still see the
think-
horizontal line where it is, right?
Oh.
Oh.
Bad
Or did they just
Photoshop work.
Interesting. It could be D,
Or
though,
they did it
as
on
well.
purpose.
Wait. Hold on. The tongues on A and D are completely different. I just realized. This is bad.
Yeah, they are.
I
They made
think
the
I'm
tongue
going to say
longer on A.
D. I feel like the tongue checks out, and
I'm gonna go
the
with
eye
cat.
color seems to match the glow. So I'm going
doing
D.
A.
I
A.
think D.
Chat says D. I'm gonna go D.
Okay.
Photoshop.
All right. Let's
Yeah.
see.
Yeah. I'm A.
I like the
Oh.
wiggly lines on the tongue. They're funny to me.
Dude, chat
see?
is so smart.
D.
Wow.
Damn.
Wow.
Wrinkle brains over there. Well done, everybody. And well done to both of our teams here. Next up, we will be going into our matchup here, lower round 2, Polish Mountain versus Ducks Can Fly. But we will have a short break before then, so don't go anywhere because we will be back with you very soon. Thanks for your patience, everybody. We are back and we are ready for our next lower bracket run here with Polish Mountain versus Ducks Can Fly. Get your predictions in the chat. And chat, you've been on a roll today. You've just been on it. Every single thing you do. No criticism. I mean, you just nailed it. So let's see if you get this one right as well. And we'll keep all doing our best to greater or lesser effect. But I mean, it's a good one coming up, and it's an interesting one as well with Polish Mountain and Ducks Can Fly. I mean, Ducks, right? We've seen them literally here just in recent memory today where they looked a little bit more reserved and they had some mistakes that cost them. But we've also seen them go up against huge powerhouses like Perplexed. And Tettles, I mean, seeing how they performed there, how do you think they can kind of get back to that level of play?
I mean, I think that in general, just like Ducks Can Fly probably are going to have very slightly slower strategies than Polish Mountain in general. But I think that the game plan for Ducks Can Fly, and it's kind of like Nagura talked about last time we saw Ducks Can Fly, is just consistency. That's the most important thing is like, I think they're like +1 pull in a lot of dungeons over some of the absolute top teams. But I think in more often than not, that comes at like a big boon, which is in theory having fewer deaths across the entire weekend. And that's like a pretty big deal. I mean, we talk about the Challenger's Peril time and time again. You just can't afford to have realistic deaths. And I think that Ducks Can Fly actually has a pretty good chance in this matchup versus Polish Mountain. I think this is actually a pretty favorable matchup for them, all things considered.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's definitely... Oh, no, you do not need to apologize.
She has a lot of opinions about the Ducks, let me tell you. I don't know if you heard her, like, meow, but she's a big Ducks fan, it seems like.
Love that for her. I mean, maybe does she just want to hunt them? Is that also possible?
Well, I wouldn't put it past her, but she seems to be in favor of the Ducks. So while Tettles was talking, she was just agreeing along. I don't know if y'all heard.
Well, you know, Ducks, a lot of us are rooting for them. I've always loved seeing Ducks perform as well, and Ari right there with you, you know? And over on the other side with Polish Mountain, you know, this match between the two of them, I think there was a point where we wouldn't have thought that it would be as even, right? Polish Mountain kind of came up, they dethroned Missed Count and worked their way up. So we have to see what they're going to bring here as well. And they're going to be starting off in this Arakawa, and Dratno's kind of looking at this and Polish Mountain's performance this weekend. How do you think this is going to shake out for them?
I think this is going to be a very, very close series between these two teams. I mean, they have both looked like they've been capable of beating teams that are, you know, seated well above them. And they've also both shown weaknesses and vulnerability in these different maps. So I think there's a good chance. I mean, I don't want to say our closest series of the day, because of course we had that Perplexed versus Holy Moly game earlier, but maybe. I think these two teams are extremely evenly matched. I think it's going to be really exciting to start off in this +12 Arakawa. I think that's a really fitting place to go here, because it is one of our most, I think one of the most iconic M+ dungeons of this season, right? It's short, it's sweet, and it's at our highest key level of the weekend.
So Polish Mountain have actually already played Arakawa, and they had a deathless run versus FTBZM in the Arakawa. Their time was a 13-minute and 40-second, which I'm going to be honest, I'm not like super confident in that time just in general. That feels like a really, really slow Arakawa. I think that some of the faster times that we've seen it put up in that dungeon this weekend range from that like 11:45 to like 12:30-ish mark. And so a 13:40, I feel like that's kind of in the Ducks Can Fly's wheelhouse of being able to take that down.
Now, Tuttles, is this you defending your pick there? Because it does look like you have said, you predicted Ducks Can Fly will win.
I think that they have a favorable matchup as well. Just looking at the maps, the second map in the series is actually Grim Batol. We saw that with the pick ban there, and I think that just all things considered, it is a very favorable map pool. Well, like Dratnos mentioned, I think this could honestly go either way.
Well, we are getting into it now. Polish Mountain versus Ducks Can Fly. We'll see just how close this can be. Dratnos, take us into the action.
Alrighty, we are going to have the same composition between the two teams. Sort of this default option with the Priest instead of the Druid. We've got Ducks Can Fly heading over to the left, getting started here. Ooh, Polish Mountain, I like this. Their Rogue is going to use those AoE Garrote stealth silences to help bring in all those casters for free at the start here.
Dude.
Into that Sigil of Silence as well. Beautiful.
Some rogues have actually stopped playing Iron Wire on live because it's a damage loss.
Yeah, that's criminal. That is
criminal.
Unbelievable. Yeah.
Look on the right side of the screen here. Ducks Can Fly actually able to dispatch the mini boss a little bit faster than Polish Mountain. whenever we're looking at these first couple of pulls of the dungeon, the texture of the pulls is very similar. Basically, you're pulling as much trash as you reasonably can into these large health mini bosses and trying to kill those off as fast as possible. The reason that you're doing it like this is because those mobs are the limiting factor for actually getting Avanax, the first boss of this dungeon, spawned. And so trying to pull all of the trash on top of these mini bosses and killing those off while the trash is just even cleaved by passive cleave, I feel like is a great strategy for both of these teams.
Both teams now into the second mini boss. You can see the tailoring stun coming out from Polish Mountain, a very common strategy on this mini boss. Yeah, I wonder what Ducks are doing with that stun. It only lasts for like a minute if you're holding onto it, so maybe they didn't grab it?
Didn't pick it up. Yeah.
Ooh, Luca in some danger there. Does go down to that venomous spit. Poison dot from the engorged crawler. Those just kind of randomly target people. Very nasty dot. That's going to be the battle res committed for Ducks Can Fly, and that is minus 15 seconds, but crucially, the margin for error has just decreased precipitously for the Ducks. They are still ahead in dungeon progression, though. They're going to get started on this next mini-boss first here.
It's not raining. All right. As the Sigil of Silence here lands on the Trilling Attendant for the Ducks Can Fly as well. I find these mobs to be really obnoxious to actually get grouped into the pack if you don't have something like the Abomination Limb or Double Grip from the DK. And so I think that Ducks Can Fly, utilizing that Silent Sigil as well to be able to get those mobs grouped up a little bit faster is a very good strategy. They have really bad puddle spawns on the right side of your screen here. Their entire melee clump is being just cluttered with that ground effect.
Yeah, they lost a lot of time here. One thing they're actually playing, it looked like they had a knockback Thunderstorm instead of knock-up Thunderstorm, and they knocked away some of those crabs as they were about to start exploding into the back of the wall there. But it ended up still denying them a lot of space as they were exploding. So Ducks Can Fly do get that mini-boss finished off. They are still a little bit ahead in terms of dungeon progression when compared to Polish Mountain. But Polish Mountain have a little bit more count, and it looks like they're going to take even more of this count into boss potential here. Or actually, both teams are doing a large side pull, hooking around into the boss.
Yeah, the way that you're actually pull trash into this boss is super interesting because it seems like a lot of teams are actually just face tanking the starved crawlers that spawn from the boss's alarm shrill, and then they just kind of just try to cleave all of the trash down while continuing to just beat on this boss. And that's one of the advantages of this composition that both of these teams are playing is that it just has so much single target and funnel damage while basically doing a lot of free cleave.
Yeah, of course, you got to be worried about the boss eating those little ads that it spawns, so it doesn't do it right away. So as long as you get them killed in time, it's all good.
Here's the tip, is that you as long as you don't let them in the boss's hitbox, it's not a big deal. And look at how Ducks Can Fly are positioning here. They're positioning with their characters on the edge of the boss's hitbox and just letting the mobs melee them from behind. Now, the downside of that is that you're then susceptible to dying to things like the Gossamer Onslaught that you see on the right side of your screen here from Ducks Can Fly. Do you reset the boss here? I mean, that is a huge death.
You keep it going, I think. The boss is already at half health. You've lost, probably about 30% of your DPS, maybe a little bit less. So the boss is still going to die faster without the rogue, although you're going to get more spawns. So it is going to take a little bit longer. I still don't think you can reset the boss here. Either way, this is probably minus the better part of a minute.
I mean, yeah, it not only is it the 15 seconds worth of death, it's the damage, but on top of that, look at the left side of your screen from Polish Mountain. So the wave of ads that Ducks Can Fly just killed on the right side of the screen, Polish Mountain are electing to leave in that AoE blind effect. They also use Sigil of Misery as well to kind of be able to deal with it. They can also have Root Totem. It looks like they had the Earth Grab Totem as well. And so Polish Mountain are making sure that they don't have to kill as many sets of starved crawlers as possible. But the boss is still pretty high as the second wave is being spawned.
Yeah.
Ooh, Total Recall for the Root. I like that.
Nice. Yeah, I mean, and now we're going over there and look at the rogue actually casting those Fan of Knives, getting those extra combo points out of those ads. And it's kind of fine if the boss jumps at 5% health and starts eating. It'll still die before it actually does anything dangerous with those damage amp stacks. It's not even going to happen for Polish Mountain. They are going to get that boss absolutely eliminated there around the 457 marker on their boss one split. So you mentioned this about Polish Mountain, right? Their time in this dungeon is not blazingly fast, but they put up a 0-death run earlier this weekend, and Ducks Can Fly having a brutal 2-death opener to this dungeon. They are in a lot of trouble already here. This second death cost them so much.
I much prefer the position that Polish Mountain are in than Ducks Can Fly. Ducks Can Fly actually just have fed Evanax. I think that boss has a bunch of stacks of that in Rage. And Ghostface ends up going down just the white swings of the boss. And so another 15 seconds of death penalty. That is a huge time loss. it's normally not a tank death that occurs there. To White Swings, it's normally like the tank buster that will end up killing off your tank there. But I think the boss had 2 sets of those ads that he ended up eating.
Yeah, the tank buster also like it means you'll die to auto attacks in the next few seconds as well if you're not careful, even if you live the initial hits of that tank buster. Dude, does look like Ducks and Fly are trying their best to recover here. Meanwhile, Polish Mountain already dealing with these blood guards on the left-hand side here. An attendant on the ground they could grab that tailoring stun from. Not sure they need it though. They're going to be sneaking their way through. And just this 3-pack here.
This is also our highest key level of the weekend as well in that 12. I think that this is an added variable that's not really discussed a ton. And I know that, chat was loving to talk about some of the 10s and the weekly keys that we were seeing, but a plus 12 is something that's like really difficult to even pug on live. And like, these teams are trying to do it in 12 minutes.
Yeah, especially when you're doing these big pulls. And I would say, especially playing the Vengeance Demon Hunter, I think is extremely skill intensive at this key level.
I agree.
You're playing a tank that is... You've got a lot of utility, you're bringing a lot of damage to your group, you have a lot of survivability, but all of your survivability is active, and also, it's the same buttons as your defense, right? Fell Devastation, Metamorphosis, Fiery Brand, these are all your defensive and offensive CDs. So in an MDI setting, you're pulling super big, and you're even squishier outside of those CDs because you're pulling so big. Mirage is going to go down again, a Web Bolt goes through for Ducks Can Fly, no B-Res available. Now their healer down to another Web Bolt as the dominoes start to fall for them. Oh no, the Stag Shell got its cast off, and they summoned an ad there at the end as well. That's going to be really brutal. It's still going to be there when they try to run back, right?
Yeah. So the mob doesn't despawn. You also lose the 7 count from the Stag Shell, like, burrowing into the ground. So they're going to be missing count relative to what they normally have. This is probably the worst case scenario here. And for Ducks Can Fly fans and all the predictors in chat that wanted them to win, I think this is going to be a 1-0 for Polish Mountain. Polish Mountain, this is the point of which they could probably have a full wipe and still be ahead of Ducks Can Fly. They might be able to have 2 wipes and still be ahead of Ducks Can Fly.
Yeah, I mean, that was just a catastrophic wipe. And
another Shroud here.
Yeah, exactly. This is one of the worst spots you can wipe in the dungeon because now you have to run back. You don't have Shroud. You do have Mind Soothe, so they're going to head around with Mind Soothe and try and make this work.
Like, I don't know, man. This is cursed.
I mean, it's kind of okay. It's pretty bad. The Blood Guard as well. The Blood Guard that gets summoned by those Stag Shell's alarm casts doesn't give you count. You lose the count from the Stag Shell because it burrows under the ground as well. So your entire plan is just scuffed now. You have to pull something in that you weren't planning to. Yeah, I mean, Ducks Can Fly, only 8 deaths on the board, but they are so far behind at this point.
It's the power of Poland and Polska Góra.
Yeah, Polish Mountain are looking really good here, and credit to them as well. 0 deaths in this plus 12. I mean, we've been talking about how volatile this key is, but they are making it look clean.
I think that for Polish Mountain, this was a team that has had probably some of the most volatility. Them and like Worms, I think, coming into the Global Finals had some of like the highest feast or famine runs that we saw. They were like a 5 seed coming out of time trials, and then they immediately got knocked down to the lower bracket in Group A, but they were able to completely battle back. And so it's a situation where this team, whenever they're able to come online and do their strategies the way that they've planned and the way that they prepared, they actually have very quick strats. But then it's more of a question of what is their consistency going to look like. I feel like we get a tale of 2 Polish Mountains every single run. You kind of question whether or not they're going to have like a big mistake, or are you going to see their perfect run? And whenever they have a perfect run, look at what we're seeing on the left side here. They are looking fantastic in this Arakawa right now.
Yeah, Polish Mountain are charging forward here. They are getting this big pull underway. Bunch of these winged carriers coming in. Very scary mobs. They do a bunch of random damage to your whole group, and they're going to take this into this Nerubian Hauler as well. Now, they should have a tailoring stun available for this thing. Maybe sometime after its second slam is usually when we see that after everything's all nice and grouped up.
Yeah, so you definitely want to stun it after the second slam. You want to minimize the amount of slams here. And this is, again, the texture I was talking about earlier of this dungeon where you have one very large mob that you're trying to focus down and use all of your funnel damage into, and then you have a lot of mobs that surround it. And for this pull, again, it's the Nerubian Hauler, sometimes it's the boss, but this is why this composition that we're seeing out of Polish Mountain is just so solid, because you're able to get just an insane amount of funnel damage from that Assassination Rogue, from that Enhancement Shaman, and they're able to beat even the 4th cast from that Nerubian Hauler. There are actual ways to reset the Nerubian Hauler's stacks of the buff, but it involves an evoker with the oppressing roar ability on top of that tailoring stun because they do work together. But just having that 12 seconds of reprieve from that natural tailor stun, it just gives Polish Mountain enough time on this plus 12 level to be able to dispatch with that Nerubian Hauler. Now it looks like they're getting ready for the slow chain here. Let's take a look at their cooldown situation. So they don't have Ascendance for a minute, they don't have Deathmark for a minute, and they don't have Breathless Intergrocer for a minute. They do have Bloodlust available, but that's going to be held until the offensive situation improves a little bit.
This is a bit of an awkward spot for the Rogue CDs as well. Kingsbane just came up, but every second we don't press Kingsbane here is a second we're going to have to hold Deathmark if we don't press it right away, and they're actually just going to lose a Kingsbane use because of that here. That's a little tough. These things happen, though, sometimes unavoidable.
I mean, I think it's one of those things that's why I felt like whenever we were looking at this pre-series, I felt like the Polish Mountain, this map was a little bit slower than some of the other stuff that we have been seeing out of them, just because this ending sequence feels a bit awkward with their offensive cooldowns relative to their Bloodlust. But I mean, if they're going to play like this, I feel like this is a Polish Mountain favored series with the lack of deaths and just how solid they've truly looked. And even here, this is a composition, whenever you're running triple melee with a Disc Priest, I feel like more often than not you have so many deaths to this boss due to your melee just riding the waves, cowabunga mode, somebody gets hit with the Surf's Up and ends up dying. But Polish Mountain, making sure that they form the square, make sure that there are going to be no mistakes with anybody accidentally getting flipped by a wave, and they're looking really solid here.
What did you say the time was in their previous Arakara?
1340.
Okay, I mean, I think they're on pace to accelerate a little bit here. We are going to have that Lust lining up with every single CD here. Ooh, we have to be really careful. These poisons are about to expire here.
Shaman? What are we doing?
I think there may have been a personal vendetta there, but it looks like it was outplayed. Gotta be careful, though.
Dude, he just kept running on top of our Shaman.
That's one of those spots where I think some of our more coordinated teams will have, like, they'll have pre-planned out and they'll already be pre-spread in a little square around the boss, kind of ready for whoever gets which configuration of that poison. But yeah, Polish Mountain are able to outplay that. It's all good. The Bloodlust is going to come out. We've got Power Infusion, landing on that Enhancement Shaman, every single cooldown in the video game here.
I'm feeling like it's going to be about a 1330-ish, so we might have a little bit of a slight improvement like you were talking about. Yeah, I mean, they have so much burst damage in this composition. That's why this comp is good too, is because the game plan is very straightforward for what you want to do. Every single time you have your 2 minutes available, you want to pull as large as possible and pull one large mob that you just like funnel all of your damage into, and it just makes sense whenever you line up all of your offensive CDs as well. And it feels really good whenever you're able to press all of your 2s at the exact same time and you just take the boss from 45 all the way to 10% inside of one Bloodlust.
It does look like their time is going to be about the same that they previously had in this dungeon, which, I mean, in one sense, it's a bad sign because that time is certainly slower than we've seen out of the likes of Mandatory and Perplexed.
I mean, look at
but on the other hand, it's 2 0-death runs that they've put together in their Arakaras so far this weekend. If this is a team that will consistently be putting up 0-death runs, that is always a really good sign, and that is going to take Polish Mountain to a 1-0 lead in the series. Well played by them.
Polish Mountain, they, chat, you doubted them. You were over here with Tettles, but they were able to take this first one. Now, Tettles, what were your kind of thoughts? I mean, are you converted over to the Polish Mountain side now?
Hear me out. This is not even cope.
Sure.
If Ducks Can Fly actually didn't have that wipe, they were pacing to beat Polish Mountain. Polish Mountain's final boss time was 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Ducks Can Fly had 2 minutes of death penalty against them, and way more than 30 seconds of like travel time and like dead DPS time. And they were, I think, going to be able to beat the last boss ahead. But you can never do that if you're having a wipe. I think that the team that wipes in an MDI, if you ever wipe, your map is basically over almost immediately on the spot, assuming that the other team doesn't also then wipe.
Yeah, I mean, even just watching there, the fact that they made it to that final boss arena, even with all those setbacks, with those longer, passageway through the Blood Guard, they did seem to have a fast route through. So maybe with this one, we'll be able to see them actually kind of reset, get in there, and avoid that wipe. Knock on wood, don't want to cast or curse them. But Megs, what were you sort of observing about this one?
So I actually went into this series and I said to our replay operator that I'm really hoping that we'll get a 0-death map out of both of these teams to see who's actually faster on their routing. And then, unfortunately, this happened. It's a bit unfortunate because Luca dispelled himself right before the second application, but then the stun was too late, so a second cast came through, and then they used that Batterus, which meant they didn't have it for their rogue here, and then had to play the boss as 4-man, and then towards the end there was more bad things happening. We don't need to get into that from here on. They were playing from behind, and Polish Mountain just didn't give them a chance to catch up, really. Very cleanly executed. The Arakara is a dungeon that we know they're very well versed in. We saw it in the group stages already, doing this double Bloodguard pull here very easily, and then towards the end of the gauntlet we're once again seeing just perfect execution from the Polish Mountain, not giving any chances to the Ducks to catch up. But I will also say, like I said before, this is the dungeon that I think heavily favors Polish Mountain because of them kind of pioneering the strat here. We're going to be seeing Yeda pick up that tailoring stun and then getting this really massive pull onto the hauler. Usually they tank the first slam, sometimes even the second one, and then they're utilizing that tailoring stun to give everybody a chance to get those cooldowns back up, those defensive cooldowns is what I'm referring to survive this pull.
Yeah, I mean, very impressive from them, right? I mean, Polish Mountain definitely have this streamlined, and seeing how they even handle it is something where, you know, you're just kind of going like, oh man, yeah, they've really got this down. They've really paced it. But, you know, Ducks can fly. This was not their best showing, but of course they kept going, and they still, I think, managed to pull off a respectable run despite that huge setback. Now, Grimbatal is where we're heading next. And this is one where we have seen a lot of difficulty, but of course this is at a lower key level, right? So, Dratnos, looking at Grimbatal for the two teams, are you kind of leaning towards one having an advantage over the other?
I mean, it may be a lower key level, but it is still one of our most volatile maps just by virtue of the map itself. Going into this series, I would have said Grimbatal should be a Ducks Can Fly favored one, because I feel like they are a team that's more likely to have a zero-death run, and I think that's what Grimbatal is all about. Whereas I would have said Arakara, we're probably going to see 2 zero-death runs, and we're going to see Polish Mountain win by being maybe a little bit faster on the zero-death run. That's been entirely kind of upended by the story of that map, though, so I have no idea what to expect going into this one.
I mean, we've seen both of these teams over the course of the weekends, obviously, in all the dungeons, but I mean, even earlier we saw Ducks, you know, kind of going through Grimbatal, and yeah, they just haven't seemed to have the precision, the clean runs that they normally do, that very reliable, steady kind of pace. So if they can kind of pull it back together, keep flapping those little wings and just fly, you know, they need to here and now, because otherwise they will be eliminated from the competition. But I mean, Polish Mountain, they have just basically gone through and blazed through a lower bracket before, so this isn't anything wildly new to them in this MDI. I mean, Tettles, do you think this could be the start of their rise and sweep through the lower bracket again?
Yeah, I mean, I think it really realistically could. We've seen Ducks Can Fly play the Grimbatal twice. Neither time was it perfect, but it was good enough to get wins, and it was good enough, I would say, in both of those matchups. It wasn't good enough to get wins in both, but now there's the question of how is Polish Mountain going to fare. I think that for Ducks Can Fly, they need to make sure that they just continue to play their game plan. Like, you can't really let that tilt from that Arakara kind of fester and you just be tilted and moving into the future series. You just kind of have to have a clean slate and just kind of just let it, like, water off the back, like water off the back of the duck, even. You just go into the next map. I feel like for Polish Mountain, it's just kind of like you want to ride that momentum. You're feeling really good. You're feeling really confident. You can't have deaths, though. Grimbatal, very volatile, like Dranos mentioned. Tough map.
Yeah.
But,
and, you know,
I will say, also a map that we've been seeing a lot of different variety in terms of how teams path through it. And depending on how these teams have prepared this dungeon, I wouldn't be surprised if that is one where Ducks can maybe reign supreme. After all, it is about flying in this dungeon, and that's their name.
I don't think we've seen a deathless Grimbatal yet this weekend. Oh no, that's not true.
We did.
Mandatory,
we have.
Mandatory put up a deathless Grimbatal, but every other time we've seen it, I think that there have been deaths for all other teams involved.
So I will say, Ducks Can Fly against Perplex had a really good dungeon with 0 deaths. They were just a little bit slower than Perplexed. So I think think this dungeon somewhat favors them, seriously speaking.
Okay. As opposed to all of the unserious things we usually say, I could agree on this.
Yep. Thank you for catching my drift.
No, I really want to believe ducks can fly. I believe it in my heart. And you know what? Polish Mountain, I mean, we've seen their supporters in the chat. We all love a good pierogi. We love watching them climb ever higher. But it's really going to be who of these two teams can soar beyond the highest peaks and continue through the lower bracket. Here and now, it'll be decided Polish Mountain versus Ducks Can Fly. If Polish Mountain takes it, they will win this one. It is all you, Tettles.
Yeah, and right off the bat, we see a little bit of a difference in comp between that Restoration Druid and that Discipline Priest. Typically not the most different thing ever. The Resto Druid normally provides a little bit more single target priority damage, where the Discipline Priest is really, really good on those AoE moments, allowing the team to get that power infusion. Actually, we're also seeing a difference in the Death Knight specialization. I didn't immediately catch that, but it looks like for Polish Mountain, they're playing that on Holy DK, which is an AoE specialist, whereas that Frost DK, kind of like the 2-minute, just lines up really well, nice and neat with your entire game plan for how you're trying to play the pulls, and does a really good burst AoE around that Breath of Sindragosa.
Yeah, I think the Frost DK is what I prefer in this dungeon.
I would tend to agree. Yeah.
Especially, I mean, okay, I guess for Polish Mountain, though, I mean, it's definitely an idea. You can see they're waiting here for this bombing run to make some progress before doing this jump. And then grabbing one dragon over the edge. Is this going to be the second dragon? It is. Polish Mountain grabbing both here.
I like the double dragon.
Ducks can fly on the single dragon lifestyle, it looks like.
It allows for a lot more count to be bombed here. Now, the downside of doing this strategy for both of these teams is the fact that your tank is actually not participating in the bombing run, so they're only getting 4 of those dragon uses instead of 5. But look at this, Polish Mountain end up getting 3% more enemy forces off the back of having that additional dragon. It's going to let them have a little bit of difference in pathing towards the end of the dungeon. So like that lava bender section, it allows you to pull less difficult count, I would say.
Yeah, you can combine this with pulling Throngus's area differently, and then you can do a much safer set of pulls in the area with the lava benders, which is an area we do see a lot of deaths historically. We are seeing both teams into the first boss here. A dangerous boss. We've seen deaths and wipes to this boss because you are pulling it with one trash pack, and then you're pulling it with another trash pack later on as well. So a lot of ways that this one can go wrong.
Both teams kind of high roll their first placement of those lines from that dragon bombing run area, the Twilight Drakes breathing on the platform, basically just being in the safe spot already, pre-existing in the safe spot. Dude, look at this, Ducks Can Fly, getting another pretty advantageous safe spot, but Polish Mountain, honestly, not even getting that bad of a safe spot. The ones that you hate to see is whenever it goes back and forth over and over again, and you're just like constantly moving. Those are the ones that are the most cursed. But I think that both of these teams are getting pretty good RNG on their movement here.
Wow, they are so evenly matched. This boss is at basically the same percent for both teams. Goatface dropping super low for Ducks Can Fly. Very important thing here is that both Demon Hunters have preserved that last resort cheat death up until now. That is a resource that they would really prefer not to give up, right? That's something that if you can have that going into the middle part of the dungeon, going into the end of the dungeon, you feel so much better about yourself. We almost always see it expended here in the first part of the dungeon somewhere, often on that very first pull, sometimes during the bombing section, and often if it's not used there, it's used on this boss. So credit to both of these tanks preserving that last resort. It does mean you're only going to get one last resort in the dungeon, though. Sometimes you can use it at the start and the end of the dungeon if you do accidentally have it pop early.
So Polish Mountain 3.2% enemy forces ahead off the back of being able to pull that additional dragon with that bombing scenario. And it looks like they're skipping some trash and setting up a pretty big pull here with the Shroud, allowing all of their players... What are they going to do here? Are they going for the boss?
Yeah.
Oh my god, I think they're going for the boss here. Oh, wow.
We are going to take this boss with the Molten Giant here, and we're just going to skip all of the 3-pack. Oh no, Goatface is down! Goatface goes down even after the last resort pops here. Gonna die to that Lava Fist. Now, the Avengers Demon Hunter coming back up doesn't have threat instantly on everything. It's going to be a little bit dangerous here. We see Vanish and Meld actually used to remove some threat for some of these other players here for Ducks Can Fly. Looks like they're going to try and stabilize this pull, but this is very much not good for the Ducks. Meanwhile, Polish Mountain, I mean, they have a very aggressive line here, but because they skipped that big pull the Ducks Can Fly did, unless they pull it into the end of Throngus, which we don't usually see, what they're probably going to end up doing is a double Lava Bender pull after this boss. That pull is so sketchy. That could be a big opportunity for Ducks Can Fly to catch back up here.
Those 3-packs are actually really, really dangerous. The Blazing Slash tank hit is brutal. Even against some of the most durable tanks. I think that Vengeance Demon Hunter is probably one of the most susceptible tanks to deaths this season, just in general. Definitely a little bit on the squishier, and maybe like Brewmaster Monk a bit worse off. But it's definitely very susceptible to these 3-packs. On top of that Molten Giant's Lava Fist is brutal. And look at the Goatface here is taking an insane amount of damage. Now, he does have his meta active, so he's probably fine for a few more seconds, but he's going to be tanking Throngus while getting hit by this giant here in a couple of seconds with that Molten Fist again.
Yeah, this is scary. Now we are going to have the kiting section turning into the mace, and then that Molten Base activating and Goatface running away. So actually, Ducks Can Fly have caught back up here reasonably well. This is impressive.
I'm surprised. Normally, a tank death turns into 5 deaths rather quickly, especially in MDI scenarios, but Ducks Can Fly actually were able to keep the pack CC'd for long enough for Luca to be able to res Goatface. In addition to that, the Resto Druid Battle Res, the Rebirth, resing people at 100% HP is a lot of reprieve for your Vengeance Demon Hunter to like get back up, because a lot of times I've seen a lot of situations where your tank respawns, taunts, and immediately dies.
Okay, here goes the mountain. This is the scariest pull in the dungeon for them. The tank, luckily, does still have Last Resort. I expect it will probably pop here on this pull. Look at all those healing absorbs come out, those curse dispels. So important on that massive absorb. Cloak of Shadows committed here as well. All the CDs now getting used. This pull is so sketchy. We have an Affix spawn as well, needing to be soaked by everybody. Beautiful kiting coming out, though, from their tank, but it's not going to be enough. Oh my God. Death comes out for Polish Mountain, and this is going to very quickly cascade here into further disaster. They do land the B-Res before the DK goes down. The B-Res does land mercifully. That's a really important thing to allow them to save this pull. I don't think so.
I feel like we might be having like a rolling wipe here. I don't know if you're able to cover this. Look at Yete, he's so low, and now the Lava Bender is going to take him out. Oh, okay, he has a large enough shield from his Rapture to actually be able to stay alive, but they don't even have a lot of D curses. And look at this, their DK has 2 stacks of that Warlock curse on him. Oh my gosh, Dragus, are they going to be able to recover this?
So recover is a relative term.
Yes.
Right? Like, are they going to be able to recover this and finish the dungeon? Yes. Has this cost them the lead in this map? Certainly, right? They're now a minute of death timer behind. Ducks Can Fly already setting up this big pull, taking the dragon into the cubby here. I mean, Ducks Can Fly are now hugely, hugely in the lead. And I was just looking at talents. Dude, Polish Mountain's tank is so gutsy, playing without the Last Resort cheat death in this dungeon.
My
so
God.
it was not available. That was why the death happened so out of the blue there. You can play a build. Your build is slightly higher damage. It's even got a little bit more durability in theory, but you lose that safety net of the cheat death against a pull like that. And yeah, Polish Mountain able to recover, but at what cost? Ducks Can Fly now maybe a pull and a half ahead, plus a minute of death timer. That is going to be very difficult for the Ducks to lose from.
All I'm going to say is there's a reason that time and time again, whenever the opportunity is presented for tanks to either have slightly more DPS and even maybe a little bit more durability, or have a cheat death style effect, whether it be from trinkets or from the Last Resort for Vengeance Demon Hunter, there is a reason that tanks unanimously opt into that for MDI scenarios, because the tank death is a huge pain point and you just lose so much time. And look at this, they were 1 full minute behind in terms of just death penalty, and on top of that, Ducks Can Fly are already into the second phase on Valiona, and Luca going pretty low here, but they were actually able to kill off this last Lava Bender. So now Ducks Can Fly are in honestly a commanding position here, assuming that they're not going to wipe to the 6-pack that they're pulling on top of Valiona.
This is one of the scariest pulls in the dungeon, though, coming up for Ducks Can Fly. This is something they have, in fact, wiped to before. You can do it slow, but slow isn't necessarily safe. That pull is still dangerous, even if you don't do it onto boss. Although, certainly with the full melee comp, that is the danger of pulling this onto boss, is you're getting zoned by these spirits.
Exactly.
You need to pull, like, right now, because the spirits have just spawned, and you want to have as long as possible before the next wave of spirits. There's that Silent Sigil. Here comes that pull for Ducks Can Fly. If they can execute this pull, I think they're going to win this map.
Yeah, and I mean, look at this. Ooh, I love that Sigil of Chains. The Sigil of Chains actually gets the mobs gripped straight into the hitbox of the boss, which allows those flame shocks to spread from the Enhancement Shaman, and Moza just full sends the boss and the entire trash pack, and it completely melts. Now, we are very scared of these Shadow Flame Spirits. Again, like Dranos mentioned, our full melee comp, terrible at dealing with them, but they were able to get those cleared off as well, and I think that Ducks Can Fly are going to be able to kill this boss off as it hits 50% here in just a couple seconds.
Yeah, meanwhile, Polish Mountain not actually that far behind. They are also working on the same boss. There are a minute of extra deaths on their side, but they are keeping this one close. They are keeping this in range of not necessarily even a full wipe from Ducks and Fly. Like, just if there's a death or two that they can't res, something like that, Polish Mountain are still in range to capitalize on that. Ducks Can Fly fighting this Twilight Destroyer here that I think Polish Mountain will be skipping as well.
Yeah, Polish Mountain will be skipping this. Ducks Can Fly is actually playing a route that's +1 pull over Polish Mountain because they're doing this Twilight Destroyer with these hatchlings. Now, the reason that they're doing this is because it makes the ending sequence a little bit easier. The next pull is just double Corruptor with some of the hatchlings, and then the final pull is, you know, the double Corruptor with the hatchlings and then the boss, which is all the forced stuff. But it is +1 pull, so it is a hair slower.
Yeah, down they go towards this double Corruptor pull. Ducks Can Fly.
I think
two pulls separating them from a tied series.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's not a lot of dungeon left, right? Like, most of the wipes we see in Grim Batol, most of the deaths we see in Grim Batol come from before this section as well, especially if you're not doing a quad Corruptor thing here.
Your race choice also impacts this area a lot. More often than not, dwarves are the preferred, like unanimously preferred racial choice for MDI scenarios and for live key pushing. However, Nelf is actually very, very overpowered versus these Corruptors. You can meld off their Corrupt cast, and especially whenever you have like 15 stacks of that hatchling debuff, the increased shadow damage taken debuff, just being able to meld that off or just be a DK passively, those things they allow you to actually be able to tank this and not be too worried about death.
Yeah, exactly. It is a very, very potent effect.
Ooh,
for sure.
Luca playing the Mad Queen's Mandate, saw the Abyssal Gluttony cast.
Ooh.
Good trinket.
Yeah, it's a good trinket. I mean, it is a lot of single target damage, right? And that's often the thing that you care about most in this dungeon. What are you giving up for that as the healer here?
I mean, it's a good question. I don't think you're giving up too much. It's probably just like passive stats, all things considered. You know, a lot of Discipline Priests, for example, will love to play a ton of haste. So they're playing the trinket that's from like Grim Batol. They're playing like a Sack Brood. There's also potential for like a Spy Master's Web even on your healer. That's also something that can be very, very good. But I think the Mad Queen's Mandate, like you pointed out, very powerful single target effect here. And as you can see, Ducks Can Fly have engaged the final boss, and Polish Mountain are honestly kind of on their tails. But I don't think that Polish Mountain are going to be able to kill this boss a minute ahead of where Ducks Can Fly are.
Dude, if there were a couple more minutes of dungeon here, Polish Mountain have been accelerating. There is a very good chance that they would overtake here if there was an extra boss here.
I think it kind of comes back to that dragon that we saw at the very beginning for Polish Mountain, where Ducks Can Fly end up doing +1 pull over Polish Mountain. That ends up being a little bit of a slower ending sequence, but it's kind of like the narrative that we've been talking about the entire time. Polish Mountain are faster. They have faster strats. Are they going to have the consistency that is required, though, to realize the time advantage from those faster strats? And it looks like right now the answer is going to be no, but in the last series in that Arakara, the answer was yes. And I mean, look at this here. Ducks Can Fly are going to be able to down Iridax, but Polish Mountain with a full wipe, or honestly something that was probably even worse than a full wipe with how they had to kite that entire pack back. It's going to be an incredibly close series, and we're going to be going into map 3 here momentarily.
Map 3 will be coming up, but amazing here seeing these two teams that we even said were so evenly matched get to have this showdown where we've had one swing than the other on either side with these wipes. It just goes to show that when you're playing at this level, sometimes things go wrong, but it's not over until it's well and truly over. So Ducks Can Fly, flapping harder, flying higher, and making it through here to push this to another map. This was a really good one, I think, even to just get a sense of how these two kind of match up, right? And where their strengths kind of balance each other or weaknesses. So sort of looking at that, I mean, Dratnos, what did you think from overall all of the showings that we've had with Polish Mountain and Ducks Can Fly?
Even though Ducks Can Fly won this map, I think there were a lot of very good signs in there for Polish Mountain. They played so well after that death came out that they very nearly recovered it well enough to stay in this map. They were only 10 seconds slower than Ducks Can Fly when you factor out that death penalty difference between the two teams. I mean, I feel like this makes me feel even more confident in them going into this last map if they can have a run that doesn't have that first thing go wrong, because Ducks Can Fly have looked great. I mean, Ducks Can Fly have done a really good job here of having a consistent, clean Grim Batol run. That is not something that a lot of our teams can do every time, and even in this map, even in the MDI Global Finals, right? Grim Batol is just so absurdly difficult.
And I mean, all those pain points that we saw unfold here, we've seen over, every single run of it, go wrong for various teams. But Megs, take us into your replays.
Yeah, so both teams are opting to pull some trash for the tanks here, but notably on the side of Polish Mountain we're seeing the double dragon, whereas the Ducks only did one dragon, which is a bit safer, but also means you have to pull more into boss, so they were a little bit behind there. And then here in this Forge Master area is where we've seen a lot of pull differences. On the side of Ducks, we actually had Goatface dying to the Molten Giant right before pulling the Forge Master, which was good that they did it this way, because if he had died during the boss fight, I think that would have meant a full team wipe. So thankfully it happened here and not a little bit later, but you can see that Goatface is just struggling here, gets killed from that lava fist, and then unfortunately from here they had to kind of get that rest out, get the group back together and get it recovered. And speaking of recovery, I feel like that's the name of the game in this dungeon. Tankier's going down here. You can see the rest of the team kind of getting that aggro. And once everybody else has died, Yida is actually back here with a lot of the aggro. Tankish also has some of it, and you can see the debuff just ticking on him, making him lower and lower, and he just survives, doubles back. It's such an insane recovery. I cannot stress this enough, how super clutch this was. It nearly would have been enough to maybe bring them back here. Unfortunately, that death timer was just too brutal. But I really, really want to come at Yida here for how well this recovery was played, because it was absolutely insane.
Yeah, Yida's moment
that's
there.
It. We're just rolling them again.
No, listen, I love that. Honestly, I'm just over here in awe. I'm like a healer myself, just looking at that clutch play like, oh man, I gotta keep working. I gotta keep trying. But, I mean, Yida was super clutch in that moment, and Ducks Can Fly also really clutch coming in here to bring this to our third map, which will be Mists of Tyrna Scythe. Now, this is one that we've seen, teams fumble everything from the maze to other parts or have really clean runs. And with these two teams, I mean, Dratnos, how have they both kind of managed this one?
Yeah, I'm not sure if have we seen them in the Mists? Is that a map these teams have played? I actually can't. I remember Ducks Can Fly had already played the Grim Batol.
So Polish Mountain has been here before.
Okay.
They went up. We actually casted the series Dratnos. They went up
I must have blocked it from my memory.
FTBZM.
Yeah.
There was a lot that happened that series, so I don't blame you. But they managed to get the timer on 13:34 with 3 deaths. We haven't seen Ducks yet, so that's going to be a new one.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I'm a Polish Mountain believer. It's so close. I think that both these teams are so good.
I feel like Mists of Tyrna Scythe is probably the most solved map that we have this season, just in general. In terms of just like the strategy is very clear cut for what you're supposed to be doing in this dungeon, and it just comes down to pure execution, which is why I feel like we're kind of coin flipping.
Yeah, I mean, there has been experimentation. We've watched it kind of unfold, but I think that once teams have really realized what to sort of hone in on, whether you go for that straight race through or you try to kind of pull little things here additionally or there through the maze. That was maybe the greatest divergence for a while, but a lot of the teams have kind of honed in how they burn the bosses, how they navigate it, and exactly where they're going to pace this all out. But, it's always interesting to see when teams kind of come head to head in this. And with both of these having had, full wipes, I just can't help but wonder, like, how do you kind of recenter yourself here and now? Migs, I don't know if you have any thoughts, but like, how do you recenter yourself in this important match? You're going to be facing elimination. You've both had wipes. Like, what do you think these teams are kind of trying to do right now to ground themselves?
So, for context, I think it's important to know that both of these teams are somewhat new to competitive dungeon running. Ducks have been here before, but Polish Mountain kind of really showing up this season and have never gotten this far. And I think there must be a lot of pressure on them. I just really hope they can shake it off. They can just focus on what's before them. We saw how well they can recover things, especially from Polish Mountain in the previous dungeon, like I just said. And I think that kind of mindset is going to be so important, that they can just focus on, okay, what do we need to do now? Working as a team, getting that kind of, cooperation and conversation going, and then hopefully kind of ticking all the boxes in mists, right? Like figuring out the maze, which seems to be a problem for some reason this weekend, and then getting that one phase as well as the tail end of Mistcaller worked out. Several teams have had problems, Tuttles. I don't know why you're shaking your head.
It happens to everybody. I don't know why you should expect anything different.
Yeah, everybody gets their mess up in the maze at least at once or a couple times over the course of the MDI, and we just move on, And I think both these teams are going to have to be doing just that as they look to move on here and definitively decide who will be moving forward in the lower brackets. This will be our Game 3. This is the one that decides it all between Polish Mountain and Ducks Can Fly. Whoever takes it continues. Whoever doesn't will be sent back. And we're going to go ahead and we're going to pass this over to Dreadnose.
All right, I like what I'm seeing so far out of both these teams. The Resto Druid, something that I think is phenomenal in this dungeon. I would say it's as close to required as anything is for this map to, if you want like one of the fastest times in here. It does seem like they're both on the Prot Warrior, though. We've seen some Paladins in this map as well, I believe.
I like the Prot Warrior. I think the 5% attack power is actually a pretty big deal, and Ducks Can Fly actually having a death. Ooh, dude, I think they might have a full wipe. Goatface ended up getting disoriented by the Tiernan villagers, having people getting meleeed to death, then by the Drust Soul Cleavers, and getting knocked out of melee range by the Spike Claws. This is actually a really difficult pull to recover. They ended up losing a lot of damage. They ended up losing their Bloodlust on a lot of people, and now people are going to start getting stunned by the Tiernan villager overgrowths. This wasn't planned, Dratnos, and I think that this is going to be a full wipe for Ducks Can Fly, and I think that they might be in an irrecoverable position because this is not a pull that you can redo.
Oh, no, it is not at all. This is some of the most demoralizing stuff that can happen to you in an MDI setting as well. You wipe on the very first pull of the dungeon. We've all been there. When you're on the live servers, when this happens, you say, you know what? Drop it, go again, right? We'll 2-chest the 9 or whatever. We'll 2-chest the key one level lower. We'll do something like that. We'll go to a different keystone. Don't worry about it. In the MDI, you cannot afford to have that mindset. Ducks Can Fly. Oh no, more deaths coming out from them. They need to keep playing though. Like you can't. There's a part of your brain that's just like, it's over. We've lost. It's over. It's over. It's so over. You can't be thinking that way because you have no idea what's going to happen for the other team, right? You have just lost like 4 minutes here at the start of this dungeon. It is brutal. But for all you know, the other team could lose 3.5 minutes later in this dungeon, and you need to keep playing in such a way that you are able to capitalize on that if it does happen. I'm going to level with you, Tuttles. Ducks Can Fly, their chance of winning this map has dropped to a very, very, very small percent.
Yes.
But it's not zero, and it is their job to keep it as far from zero as possible.
They also missed count relative to what they are used to having as well. They also didn't get the opportunity to re-pull one of those Tiernan villages. This is a tough recovery spot. So not only are they going to be the 2 minutes behind in death penalty, they're going to be count that they're not used to being behind as well. They're probably going to have to re-pull a pack after the last boss on top of that.
Yeah, again, as I said, it's not great, right? The things have been better. There have been runs that have started better than this one for Ducks Can Fly. That is for sure. They have to figure out how to adapt to that. Although I would say in Mist, it's fairly easy compared to some other dungeons to figure out where you're going to fix your count, right? You're just like, yeah, let's just do an extra pull after Tredova at the end, right? You just do that, and that solves your count issue. So that's 30 seconds or so that it's going to cost, but it's not the end of the world. There are some dungeons where it's so much worse to have a little bit of a count mayhap. Even still, on the other side for Polish Mountain, they're able to drop Ingram Malik to 5% before it loses that damage amp. Really nice. Not the fastest we've ever seen.
Yeah.
I think we've seen them even bring it all the way to 0 in that damage amp, but 5% is nothing to be sad about. Polish Mountain are looking absolutely fantastic here.
The game plan for Polish Mountain is pretty straightforward here. You just like don't wipe and you win the map. Like you can play this. You could play this even. You could even have like mistakes. As long as you do not wipe, though, no mistake that you could make could be as large as what happened to Ducks Can Fly. For Polish Mountain, it's like, do not wipe to the chain pull into Tredova. That is kind of the worst case scenario for Polish Mountain here.
Yeah, that is, there you could lose some multiples of 30 seconds by hitting the wrong mist maze as well. You could get mist caller low and then hit the wrong image if you do the puzzle wrong.
I think you wiped to that, don't you?
It does a lot of damage. I don't think it necessarily wipes you on a plus 11. It would be close.
Okay, so why are we spitballing ways that they could lose?
I'm trying to come up with ways that they could lose a comparable amount of time in one mistake to what happened for Ducks Can Fly, and it requires something as outlandish as that to happen. Is the point I'm trying to make here? Because they are just, this is just absolutely brutal for Ducks Can Fly. They are able to. Okay, the silver lining for Ducks Can Fly, they are able to take Ingram Malik down to 7% on that burn. That's good. They're going to be able to finish Ingram Malik before all that long here. So we can look at the bottom of the screen here, and you know what? They're only a minute and 20 seconds plus 2 minutes of death timer behind.
So 3 minutes and 20 seconds.
20 seconds and a little bit of count behind. You know what? That's less than I would have guessed after watching that first poll.
Again, whenever I described mists earlier on, though, it's like I described it as like a solved dungeon. This is the path for what you're supposed to be doing in this dungeon is so clear, and now Ducks Can Fly have to like freestyle their route.
Yeah, exactly. They're going to be forced to improvise here, and Ducks Can Fly, they are a team that has done pretty well in our MDIs, but they've often been doing it off the back of cleanly executing strategies that are, maybe they're kind of standard strategies, or sometimes even somewhat conservative strategies, but executed cleanly.
Yeah.
This is not a team that we've seen improvise a lot of routes in the middle of a run to try and make up time. We haven't seen them taking huge risks in the middle of runs, and that's the thing, like you said about Mists, there's not even really much you could do this faster if you wanted to, right? Like, you're kind of on rails here. There's not some absurd double pull that you could try. I mean, maybe you could try and take 30% on Tritadova at the end of the run, but aside from that, I'm not really sure. Basically, Ducks Can Fly are no longer masters of their own destiny, right? They are now relying on Polish Mountain having something go horribly wrong.
Yeah, and I mean, for Polish Mountain, things are looking like they're going excellent for them. They just keep chugging along here. They actually get a Night Blossom, which is one of the faster and easier to deal with maze routes. Probably the fastest one. Like if we're in a TGP scenario, we are hooting and hollering over the Night Blossom. This guy is so fast compared to the Matriarch, for example, or the Frog. So we are very happy here for Polish Mountain. They're just kind of annihilating and holding W through this maze. It's a strategy that we've determined to be the fastest. A lot of the times we saw teams at the very beginning of the season starting to pull through the wall, and some other teams were like, hold up, that's not very good, just hold W and this is way faster, and they decided that is just a superior strategy, and the Polish Mountain are just kind of continuing to do that. The game plan is pretty simple. You're utilizing all of your offensive CDs together, you're just pressing all of your 2s at roughly the same time and trying to just kill what's in front of you.
Yeah, this isn't one of those maps where you need to sort of desync your 2 minutes from each other, right? You can just kind of be pressing everything on cooldown.
Exactly, yeah.
There's really just not too much left that goes wrong in a Mists. When you think about the difficulty in a Mists, it is pretty front-loaded, that very first pull of the dungeon, and then we have these opportunities, right? Like, you can gain or lose 30 seconds to a minute based on doing the first boss burn better than your competition, doing the second boss burn and skipping the 10% to 0 phase. But at this point, Polish Mountain are far enough ahead that 45 seconds is substantial, but it doesn't overcome the 3-minute plus lead that they have built over Ducks Can Fly so far, right? Ducks Can Fly starting this mini boss, Polish Mountain already working on the boss itself.
Mm-hmm. And I mean, Polish Mountain here are going to be going into the first guessing game here in just a couple of seconds. And these ads have actually been changed, these images, to where sometimes they'll get hit by the dodgeball. I think it has to do with actually Z-axis of where the boss is relative to where the illusionary clones are. And so right now they immediately determine that this is the unfilled one. And I think that this is one of the situations where you actually want to have Mist Caller a little bit further away from this illusionary clone to have that dodgeball contact it. But they actually kill off that mob before the dodgeball even resolves.
Yeah, they are doing great jobs so far. We're going to get one more of those burn phases, and then it's going to be a question of can Polish Mountain take the boss from 10 to 0 without getting that next guessing game phase. It's not going to necessarily matter for this game, but it's very important for Polish Mountain to see whether they are on par with the teams that they'll be running into if they survive to tomorrow.
So interesting. They actually just pressed their Breath of Syndragosa but they didn't press their death mark or their ascendant, so their cooldowns are a little bit more desynced now. I suspect the death mark and the ascendants are going to get pressed out of this phase in just a couple seconds.
So your rogue is so good at carrying the 10-0 burn. What we're going to see is death mark press like right about now, and then Kingsbane should be right after that. Maybe you just Kingsbane as well. Maybe you hold the death mark. No, there it is. Death mark Kingsbane, and Kingsbane ramps in damage over time. So you can time it so that the 10-0 is with those biggest, hardest hitting ticks of Kingsbane at the end, and just absolutely eliminate the boss as a result of that.
What is it? What is a poison called that just like kills a mob if your dots are over the HP threshold of the mob? I think the mob just got executed by the rogue.
Yeah, there's a sudden demise or something like
sudden
that.
Demise, yeah, that's what it's called.
That effect, it only does a certain amount of damage. It's capped based on like whenever the boss is low enough that 150% of your remaining bleed damage would be enough to kill it, it just instantly dies, which is sweet. It does help with the last couple 100,000, maybe a couple million health. But the lion's share of that work was a few good globals from everybody, and those final ticks of Kingsbane doing so much damage.
And Mad Queen's Band-Aid.
The Mandate going into it is huge as well. That should never be underestimated.
Yeah, Tankiers and Yete are both running that Mad Queen's Band-Aid, so those are big hits as well.
Yeah, great item. Love that. I love that item. It's so good. It scales, it's so perfect for this dungeon because it deals extra damage based on the missing health of the target. Mm-hmm. And the two biggest time saves in this dungeon are on bosses when they're sub 10%, right? So you could just use that Mad Queen's Band-Aid at absolute fullest effectiveness on both the first and second bosses. Great choice to play as many of them as you reasonably can.
So now here's the question. Are Polish Mountain going to just aggressively chain all of this trash into the boss? And it looks like the answer is going to be yes here. They do have Bloodlust available on pull. They don't have the Ascendants, but they do have the Breath of Sindragosa. The Ascendants and the Deathmark are coming up here in about 15-ish seconds. And so the most dangerous part actually has nothing to do with the boss. It's actually the trash on top of the boss going into the first intermission. So you realistically want to kind of AoE all of this trash to death prior to that push. And right here, the Bloodlust has been popped. The offensive CDs are being pressed. And this trash is getting absolutely annihilated.
Yeah, you would love to just be able to single target the boss here, ignore the ads, and it looks like that's mostly what Polish Mountain is doing here. They are saying, you know what, this trash is going to die by itself here. It's going to die to all of our cleave. As long as we're careful with our positioning, we can afford to have it come into this intermission phase.
Second intermission. Oh my god.
Yeah, I mean, this boss is just absolutely melting.
The boss is dead.
They're doing an absurd amount of DPS here. That Assassination Rogue is absolutely obliterating Tredova here. I mean, this is an unreal amount of DPS coming out of Polish Mountain. This is a run that will compete for Global Finals first place as well out of Polish Mountain. This is exactly what we needed to see out of this team such an incredibly impressive run. Look at Ducks and Fly on the right-hand side, though. They're not that far behind either. They've done a great job of keeping the start of the dungeon from tanking the rest of the run for them. They've done a really good job, but unfortunately, Polish Mountain have just not done anything to give them a chance in this one. Polish Mountain are going to be taking the series 2-1. They are going to advance to tomorrow, and we will be, unfortunately, saying a fond farewell to Ducks Can Fly.
Our ducks were not able to fly over this peak, and the mountain towered above them. Polish Mountain takes it, and while we will be saying goodbye to Ducks Can Fly, it was great to see them make it to the Global Finals for the first time, and we can't wait to see what's ahead. Polish Mountain, however, really showing us here, I mean, good run from them. 0 deaths, right? When they perform, they really bring it, which was amazing to see. I mean, with this, as they now kind of, take away some lessons from these maps. Tuttles, what do you think they might be trying to draw from these as they look ahead to the rest of the lower bracket?
Well, maybe banning Grim Batol could be good value for them. I'm not really one to say. Maybe playing more Arakaras and more Mystotune Scythe and less Grim Batol could be fairly solid for Polish Mountain. But overall, I think that Polish Mountain have, at least in my expectations, they've kind of overperformed my expectations. Now they're moving into a position where they're battling for the 4th, 5th slot. Is that correct?
It's 3rd, 4th tomorrow, right? There are 4 teams that make it through tomorrow. So.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Yep.
They're battling for the 3rd, 4th slot. And I mean, that's great for Polish Mountain. I feel like for a brand new team, that is the absolute pinnacle for them. It's going to be tough to compete against some of these long-standing teams that have competed in multiple MDIs together, but I think that Polish Mountain have overperformed expectations by a lot.
Yeah, it's been really impressive and makes, as you were kind of going through and breaking down the match, do you want to share what you turned up?
Yeah, absolutely. So, unfortunately, here we have what kind of caused all of the trouble. So, Goatface, you can see kind of disoriented from that frontal there. And then, because he was disoriented, he lost aggro to some of these. And then that pole was kind of dead because people kept on wiping and they couldn't replicate it in that fashion anymore once Bloodlust was gone. So, from here on out, Ducks, unfortunately, were not, having their own fate in their hands. We're hoping for Polish Mountain to maybe mess up, which once again, Polish Mountain just did not do. They played really clean here throughout the dungeon and once again have proven that they're the lower bracket kings, right? To me, this feels like a repeat from the group stages where we also thought, okay, this team might be like middle of the pack-ish and they go into the lower bracket and suddenly they find themselves in the finals just doing really well. So I'm really, really curious to see how they fare tomorrow now that they have made it through the double elimination bracket there. Just a couple of highlights from that dungeon. I saw a couple of questions in chat on the Prot Warrior choice in the Mist specifically, so I just want to elaborate why that's such a good choice. Here in the Mist, you can spell reflect the Guardian cast, and that does a lot of damage to a mob that already has a lot of HP, so you're just overall a little bit quicker. And then of course that buff from the Warrior also benefits the melee setup group. And then there is one more niche tech, which isn't insane, but I just really like showing it, because when you have a Warlock, you can put a gate here and be a little bit faster. But when you are a Prot Warrior, you can actually go to this wall here, and then if you don't have issues with path not found, you are faster than the rest of the group and make it towards the bottom first to grab the rest of the pack. So just a smart little tank choice here from both of these teams.
Great strategic choices and great run there from Polish Mountain. So again, thanks to both of the teams. I know I see chat lamenting our loss of our Ducks, but I'm sure we'll see them take to the skies again. And Polish Mountain, those of you who've been cheering them on, I mean, it's going to be great to see if they can pull off another lower bracket sweep. Now, we have a lot ahead ourselves too. We have our next and final series of the day that we're going to be coming up on here, which is going to see our lower round 2 go head to head. And this is, I honestly think, is going to be a really banger match to have here at the end. Holy Moly versus Mist Count. Now, these are two teams that we've seen perform really well, but then also have some low points. And I mean, as we kind of look at them, Dratnos, what do you think we can expect from this?
I think Holy Moly are massive favorites in this series based off of how they played against Perplexed. I mean, they lost that series, but they very nearly won it. And that team, I would be terrified if I was Mist Count right now.
I think that Mist Count's honestly just been kind of underperforming, underperforming our expectations and honestly underperforming their own expectations. Mist Count is a team that is currently, they came in 3rd place in the last TGP. Last MDI, they were playing under the name Eclipse, and they came in, I want to say it was like 4th place. In addition to that as well, they've honestly just looked a little bit worse than we thought. They're the 7th or 8th place team on live ladder play for high keys right now as well, and it seems like a situation where they're just way less consistent than we initially anticipated. And considering the star power that they have on their lineup, I feel like they should be a little bit more consistent. But I think that Mist Count is kind of being counted out by a lot of people because Holy Moly's looked so good, but I don't think this is a team that you should be overlooking.
Yeah, I mean, Mist Count, they have the experience. They've been up there at the top, just like you were saying, Tuddles, but can they actually kind of make their comeback here and prove that, push it forward, and really stand by the experience that they have? Because they're going to have to, because holy moly, they have come in here and living up to their name. We have said it multiple times, just like, holy moly, this is wild. This run, this world record break, this particular incredible matchup that we got to see earlier as well in the starting series of the day. So hopefully both of these teams come ready to fight, because only one of them is going to be able to continue on. Now, we are going to take a short little breather here as we get everything set up. So everybody, you made it this far. Don't go anywhere. Stick around for the last series of the day as we see how everything will shake out here in our lower bracket. Hello and welcome back, everybody. I have shifted time and space. I'm in a different location now. I'm in the game. And let me tell you, things are really getting pretty wild up in here. It's been really a great day as we've gotten into the second day here of the Global Finals weekend. But we have another series to go. And this is one that, with elimination on the line, is definitely looking like it's going to be a huge matchup. Now, we have Holy Moly and Missed Count. And, you know, Missed Count, we've been talking about how they haven't performed the way we thought. But, Tettles, you know, what do you think Missed Count really brings to the table when they're at their best?
Okay, hear me out. This is my cope. A lot of people are going to say that it's a foregone conclusion that Missed Count are going to lose. And I can understand why you would think that. I'm here to say that I feel like that's not genuine to how good Missed Count are as a team. Whenever you look at their accolades, they came in 4th place in the last MDI that we played under the team name Eclipse. They also came in 3rd place in the last TGP. Now, they have had a lot of mistakes this MDI. I think that they should not have come in 3rd place in Group A. They ended up getting upset by Polish Mountain and ended up coming out of Group A as a 3rd seed. That's fine. They ended up not looking that great against Mandatory, but Mandatory's a very good team. I feel like Missed Count have been counted out, and I feel like they can absolutely overperform what we've seen from them earlier to the point where they can actually be able to maybe play upset in this series.
Yeah, I mean, I hope so, right? Because we know that when they're at their best, just like you were saying, they can be an incredibly strong team. They have a history of being a strong team. But, I mean, it's ironic. They're going up against Holy Moly. And Holy Moly has shown us that they just came into this and they were like, yeah, sure, I'll just make it to Global Finals. I'll just take down all these other teams. What have you been sort of seeing with them as they've entered the fray here?
Yeah, you know, in case you missed it, if you weren't here at the top of the day, our first matchup of the day between Perplexed and Holy Moly was an absolute banger. 3 dungeons decided by 10 seconds or less. Holy Moly very easily could have come out of that series beating Perplexed in the upper finals. Unfortunately, they're here in the lower finals, and they're against a Missed Count who, you know, technically they should be better than, but like Tettles was alluding to, Missed Count does have some untapped potential here. You have to remember, Missed Count was the team that, you know, they competed with Echo and Mandatory in the TGP at the end of Dragonflight. They got a 23 Azure Vault time to one of the highest keys in history, so they're good. But yeah, back to Holy Moly, they're a team that's just been extremely consistent. Their times have been among the best in every single dungeon, and this is all pretty interesting because they're a team that is brand new. This is their first time playing together. They both ban out that City of Threads, though, and again, that's not surprising. That's pretty much been a permaban this weekend. That Voidbound affix in that key causes so many issues.
Dude, Holy Moly also looked unbeatable in the Dawnbreaker whenever they played.
That's what I was about to say. Like, this is such a Holy Moly favored start to the series. The Stone Vault and the Arakar, I feel like if Missed Count win this series, it's likely to be a reverse sweep situation.
Dude, I mean, they, for lack of a better term, ran it in the Stone Vault yesterday. I think they wiped twice to the first pull of the dungeon versus Mandatory. I don't even know if like it's difficult to even tell if they're good or bad in the Stone Vault. We actually saw basically nothing.
Well, hopefully we'll get to see some more this time around. And, you know, chat, you've heard some of our thoughts a little bit here, but get your thoughts into the chat as well and toss those predictions out. We are looking right now down below. Okay. All right. So I'm the one that's going to believe in the other team this time around. All right, Miscount. I think they can do it.
Is
I
that
think
believing
they can
in
show
the
it.
other team? You still think Holy Moly's going to win?
I didn't say I believed the most in the other team.
Okay.
Just a certain amount in the other team, you know? No, look, I think Holy Moly has just really proved themselves to be such an unexpected powerhouse, but of course it's made up of incredibly veteran players, and we should have known they would be coming out, but there's something about their blaze of glory through the MDI that I think has a lot of us just putting a lot of faith in them. And Missed Count, they can absolutely do this, come back, they have the experience, and I really hope that here we'll get to see them in a little bit of finer form as they bring their all against Holy Moly. This is going to be a tough one, though, as you were all saying. The Dawnbreaker is one that Holy Moly has absolutely just gone wild in on a few occasions, which is amazing to see. And Missed Count, they're going to have a lot of work to do to make that up as well. But here in our final series of the day, one of these teams will face elimination, the other will be moving on, and we'll have to see how it's going to pan out. This is all you, Tettles.
It's a Mistweaver monk. Oh my god.
Jump scare.
Mistweaver's actually like really good. They actually do a surprising amount of damage. So a lot of people like to write Mistweaver off, but I think that healing has been largely pretty okay balance-wise for War Within Season 1, and I mean, I'm really interested in seeing how strong this Mistweaver Monk is. In addition to that, in addition to their own personal damage, they also bring Mystic Touch, which is 5% physical damage taken increase, which whenever you're pairing that with a Battle Shout from the Warrior, your full melee comp, I'm not a hater of this. I mean, look at this. Holy Moly are doing this rolling Bloodlust, but Miscount don't even elect to press Lust, and they killed the first pack of trash off at the exact same time, and now Miscount are pressing Lust here.
Yeah, Lust is very well used on this Ritualist pack here. This is kind of the typical live route strategy. The question is, are they actually going to get to use the remainder of that Lust on one of the boat poles? But, I mean, the fact that they were the same speed as Holy Moly on the first trash pack without pressing the Lust was insane.
Yeah.
And the fact they were also able to save 2 sets of cooldowns, right? Deathmark and Descendants being used. Actually, that's just Kingsbane damage from Yargi. That's kind of crazy.
Yeah, I mean, look at this Holy Moly. Holy Moly Miscount are basically at the exact same time. Maybe Holy Moly got like 2 or 3 seconds ahead here. I like the Holy Moly composition a lot, too. I think that there's a lot to be said about the Protection Paladin and the Arms Warrior. Arms Warrior is a specialization that excels a lot on low mob density dungeons. We've seen it in Dawnbreaker, we've seen it in Miss Eterna Scythe, and I think in those very specific situations, the amount of low target count cleave that the Arms Warrior is able to just like excel at a lot is really apparent. I mean, look at this pull right here. It's 4 mobs. Wally is doing 4 million DPS. No, 1 mob, 1 million, 4 mob, 4 million type math here.
Yeah, the big thing to look at is going to be the difference in healer damage, right? Because we know the benefits of the Druid, right? Excuse me. They can do a lot of burst damage with the Convoke the Spirits, right? But
yes,
we're going to have to see if the Mistweaver can keep up with that. Like you were talking about, they do have a lot of personal damage that they can do.
It's the Resto Druid is actually a lot baked into single target and priority and Heart of the Wild and ability to be in a cat form, where the Mistweaver Monk is it's a melee healer. It's able to do all of its damage. I won't say all of its damage, but it's able to do a decent amount of its damage passively. But on top of it, it actually just does like a lot of AoE damage.
Look at this right here on this pull.
Oh, I mean, this is 3 targets, and the Mistweaver Monk is doing almost 1 million DPS, doing way more damage than Igloo on that Resto Druid. But once we move over to the boss, Igloo is going to accelerate a lot more than AJ, in my opinion, because Igloo's going to be able to press that Heart of the Wild. He's going to be able to press his Convoke the Spirits, and so I think that this is kind of the spot of which the Resto Druid composition should be a little bit ahead.
You know, are there any other strengths in this dungeon specifically that Mistweaver would be very good for, or is it just they're bringing it because it does good raw damage and it also brings Mystic Touch? I'm trying to think of anything specifically. Usually when you think of Mistweaver in the past...
there's no insanely unique tech. There's no... I can't think of anything that's like a Dispel that's like super good. Obviously the CC of the Monk. I think the Monk kit is probably one of the best CC kits in the game. Like Monk and Druid I think are probably top 2 for me in terms of like just kit CC. And so, I mean, you never really can count them out in that regard.
Nothing that you can really revival in this key as far as I'm aware, too, right? Nothing super crazy. Yeah, just a raw damage, I guess.
I think the Mistweaver is just underplayed relative to how good it is. I think it's one of those situations where the Mistweaver is really good and has been pretty good for a hot minute. And I think that the first non-disc priest healer on ladder right now is not even a Resto Shaman, it's actually a Mistweaver monk, and I think that they're like rank 4 or rank 5 in the world playing Mistweaver. Like, the spec is really good.
Yeah, I mean, the last time we saw Mistweaver, really played in the MDI was way back in, was it Battle for Azeroth? The end of that season when Way of the Crane was just absolutely insane and
that was
scaled
OP.
with damage done and healing done. It's a big throwback moment here, and you can see, I mean, the comp difference is not that huge here. They're pretty much at the same percentage on the boss here. Taking a look at the single target damage, it looks like Druid's doing a little bit more right now. It's really just kind of the enhanced shaman top.
What do you think about DK versus? What do you think about DK versus Warrior?
I mean, similar to Mists, I guess. If you can make the pulls work for the DK, it should be slightly better. But just the way Holy Moly plays this dungeon, having the damage for every single pack is incredibly useful, and we're going to have to see Miscount go for some very crazy pulls in order to make the DK worth it.
I mean, Miscount here are going to be able to have the edge coming out of this boss fight, even though Igloo is doing slightly more damage than AJ. I think it's just a slight difference in composition on being able to get that first boss killed off, and it's somewhere in the order of about 5 seconds that separate these two teams right here is ironic.
Very close, and we're going to have to see. I mean, in these AoE pulls, does Mistweaver have the tools to deal with the rot damage that comes out? The big thing you're looking out for, number one, obviously you don't want to get hit by any of the rains, but the rot damage from the Abyssal Blasts on players is something that's most dangerous in these pulls, in addition to taking any extra residual damage, specifically from the rots that they do at the end of their death animation on the Manifested Shadows. So as long as AJ is able to top the group off with that, it should be good, but doing a fantastic job of it so far. These blasts not doing nearly enough damage to rip through the healing of the Mistweaver. Now, he's not able to do that much damage on this pull, really, but if you look at the side of Holy Moly, neither is Igloo. Igloo is actually doing 0, but AJ's actually doing 1,000,000. I mean, I was looking at the actual bar for the damage, thinking he's not doing that much, but when you compare it to what Igloo's doing, he's doing a ton. And they've just shredded through this pack way faster than Holy Moly.
AJ just walked up, cast Crackling Jade Lightning, goes, all right, yep, my work here is done. And in addition to that, I think that the buff from Mystic Touch is very, very, very valuable with this composition.
Now, the big difference is that was the breath pull for the DK, right? So when we go to this next pull, the DK is not going to be able to contribute nearly as much to this pack. But something that I've actually noticed looking through the player profiles on our GCD.TV tool, if you look at the top left of the Twitch stream, there's an arrow you can click up there to take a look at the profiles, the gear, the talents that the players are using. A lot of our Frost DKs have actually been counteracting the fact that they have a lot of pulls where they don't have the Breath of Syndragosa by actually playing double on use trinkets. And I wonder if they're actually going to just use a trinket in lieu of having a cooldown on some of these packs in order to make up for their damage. Because you can see, Thanos doesn't have Breath on this pull, but he's still doing pretty significant damage. He's contributing a lot.
Yeah. Funnily enough, Breath of Syndragosa getting nerfed on the reset too.
Yeah,
they might actually they might actually be looking to change their build in the future, but not right now.
Huh.
Oh wow, well, dude! Whoa! Miscount actually ended up killing off that trash and then immediately just flew away with the Darkcaster still in combat with him. Hold up, what's going on there?
Not sure. I guess maybe it'll snap to them eventually.
Ooh, do they snap?
Look at the pull from Miscount here, though. Triple pack on top of the Orb boss. We've seen so many runs die right here, and we saw them die on 10s and 11s here. The big difference here, you have to pay attention to all of the casts from the Shadowcasters here. In addition to that, you need to make sure you're baiting these Dark Orbs in the correct place. One angle just not quite right, that orb explodes on a close wall and instantly wipes everybody, but it's only going to be one Dark Orb going off here. The mini-boss is already dead, and most of the trash is already dead too. Holy Moly now going for the same pull here. They don't have the same burst damage that the DK provides, but the Warrior does not care and is doing as much as it can to keep up, even topping the meters for the group. Looks like their first Dark Orb went well, and they might just be able to skip the second cast. That orb might get off just barely. I think they're going to be okay, though.
Bro, I am perplexed. Where did those Dark Casters go? Did they just drop combat with them? Maybe we can get some... Oh my god, Kira going down to the boss with the Tactician melee. They are going to be able to get him res back up. Is he going to be able to have the mass taunt to be able to stabilize here? He's actually in a lot of danger of dying again. And Crims gets melee to death by the Nightfall Tactician, able to press Ankh, and I think that they're going to be able to recover, but I don't know if they were 30 seconds ahead, Zyro.
I don't think they were 30 seconds ahead. I think they were maybe like 5 seconds ahead, and that's going to be something that's definitely going to come into play, because Holy Moly does ramp up Their damage from here on out, their single target damage is good, and the single target damage, as we saw in the first boss, is about dead even. Maybe a slight favor for Miscount. So if Holy Moly can keep it clean here, no further deaths, they'll be okay. But this boss is dangerous. Remember, we're on plus 12. Xalatas Guile is active, so every single one of these abilities is hitting 10% harder. The bosses also have 10% more HP, so
what is
everything is quite a bit more dangerous.
What is Miscount doing?
What is Miscount doing? Are they chaining into more trash?
I mean, it looks like
they're gearing up to.
They're posturing to chain into this.
The 2 minutes are up in 15 seconds, so they're probably going to go for it. Yeah, here we go. Trash on top of the boss. Ascendant's up in 10. Breath of Syndragosa also up in 10 here. They're in a little bit of danger right now because there's not that much group AoE, but the second the Ascendants come up, they can also hit the AG to help out with the healing as well. And yeah, there's the Ascendants. There's the Breath of Syndragosa. There's the Death Mark. This trash and this boss should die very quickly. One last Shadowy Decay debuff going off here. The cast is going to do a ton of damage to the group, but Grims is able to help keep people topped, help AJ out, and AJ can just do damage here.
I mean, this is looking good. I wonder how much count are they going to have here. Are they going to be able to get to that 93% enemy forces mark that we need to see prior to going up to the top of the boat? And it looks like the answer is going to be yes for missed count here, as they're going to be downing a new Bacage. But I think that this was a pretty pivotal moment of the dungeon. Having 2 deaths to Crims and Kira there, I feel like that just allows Holy Moly to be able to continue to play their game plan. Assuming that Holy Moly doesn't have any deaths, I feel like they're going to be able to finish this dungeon within 30 seconds. Miscount look like they're going to finish the dungeon first, but not 30 seconds first.
Not 30 seconds first. They have to open up a 25-second gap advantage on this mini-boss plus one singular boss, and I don't think that they can do that. If you look at the cooldowns available across the board, they are almost a dead heat. Looks like the cooldowns are up like maybe 15 seconds earlier for missed count, and if they're able to get an extra use out of that over the course of the remainder of the dungeon, maybe that could make up some of the difference, but I don't think there's 4.5 minutes left of this dungeon, Titles. I think we're looking at maybe like 3 minutes left, which means that extra 2-minute cooldown is not going to come up for them.
Dude, I love the miscount composition. I feel like this Mistweaver Monk was insane tech, and I bet all the other teams are on watch here after watching just how much damage AJ is doing, pull in and pull out. I feel like we're going to be able to look at this on the post meter screenshot whenever we were able to see all of the damage that's done. It's so unfortunate that they have those 2 deaths. Now Miscount have pulled Roshanon, but Holy Moly are going to be able to pull Roshanon within probably 15 seconds of them. So Miscount are going to have to kill that boss noticeably faster than Holy Moly.
They opened up the gap by another 3 seconds there. They have the Lust in the 2 minutes here, so they're going to get a great burn on the boss. Holy Moly's in this weird situation where...
They lusted on pull.
Yeah, the 2 minutes are going to come up in about 10 seconds. Now, they could lust with those 2 minutes, or they could save the lust until phase 2 when the 2 minutes come back off cooldown. These cooldowns might actually come into play, because Miscount are in a great scenario where they were able to pop everything on pull. They're going to do as much damage to the boss as possible, and the 2 minutes will come up a lot earlier, actually, in phase 2 than they will for Holy Moly. So, the cooldowns might come into play. The fact that they were up 15 seconds earlier might still be a huge factor, because the death timer is certainly going to play a part. It's going to be really close, Settles.
Miscount's about 0.7% on Roshanon ahead of where Holy Moly are. So they're actually gaining momentum in terms of damage. I actually think a lot of this comes down to the fact that AJ is able to do these bombs noticeably faster than where Igloo is. Igloo is able to press all of his damage almost immediately with that Heart of the Wild and then pressing Convoke and then just running around. But AJ is just able to have a lot better melee uptime. And Roshanon at 61.85% as it flies away to that final landing position. And for Holy Moly, the boss a little bit higher, 0.2% higher. But one of the notable things that you want to know about how this Roshanon encounter works is that the 2-minute CDs are going to be right back up right as Roshanon lands. And so basically, as long as you make it to the boss on time, it's going to be perfectly timed for you to be able to have your offensive CDs back. Look at what Holy Moly are doing on the left side here. They're building combo points. They're building Holy Power. They're building up a Tempest proc and a little bit of Maelstrom. They're building up some Rage. And as long as they make it to the boss arena, whenever Roshanon lands and they're able to get the interrupt, it's actually just a insane resource gain to be standing there and just building resources on those web victims.
It's all going to be a DPS race to the finish here. Miscount get the boss first. They have maybe an 8-second advantage over Holy Moly, and they need to make up 22 more to have a chance of taking this dungeon here. The 2-minute cooldowns are up and active for Miscount right now. Holy moly, don't get theirs up for another 20 seconds. Miscount needs to take advantage of those 20 seconds, but I don't know if there's enough boss percentage left, Tettles. The boss dies at 60%. Miscount is just blasting ahead with those cooldowns, but they need to get this boss dead now.
Yeah, I mean, it comes down to those 2 deaths that they had on Anubakaj. Whenever Kira goes down and Crims ends up getting meleeed to death, you end up having those 30 seconds of death versus Challenger's Peril. In past seasons, it would only be 10 seconds worth of death differential. But unfortunately enough for Miscount, their timer has stopped, and Holy Moly is 0.15% away from killing Roshanon, as now Roshanon has died, and they are able to take it down. Holy Moly is ahead 1-0 off the back of just a couple of mistakes from Miscount.
Whew, holy moly. Perfect run there from them. They had that 0 deaths, but amazing to see what Miscount was able to do there with that monk. Like, incredible to see. We'll get into this all in more details, but both of these teams having such solid strats where it literally comes down to that moment of just deaths making the difference. Now, with this, I mean, Zyronic, obviously we talked a bit about throughout the Mistweaver monk here, the comp, but, you know, what do you think? Like, Miscount was playing much more aggressively. What do you think really kind of made the difference here in their Dawnbreaker?
Again, this is something we covered at the very top of the day with this Dawnbreaker, with these plus 12s. In the 12s, the difficulty of the dungeon is significantly higher than other keys we've seen in the MDI this season. Keeping it clean is going to be the difference, and once again, a dungeon came down to the death timers. Those 2 deaths sealed the dungeon for Holy Moly. Holy Moly got 30 seconds of advantage, and you can look, they only won that dungeon by 22 seconds. If Miscount doesn't die, they win that key. They were technically faster, but you really just can't afford to throw deaths at these keys. This Challenger's Peril affix it's pretty brutal.
Can we go back and look at the damage that the Mistweaver was doing relative to the Resto Druid? That would be big. I actually want to see the damage differential, because I feel like it's such an unconventional pick. I actually kind of want to see how much damage that Mistweaver was doing with their personal damage. Obviously, it's impossible. It's very difficult to tell in terms of like what the Mark of the Wild is bringing versus the Mystic Touch, without like diving into logs. But I feel like just the personal damage would be kind of cool.
Yeah, we'll take a look, and it might be that production is able to get that for us. In the meantime, we can toss over to Dratnos, because we got to see some really cool strats and some additional things here as well from Miscount, and, you know, through Holy Moly's run. So Dratnos, what were you seeing on your side?
Yeah, I mean, I think Miscount were certainly showing that their strategy was going to be faster here when we talk about the value of, say, that Mistweaver monk. It's interesting. So we got a chance to ask them what the deal was with that, and AJ said, "We're just faster. We don't understand it, but we are with the Mistweaver monk." So they're not entirely sure why it is that the Mistweaver was better. I have some hypotheses about that. As you can see here, that overall brought by the Mistweaver 500 million damage.
650k. I mean, that's really high, actually, all things considered, for like healer DPS. A lot of the times your healer will be, especially in like high keys, they'll be like 350 or like 400k, 650k from healers, like a lot.
Where was Igloo at?
I mean, yeah. Where was Igloo?
We'll just keep adding healers from all the different teams, just like, where was so-and-so? And we'll have to double check. But Drynos, it looks like we're heading into your replay package now.
Yeah, so again, the Mistweaver is doing great damage, and the thing is, both of these healers do really good damage. The Mistweaver does good damage in AoE, though, whereas the Resto Druid is primarily a single target damage dealer, right? You press Heart of the Wild, convoke the spirits, look at this DPS here from the Resto Druid on single target boss on pull. You can just do such an absurd amount of DPS, but on the single target situation, right? Whereas the Mistweaver instead was doing pretty good damage in AoE moments in this dungeon, which I guess, again, I'm not sure, but that might be the reason why theoretically it's faster. Maybe this is a dungeon where actually counterintuitively, usually we think about these dungeons and we're like, oh, you'd rather give up some overall for some single target, but maybe this is a dungeon where the balance actually favors the other side of that equation, and maybe, you know, looking at these pulls here, during the same pull for Holy Moly, Igloo was doing basically no DPS for the first little bit of this pull, whereas AJ doing a bunch of damage, able to get out of melee range, even doing damage with that Crackling Jade Lightning, doing 1 million DPS here in AoE, while also doing a lot of healing. That's something that Mistweaver does, is damage while healing. That's a big part of the value proposition that it offers. So I think that definitely might be some of it. There's also some cool tech you can do with Mistweaver. In this dungeon, you can fly while you're in combat. You just leave these Dark Casters behind if you want to. You can see a para came out there. We weren't even paralyzing that thing, though. We were just saying, you know what? we're out of here. We've killed the mini boss that we need to. Those mobs, that's okay. They can,
we're de-aggro. Like, I thought those mobs follow you around the zone.
I'm not 100% sure. Yeah, again, exactly how that works is something that I'm not sure of. Something I am sure of is that dying was what cost Mist Count this map. Those tacticians get a huge enrage. They deal like double damage, and charging back into them, getting autoed by them is a very, very likely way to die, even on that Prot Warrior. Then that costs the Shaman death as well. And we were talking about them being a couple of seconds faster if you don't factor in the death penalty. They would have been even faster still if they hadn't had the slowdown that resulted from recovering from the deaths as well. So I think a great sign for Mist Count, even though they lost that map. It is hard to be theoretically faster than Holy Moly. Now they just have to also be in practice faster, which is even harder.
Yeah, you have to be able to actually pull it off, But, I mean, this was the kind of play that I think a lot of us were hoping to see from Mist Count that really spoke to their experience, and it was such a great run. Now they need to clean it up and see if they can get this advantage, or, if Holy Moly makes a mistake, you'll have to see. Stone Vault's coming up next, and this is one, we've seen these teams in, so, I mean, it's ironic looking at this pick for them next. What do you think's in store?
This is a rough series for Mist Count, like you guys were talking about. We already saw Holy Moly doing insanely well in Dawnbreaker. We already saw them doing really well in Stone Vault, too. They only just barely got beat out by that insane Warlock gameplay from Wolf Disco on the side of Perplexed earlier today. And they also played it themselves in their first round matchup and threw a whole bunch of deaths at the key, so hopefully that was just a hiccup for them and they have something better planned this time around, but I don't know, man. This is looking like a more and more Holy Moly favored matchup the more I see it.
You say that, but I have to say, for myself coming in, Holy Moly all the way, Mist Count impressed me with that last one, Zyro, and I think that if they can just land this, then we're going to be seeing that third game. I mean, it seems like maybe they've been just kind of holding back a little bit, and overcoming some things. So we'll have to see with Stone Vault if they're able to actually put that to the proof and carry through on this as well. It seems like there will be a bit of a delay here, everyone, so we'll keep chatting because we can do that. We love doing that. But we'll get started here in just a second between the two. I mean, Holy Moly, they've been really strong. They have been really dominant. With Stone Vault, we just saw the Mistweaver. Is there anything here with comps that we think could be something that hasn't been explored yet with Stone Vault? I don't know, Tattles, if you have any thoughts?
I mean, I think that both teams have kind of shown their hand in terms of like what's actually going to be shown with the Stone Vault. For Mist Count, it was the Vintage Demon Hunter, Disc Priest, Enhancement Shaman, Destro Lock, Assassination Rogue. For Holy Moly, it was the Vintage Demon Hunter, Disc Priest, Enhancement Shaman, Unholy DK, Assassination Rogue. So the difference being obviously that Warlock between that Unholy DK. And whenever we saw Perplexed earlier, they were able to beat Holy Moly with that Warlock composition as opposed to the Unholy DK comp. But, I mean, it kind of comes down to, like, how is Mist Count going to perform? Mist Count threw 15 deaths to the first pull of this dungeon yesterday. I feel like I don't even have, like, a good gauge as to how well Mist Count is going to be able to perform in the Stone Vault because of just how bad they did yesterday. You have to write it off. It's not like, oh, their strategy was bad. It was like, they had such catastrophic mistakes. I can't even gauge what happened with that map yesterday.
Maybe this was all their strategy and they were just keeping us guessing. They were like, you know what? I believe if we go down to the lower bracket, we can make a huge comeback. We've got strats in our back pocket.
Here's my cope. Is that Stone Vault was their first map that they had to play versus mandatory. In theory, they should be very, very, very practiced for this map. Now, they wiped against mandatory yesterday. However, just ignore that fact for a second here, and just let me cook. I think that there's a chance that they've over-practiced Stone Vault relative to some of the other dungeons because it was their first map versus mandatory, and I wonder if this is going to allow Mist Count to have like this opportunity to beat Holy Moly in a dungeon that Holy Moly looked really good in earlier today.
I mean, just think about, Tettles, how much time you and I spent practicing Maw of Souls back in the day. I spent way too much time in that dungeon.
Sometimes you spend too much time in one dungeon and you don't practice the other ones.
Yep.
I mean, I think it's really interesting. We've had our little Dr. Atnos segments where we've talked about bracketology, right? But when you're looking at trying to optimize all of this practice as well as kind of bring in and adopt other strats that are being revealed over the course of the MDI, how you actually prioritize, what are the major dungeons we have to do right off the bat? What if we get put down here? What about this matchup? When you start looking at it in that way, I think it's an aspect of strategy that people don't oftentimes think about. They're just like, just do all the dungeons, do them as fast as possible, and that's kind of the end, right? But I mean, Dratnos, you yourself have spoken about it, right? As you kind of look at this, do you think there's such a thing as like over prepping a dungeon because you have to play it a lot, or how do you think the teams kind of balance it?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's this sort of bell curve thing where, as you get, there's this theory of like, oh, let's just practice some of the maps that we might run into. Let's look at the bracket and make sure that we're hyper prepared for certain specific maps that we're going to run into. And then the really, really good teams, I've noticed, are just good in every single dungeon. There's just no map that you can put them in that they're bad in, because they want to preserve the flexibility to ban something that their opponents are uniquely strong in, right? And what happens if you leave a couple of maps unpracticed is you force yourself to then ban them when you play them. And that means that then if you run into an opponent who has a crazy Mistweaver strat that you realize is 30 seconds faster than you lose the opportunity to ban that. So I feel like Holy Moly are very much a ready in all 8 dungeons team, whereas Mistcount may have had the ability to look a little bit more at the bracket. Maybe identify that they were very likely to end up in this spot in the bracket. I think that you could tell kind of from their series that there was a very good chance they would end up here. So I hope that that means that the Stone Vault is something that they are a little bit more ready for than the Stone Vault we saw out of them yesterday would lead you to believe.
Sometimes flubs happen. Sometimes you've done something 1,000 times and this is the time that you're going to just completely tank it. Like, it happens. So we can hope that maybe this is just sort of how it went with Stone Vault and we're going to see something a lot stronger from them here. But, as we kind of are thinking about it, I actually wanted to circle back to something a little while ago that we were talking about, which was the discussion about Vengeance Demon Hunter tanking, right? So, Tettles, I think you were actually talking about this, but, why teams are kind of leaning towards this in things like MDI, but also what, like, risk and rewards it kind of carries.
I mean, I think the Vengeance Demon Hunter is like one of the fastest tanks because it gets the pack and the mobs grouped up the fastest. Also, Sigil of Chains, being able to stack mobs effectively for a full melee comp is fantastic. I think whenever you think of like what is the style that you want out of an MDI tank, it's Infernal striking around to grab every single pack in the entire dungeon as fast as possible. And I think that's one of the biggest reasons that Vengeance is good, assuming that they can actively tank the mobs.
Yeah, and we'll see how they're able to do that with the mobs here. But we're going in here for our match. Thanks for waiting. Holy Moly versus Mistcount. Dratnos, you're on desk. Zyronic, you take it away.
Thank you. And we're into the first poll already, where Mistcount had their issues yesterday. Can they keep it clean this time around? Can they make this a close series? Once again, in the Stone Vault titles, we have the matchup of the Destro Lock versus the Unholy DK.
Yeah, I mean, I think that both of these look pretty good. I think the advantage of the Destro Lock that we saw earlier from Perplexed when we were watching Wolf Disco play it was the Spymaster's Web use at like 7 minutes in the dungeon. Whenever you pull all the trash onto Skarmorak, that Spymaster's Web seemed like that plus Lust was enabling Mistcount to be able to actually one-phase Skarmorak prior to that Fortified Shell cast. That's actually a pretty big time save. Holy Moly, we're about 7% off. I feel like that could be within damage variance. I feel like if they get better RNG on their Enhancement Shaman, I feel like they could, in theory, be able to beat that. But I think that there is a pretty big distinction and discrepancy between these two compositions. Although the two DPS specializations with that Warlock versus that Unholy DK do virtually the same thing. They're big AoE specialists. They just do AoE damage, where the Enhancement Shaman and the Assassination Rogue, those are good priority damage specializations.
Yeah, and you can see they both had similar ideas with how they wanted to use their cooldowns on the first trash back, right? You use one of your 2 minutes, so either your Enhancer or your Rogue, plus your AoE machine, your Unholy or your Destro Lock, to blast down that AoE pack, and then the other player that saved their cooldowns just blast the boss. So it was the Rogue from Mistcount. I think it was the Shaman for Holy Moly, but Wexi's also just blasting without the cooldowns, right? No, it is the Rogue for both teams, actually. Never mind.
Intuitively, I feel like Unholy DK should do slightly more single target damage than Destro Warlock as well.
I think it's pretty similar. I mean, Warlock actually does have pretty consistent single target damage, and if I'm not mistaken, if we take a look at Thinner's talent build here, what I was watching earlier today is that it was Wolf Disco, was actually running a very more single target focused build. Like he was running
okay.
Soulfire, which is something you don't normally run in dungeons. He was running Chaos Incarnate, which is the talent that makes your mastery buffed spells do a little bit higher base damage, so you start from 70% increased damage instead of 50% increased damage. So it's a little more single target focused, and the fact that you can still do that ridiculous AoE damage while still being more spec'd into single target is pretty crazy. Now, of course, on the first boss here, it does look like the melee comp did do a little bit more single target damage, but we do know with the Warlock, it's really all going to come down to the Skarmorak pull. Can they make that consistent? Can the Warlock with the 40 stacks by a Master's Web burst that down quickly enough to save them the time that they will be behind in this key? Now, something that Perplexed did with the Warlock is not something Miscount is doing. Perplexed took this pull to the next level. They went all the way to the engineering buff and pulled like 3 more packs on top of it.
Miscount's not doing that. Sustainable. I don't know about that. that looks like that would be like very high variance in terms of tank survivability on something like that. I feel like just that many 4chans are able to get your tank stacked up with that debuff like really, really high very fast.
Yeah, it definitely seemed like it was something that caused issues. And you have to remember as well, in that dungeon that Perplexed ran, Wolf Disco lost the Spymaster stacks on that pull, right? He did go down there, so their Skarmorak wasn't as clean as it could be. I think Miscount is just setting up this pull nicely. It's easier to pull things in here.
So, no, I mean, I think they're skipping.
No, they're just skipping. Man. Okay. Love that.
So, I mean, look at the left side here. Holy Moly instead playing the double Forge Litters on top of like the trash pack. Miscount's actually skipping most of the trash that's in this area. I feel like that looked cool, what they were doing, but is that setup actually faster? Because they still wasted probably, what, 15 seconds of just travel time walking around in the Shroud, but they get the boss pulled faster.
They do get the boss pulled faster, and they're going to get a lot of funnel damage on the boss here. The Warlock does gain a ton from that. The Rogue gains a ton from that. They're going to have a lot more trash on top of the boss than Holy Moly as well. But what's the trash differential going to be, actually? I don't think it can be that high, because they had the double Forge Loaders.
So, in addition to that as well, something that's kind of weird is that Holy Moly, by pulling those double Forge Loaders, they're going to have a quicker exit of this area as well. They're able to run straight to that minecart, where Miscount are going to have to like walk around and do a bunch of walking. And so there's actually going to be a little bit of a time loss just due to that. But yeah, what is the count differential going to be looking like? Because Holy Moly still has a lot of trash on top of this boss. I think it's going to be probably like 6 or 7%. But I think that Miscount is maybe -1 pull over Holy Moly, but I think the pull that Holy Moly did was like a very efficient one.
Yeah, it definitely was. I mean, giving your Unholy DK those focused big targets to cleave down on top of is always the name of the game, and they're able to do that with those double Forge Loaders. But you can see we've kind of got a trade-off here, right? 9%-ish trash count versus about 20% on the boss. It's all going to come down to the Skarmorak full for Miscount, man.
Yeah, I mean, Skarmorak is like the big limiting factor. I mean, it kind of comes down to how big is Miscount going to be able to pull onto Skarmorak, and additionally, are they going to be able to beat that fortified shell cast? Looking at this, Miscount have downed Master Machinists about 10% ahead of Holy Moly, and Holy Moly are a hair behind on this boss split. And I think that I prefer the Holy Moly situation here. Just looking at this 9% enemy forces versus the 10-ish seconds, I think I prefer the 9% enemy forces. And look at this, Holy Moly, like I talked about, the double Forge Loaders, you were able to get out of this area just a little bit faster than how Miscount are. And now Miscount are looking to set up the trash pull into that Skarmorak wing. Kira's going to pull back, and then he's going to meld off all of this, all of those spoilers and those mobs that are in the very beginning. We're going to see pretty much something happening that's identical for Teef, and now all of this trash is going to be going into Skarmorak, and Holy Moly are going to be skipping a little bit of it. Did Teef get stuck in combat? No, I don't think so.
I think he's good. I think the meld was a little late. Let's keep an eye on Miscount. This is their make or break pull. This is where they need to pull ahead in the dungeon. They've got the pull together. Everything is silenced from that Demon Hunter. And look at Thanner. The Infernal is up. The Spymasters is active, and he's going to keep ascending as the trash stays alive longer and longer and longer. Some trash is coming in a little bit late. I think it's one of the Despoilers casting AoE damage, but I think they're going to be okay as long as they can get that dead before they get to the shield. Thanner does go down, though. Thanner's dead. That's their damage gone.
Thander had Burning Rush running the entire time. I wonder, like, in terms of his damage taken, if that was most of the damage taken. In addition to that, Thander is the player who has the battle res, and so it's so difficult to get him res because he's the Soul Stone caster, and AJ is able to get him up, but he immediately goes back down to the AoE from the Despoiler. The Despoiler should already be dead by now, but unfortunately now Skarmorak is into that Void Discharge AoE Fortified Shell cast phase, and look on the left side of your screen here, Holy Moly are also going to be in the same situation, but this is deja vu here. Miscount having 2 deaths on a boss, occurring 30 seconds of death penalty. They're going to kill off Skarmorak a little bit faster than Holy Moly, but I don't think they're going to be 30 seconds in the lead.
It's not going to be 30 seconds. It is definitely not going to be 30 seconds. It might be closer to like 15. It's happening all over again, Tettles. The count is similar. It's just going to be a race from here on out to the finish. What is the difference going to be? It was 8 seconds in Dawnbreaker. It's stop the clock 18 seconds in this dungeon, so it's a lot closer than the Dawnbreaker. But man, they really need to have the most efficient section here. But that was it. They blew everything there. Their 40 stacks Biomaster is gone. He's now on fumes. And the fact that he was dead for the entire boss as well means he wasn't generating more stacks for another press later on here.
What is Thander doing standing up here? I actually think what he's doing is he doesn't get knocked back by the Rock Smasher. He can port back up after this ground effect goes on him. And he doesn't actually have to dodge any of these honor guards. And so he's able to just like plant and cast for the majority of this sequence here, allowing him to do just like a lot more damage on this Warlock. But Zyro, I think that you're spot on. It's kind of like this was the miscount that we were expecting to see this entire weekend. This was the miscount that we were expecting to see in Group A. And now they are finally turning it on. But they unfortunately have 2 deaths with the 30 seconds of death penalty. This is really tough as they're continuing to chain into the Void Speaker Iric room. They got to go, yeah. They got to get this boss pulled as fast as possible. I don't think there's any time for lollygagging.
But look at this, like, the cooldowns are not synced up for them, right? The 2 minutes are available, but like look at Yargi, for example. No Kingsbane. He can hit the death mark, but he has no Kingsbane for it, so he's going to have to wait 10 seconds anyways. There's no Lust coming up for either of the teams. It's just going to be a raw DPS burst to the finish, and like we were talking about, Miscount needs to win by now 45 seconds as AJ goes down, adding another death to their total here. Those Rock Smashers are stacking up way too much over time. Did they pull them too quickly? They still have their debuffs from the original one.
I mean, I think that it's fine to be doing the double Rock Smasher. I think it's just like really, really dangerous, especially whenever you have like the frontals. There's some casts that go off. I mean, AJ going down here, I think this is going to seal the fate for Miscount, unfortunately, Zyro.
They have the cooldowns. Crims could probably heal them here a little bit. They have a battle res in about 15 seconds. But it's just too little too late, I think. Holy Moly are on the boss. They're significantly... They're close enough, right? I mean... It's just over. I mean, Holy Moly's just too far ahead now.
I think that Holy Moly could have, in theory, wiped those Rock Smashers, but it's too little too late. It's a really unfortunate sequence of events for Miscount. I feel like they played very admirably in this entire series. They twice were in position to actually win a map, and then it's just the consistency that comes back to bite them. They have 2 deaths on a boss in the Dawnbreaker. They have 2 deaths on Skarmorak in the Stone Vault. And for Holy Moly, they are the peak of consistency. This is the most consistent team that I think we're going to have for the entirety of the weekend. And this is the reason that we hail them as one of the top contenders over the course of this MDI season, is because, again, they are going deathless for back-to-back maps, and it is an impressive feat that they go deathless so often. Whenever we're looking at the teams that are in the Global Finals that have 0 death runs, Holy Moly is at the top of that list, and they are going to be able to take down Miscount in 2-0 fashion.
Holy moly, they've done it again. Well done. I mean, seeing them play here, it's no wonder so many of us just felt like, yeah, holy moly, they're going to blaze through down here, and they absolutely are. You know, Miscount really did step it up here at the end. If we'd only seen this sooner, and if only some of that consistency had been there, you know, we may have seen them longer. But as it is, they will be eliminated here in the lower bracket, and Holy Moly will be continuing on to face Polish Mountain. But let's look back at this map, because it was a good one here between the two of them. And I mean, Tettles, it was pretty close. I mean, again, those deaths were really the main deciding factor, right?
Yeah, I mean, I do think that Miscount had a faster strategy in both the Dawnbreaker and the Stone Vault. I think that just looking at Route A versus Route B, I feel like the -1 pull in this dungeon was actually a really big deal. The consolidation of the trash count that was in that Master Machinist wing is... it should, in theory, be map winning. But unfortunately, with the Challenger's Peril is more impactful than deaths have been ever for an MDI, and it proves again why it is like that.
Yeah, I mean, that penalty, especially in games that are this close, is the huge make or break. But I mean, Dratnos, you were looking at this from the analyst's perspective, and what did you see in this match?
So a lot of us were expecting this series was going to be a 2-0 victory for Holy Moly. I don't think any of us were expecting it to look like this, though. In both of these maps, Miscount came in with these incredibly fast strategies. It looked like they were going to be faster in this run as well. We saw the sort of standard, I would say standard with the Unholy DK variant here from Miscount, which is certainly a fast strategy for this dungeon, right? But the Warlock just looks so good here. There's so much value that it brings. One of the strengths of Warlock compared to Unholy DK is you can do 2 big pulls back to back, and you can be doing big AoE damage in both of them without needing to necessarily commit cooldowns to either one. You could then hold your Infernal for boss. Warlock actually deals a huge amount of single target as well when they want to be casting those Chaos Bolts. They can be doing big single target when they want to be doing AoE. They're also doing AoE. They have a more funnel than you would expect as well. When they are just spamming those Rain of Fires, they are summoning these Overfiends that are just dumping extra Chaos Bolts into a primary target as well. So the Warlock is definitely solid for that, and a lot of that Unholy DK value is maybe doing damage to something that already was going to die. I mean, this looked so good. Look at the overall that they were pulling out on this, and the single target as well. That Skarmorak was dying so quickly until Thanner died here. And then look at the comp. You don't have a good B-res, right? You don't have a res surgery, you don't have something like that. You have to use those engineering res, and then you accept the res. Immediately afterwards, another Void Outburst from a different despoiler comes out and claims the life once again. Now there's no battle res, and that was where the series was lost. Even despite that, they were still moving through the dungeon, just like in that Dawnbreaker, at a bit of a faster pace until more tragedy befell Mistcount at the end. And Holy Moly, they kind of took their time here. They were finishing off these packs. I kind of wanted to see Holy Moly just running forward, just saying, you know what? There's 2 honor guards at 10% health. We'll look out for them. We'll make sure they don't charge into us, but we're just running into the next pack.
They do so much tank damage, right?
Yeah, but I feel like it seemed like a different Holy Moly than we saw in their Perplexed series. The Holy Moly versus Perplexed seemed substantially faster and substantially more aggressive and assertive than they were here. Again, they would have lost this series 2-0 to Miscount if Miscount just hadn't died and had executed their strategies really well. And that is not the same Holy Moly that we saw earlier today against Perplexed. Holy Moly earlier today against Perplexed looked like they were going to dominate this weekend if they, again, that was like they were a couple of seconds off of Perplexed in 2 of those 3 maps. It was crazy.
It's kind of about finding that sweet spot right now for a lot of the teams, right? Where they have these incredible strats and the speed, but also this just impeccable play that they can maintain the vast majority of the time. And I think Holy Moly seems to be moving more towards that. But I mean, obviously we're going to see them continuing forward here. We'll have them facing up against Polish Mountain, and then up in the upper bracket we have Perplexed and Mandatory. But as we look ahead to the matchups tomorrow, I mean, Zyronic, what are you sort of thinking with these and the competition ahead?
Dude, these are crazy matchups that we have to start off the day. Dude, Perplexed Mandatory, that could very easily just be a preview of our grand final to end off the day. And then, of course, in the lower bracket, Polish Mountain. These guys are the kings of the lower bracket, man. They did it in their group stage. Can they keep doing it in the lower bracket? I don't know if you can do that against Holy Moly, man. These guys look like they could compete with Perplexed and Mandatory. And I want to tack on to something that you said earlier, Dratnos, just now, about how that run didn't look that fast compared to like what they did with Perplexed. I was curious. I checked the time. That Stone Vault was a 10:37 from Holy Moly. Perplexed time was a 10:47.
Okay, so maybe actually the story here is that Miscount were going to be absurdly fast.
Listen,
and
I'm
just
telling you, they're good, man. I'm excited.
Yeah.
I hope they come and do the TGP. I think that they're really good. They're one of the top live teams. I really hope they go and do the TGP. I feel like they underperformed my expectations. I'm so sad.
I'm really sad to see Miscount go.
They are an insanely good team, and I think they just got a little unlucky with the bracket. I think any other matchup in the lower bracket, they could have easily won. It's just Holy Moly is honestly a juggernaut of a team.
I'm feeling Holy Moly Revenge Tour. I feel like I'm feeling the Holy Moly lower bracket run.
Yeah, I would kind of love it. I mean, holy moly, they just kind of came in and they have really blown away our expectations. So I'm ready for them to just continue surprising us, honestly. But, we're going to have to see if they are able to do that, especially when you look ahead at, teams like Perplexed and Mandatory, which were very much favored to win or be that final two. And teams like Polish Mountain that also kind of gave us a surprise this time around, especially for it being Polish Mountain's first MDI. But all of these teams, I think, are going to be incredible contenders tomorrow. And I mean, if we're thinking that if there's going to be any big surprises last day of MDI, I mean, Dratnos, who do you think we're going to see it from?
Okay, hear me out. Holy moly, they're in the lower bracket. They know their entire path tomorrow if they're going to win the whole thing. If you're Perplexed or Mandatory, you don't know. You could go to the grand finals, or you could get sent down to the lower bracket. So, holy moly, their path is clear. It's set out for them. That could be the advantage they need, the hidden lower bracket advantage that the people don't want you to know about.
Yeah, I mean, the strat, play the lower bracket, get through it. I mean, it's possibility, and we have seen those big sweeps up through before. So, we've had a lot of predictions ourselves this weekend. Chat, you got in on it as well. So let's see where everything shook out here at the end of day 2. Now,
is anyone perfect?
Not I.
I know I'm not. No. I missed one for sure. Is Chat perfect?
I think I missed multiple.
Chat is perfect.
I'm a noob.
Give us the reveal.
Waiting in suspense. I
wish it was like regular season MVP, where for some reason we just discredited the entire regular season. It's complete.
No
it's
way.
A complete joke.
3 of you are perfect.
Wow, Makes and Nagura with 9 perfect, 10 correct. That is, I mean, somebody check their PCs. That is not
impressive. I just see Makes yelling in our chat, girls on top, and yeah, I love this. Love this for us. Very demure, very mindful. The 3 of us at the top here.
Chat, Dratnos, handshakes, firm handshakes.
Yep.
Wait, what?
Tuttles, what happened, buddy?
I don't know. I'm an idiot. Don't worry about that. We're gonna ignore it. Just don't worry about me.
This is like on detail. It's the same thing on details in Raid, where people have to scroll down to find you there. We're soon gonna have to scroll down on this leaderboard to find you.
Yeah, I mean, we'll just have to start adding down to the bottom. Do you think you can do that? I don't know if production can do that, but we'll try to figure it out for tomorrow. Chat, you're doing great. You're still defeating Tattles, so you have done what...
Stop scrolling in!
Yes, love this. That's good. That looks better. Yeah.
There it is.
You need to tick that always show me box, Tattles.
Yeah, we've got a lot of behind-the-scenes stuff, including a lot of additional tech that you might not be aware of, everybody.
Play Augbooker, it's fine.
Tuttles, we'll let you stay here for now. Maybe tomorrow you'll be able to swing it back, just like a lot of our teams are hoping to do from the lower brackets, and climb ever higher. Maybe even take down Chat along the way, but Chat's kind of been impeccable, honestly. So, I believe Chat, you'll be back up top again tomorrow. I'm happy to be near the top here today, feeling good. But, with that, we are going to be bringing our second day to a close here in the Global Finals, the Mythic Dungeon International. It's been a huge one, and I'll give everybody here on desk just one last. Anybody want to say any final thoughts? Any expectations for tomorrow?
I wish people would stop adding me in chat. Dude, they're all adding me. Stop.
Normally, like, just one of you wants to say something. Everybody has some excitement today. Tettles, you may start off now for the final thoughts.
I'm being salty and bitter over my predictions. I feel like Holy Moly have a chance to win the entire MDI. I feel like, I don't know. It's going to be really close. I feel like there's 3 teams. There's kind of like a very top tier between Mandatory, Perplexed, and Holy Moly, and all 3 of them can reasonably win. I feel like tomorrow is going to be one of the closest MDIs that we've ever seen.
Yeah. Dratnos, you feel the same?
Yeah, I am. I'm going to guess it's Perplexed. I think this is finally their time. I think that they looked really, really solid, really consistent, and really fast. And that is a difficult combination to beat. In fact, that's kind of all there is to it. So I like their chances.
All right. Zyronic?
I think the story for tomorrow is pretty cool, right? You've got Mandatory, the returning champions. You've got Perplexed, the team that was always second to Echo and has gotten second so many times. Then you've got the young startup Holy Moly, who look like they have a very good chance too. I mean, all of them have a very real chance. And of course, you can't count out Polish Mountain too. They've been able to win when it seemed like none of us believed they could. So tomorrow's shaping up to be a great day.
It really is, and I can't wait to get to see it with all of you. We will be back, and we appreciate you tuning in this weekend. Thank you so much to all of you who watched. Thank you to our teams, and especially those who have been eliminated at this point as well. We're excited to see what everything else has in store, but of course, you know, we gotta appreciate everybody that brought us this far as well. And huge thank you to production, too, for everything that you've been doing, especially that titles cut at the end. Really loved that. But everybody, tomorrow, it is all decided. So be back here on the Warcraft channels for the final showdowns of the Mythic Dungeon International at 10 a.m. PT, 7 p.m. CET. You won't want to miss it. We'll see you until then.